Have you ever wondered how the most successful e-commerce brands consistently unlock millions of dollars of revenue, even in the face of rising advertising costs, declining website conversion rates, and deliverability struggles? What if I told you that email marketing could become your brand's most profitable channel, helping you scale to 7, 8, and even 9 figures? Welcome to the most comprehensive e-commerce email marketing course ever created. These insights have been drawn from us generating over $200 million in client revenue for over 100 e-commerce brands, many of which you would probably know. We've scaled businesses that have been invested in on Shark Tank or have been owned by celebrities such as Drew Barrymore, and we're here to teach you everything, and I mean everything, about mastering e-commerce email marketing. I'm Connor Sunderland, co-founder of Kensington Media House. We're a Klaviyo Platinum partner. Together with my business partner Connor Gallagher, we've helped scale over 100 plus e-commerce brands. We've generated over $200 million in revenue for them over the past 4 years. In doing so, we've helped many of these top brands overcome some of today's biggest challenges within e-commerce. Things like rising customer acquisition costs, falling website conversion rates, and of course, since 2024, massive deliverability issues that have plagued a ton of massive brands. This isn't just another email marketing tutorial. This is a course packed with hours of actionable content, case studies, and downloadable resources at your fingertips. From SOPs to real-world examples of using those SOPs, we will give you all of the tools to dominate e-commerce email marketing into 2025 and beyond. Doesn't matter if you're a seasoned operator, an e-commerce brand owner doing 8 or 9 figures in revenue, or just an aspiring email marketer. You will walk away with strategies tailored to your brand, your customers, and your goals. By the end of the course, you'll know how to dramatically increase your conversion rates and profitability for your store, how to leverage email marketing to scale your brand to the 8 and even 9-figure range, solve deliverability issues and keep your list engaged even as email marketing evolves throughout this year, and unlock the full power of email as your cheapest and most reliable sales channel. If you've been looking for the ultimate lifecycle marketing guide, one where we don't hold anything back, then this is it. So without further ado, let's get into the course. Every single week, I speak to multiple e-commerce brands who are killing their email marketing success by not understanding one simple thing and one simple bottleneck that is almost universally in every single account that I audit. I have audited accounts doing over $1 million, sometimes over $1.5 million in email marketing revenue every single month, where if they had solved this bottleneck, which often can take 20 minutes to fix if you understand the problem here, could lead to an extra $100,000 or a couple of $100,000 every single month. When it comes to email marketing, most people think of flows and campaigns only, which is totally wrong. There is another side to your email account which is often overlooked but can be a huge unlock to revenue opportunities that you never knew were there. This is of course list growth, and in this video we're going to be showing you how to relieve that bottleneck, how to multiply your rate of list growth and lead to tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue that you were losing out on otherwise. Let's get into it. So like I said, list growth is probably the most overlooked side of email marketing with all of the brand owners that I speak to, but it really determines the entire trajectory of how the account's going to go. People just think flows and campaigns, but really these are entirely held back by how many people are actually receiving them. So if you have a very poor conversion rate on your pop-up form, guess what? Your flows are going to perform poorly and your campaigns over time are not going to be performing as well as they could. So let's get into it here and start off by asking, is list growth really that important? In short, yes it is. But what I want to do here is actually mathematically show you the difference between two stores here. And this is actually a realistic enough scenario because I chat to brands doing over $1 million a month quite often, and this is almost always a problem within their accounts. I often speak to founders where they think their flows are the problem and they come and speak to me and are adamantly saying, yes, our flows are the problem, they're holding back the account. And almost always I'll look in and see that there are big problems with list growth and the flows are actually in quite a good position. So the bottleneck, or at least the biggest bottleneck, is not where they think it is. This may seem obvious, but list growth also has what we would call a percolating effect on email marketing. This means it's a lead domino, and the effects that we have in this one portion of the account lead to effects throughout every single portion of the account. A slight tweak, a slight increase in the rate of list growth has sort of a butterfly effect throughout the entire account. So mathematically, let's show you what we're looking at here, right? So we're going to take these following metrics and we're going to just change the variable of list growth rate. So we have a welcome series revenue per recipient of $2 here, an average flow revenue per recipient, this should be excluding the welcome series, of $1. We say that non-welcome series flow recipients monthly is 30% of the list size. So this is all of the people here. We say the average campaign revenue per recipient is 10 cents. And we say the percentage of welcome series recipients who purchase is 30%. Now, we will run some equations with a store here that has 500K month in revenue, $100 AOV, 250K site visits per month, 2% conversion rate on the website, 3.5% conversion rate on the pop-up. And at this rate, with this kind of level of traffic, they're getting 8,750 signups per month. The initial list size is 100K and the number of campaigns sent to 50% of the list. This is just in terms of the main segment that we're going to be sending to. Let's just say that equates to 50% of the list is 10 per month, and they spend 200 grand on ads. This all checks out. This all looks
fairly within reason here. And what we're going to do with our model when we take these is we have $17,500 a month in welcome series revenue. Other flow revenue equates to 32,000. So we're nearly at the 50K mark here. Then we have $54,375 coming from campaigns, and total email marketing revenue equates to $104,500 with 2,625 welcome series purchasers. Okay, we're going to make sense of this in just a second. I know this is all dry calculations here, but we're just going to show you two comparisons now so you can see what happens when we tweak this one metric over the course of a 6-month slope. What we'll do, and this is something that we have done before, is we're going to take this pop-ups conversion rate from 3.5% to 8% and see what happens in month 1. So we've seen our metrics here. These all look good. We're going to change this metric, and instead of 8,750, we have 20,000 new list members. We have $40,000 in welcome series revenue, $36,000 in other flows revenue, 60K in campaigns revenue, 6,000 welcome series purchasers, over just $136,000 in email revenue. And then the store revenue is increased here. Look, from 500K to 531,000 with the same amount of ad spend. Now, bear in mind, this is just in month 1. Compounding is yet to take effect. We will look at this over a 6-month slope. But as you can see here, we are getting a huge amount of efficiency out of our ad spend here just by increasing our rate of list growth. You can see here, this is an extra 31 grand that would not have been here otherwise. We've seen crazier case studies than this where we've taken people's pop-ups from 1.8% to 7% and things like that. So a huge multiple here. So you just tweak this metric, you can see even in just a month, there's quite a big effector in terms of this 31,500 extra. So this, as you can see here, is actually compounded. So you can see after 6 months that this person's list size winds up at about 220K versus 152K. And you can see the welcome series revenue is over double. You can see the others flows revenue is really picked up here as well. The campaigns revenue is picked up a hell of a lot. And you can see here, instead of being at 535K, we are here at 611K. So you can see as this compounds, as our list is growing more and more, you can see that you're going to have a pretty average campaign revenue per recipient here. And this is an underrated thing, not just in terms of how many people are going to come through your flows, but when you have a fresher list overall for campaigns, your revenue just starts to climb up and up and up. There is a diminishing return to mailing the same people over and over again. So if we have this one little tweak here in terms of our list growth, and you can see what's actually going to happen here. And there is also a final kicker, which is that with this rate of list growth, we could actually increase volume because we can afford to have a higher than normal unsubscribe rate. So we can increase volume, actually improve our revenue. We could probably go to 12, 14, even 16 campaigns per month at this rate. And that could unlock another 20K of monthly revenue pretty easily there if we're willing to get up to that amount of campaign sending. Now, which store would you want to be? I would personally want to be the 8% pop-up conversion rate store. As you can see, it has this percolating effect throughout every aspect of the business, really, especially the email channel. But you can see here that the revenue outcomes here are far different as our list grows. So those are the calculations behind this. But now you're probably asking, well, how do we actually grow our list? How do we make this as strong as humanly possible so we can have these revenue outcomes that we want to see? And that is what we will cover right now. So we are going to get into examples here in just a second. That's why I have this in the headline here before you get bored. But I do need to talk to you about the actual principles behind making sure we have a really strong sign-up form. I'm going to show you the examples just here in a second. But first, I want to show you that there is an interesting sort of tune to this in terms of how we're going to make this convert as well as humanly possible. So I want to say here that there is a randomness factor that I have seen as I've audited accounts over the last 4 years, is that sometimes you will look inside an account and there'll be a pop-up that doesn't look like it's anything special, but it converts at 10%. And you look at the pop-up and you're thinking, why is this converting that well? And you have no real answer. There's kind of randomness to it. Similarly, you can look at another pop-up and it looks quite optimized, it looks well designed, but yet it converts at 4%. And you're like, why is that converting at 4%? That's a really, really good pop-up. So what I've kind of noticed is that demographics seem to be the only kind of thing I can pull out of that, which is that, people of different genders and ages seem more or less responsive to email marketing overall. Older people and females seem to be more responsive, whilst younger people and males seem to be less responsive on the whole. So those are things I've noticed, but I do think it is quite random from brand to brand. Now, outside of that randomness, there are 4 affectable factors within a pop-up. This means 4 things that we can actually affect ourselves and see really, really good increases in conversion rates. We have offer. This doesn't mean just slashing your profit margin, giving people 25% off, as I see some people do. We want to balance profitability and conversions here. These are the things that we want to be looking at. We want to make sure that these things are in equilibrium here. We want to be getting the maximum amount of conversions here while giving up the least amount on the front end. Timing, we want to balance the pop-up conversion rate with the website conversion rate. So we don't want to just have the pop-up come up right away and then screw up the website's conversion rate, right? We want the pop-up to come up nice and late, not screw up that website's conversion rate, and so on. Then with the design, we want to make sure the value proposition is really clear. on the pop-up. We're going to show you this in just a second with examples. And the sequence, we want to build in a commitment and consistency bias, which I'm going to talk about here in just a sec. So the offer, this is the lead indicator of pop-up performance, right? So this is number one out of all of the 4 factors. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying give out the strongest offer possible. Just like we said, don't give out 25% off. We want to make sure that conversions and profitability are balanced together. So what we want to look at, depending on your brand, if you're a higher AOV and lower percentage margin on your products, try a fixed dollar amount off offer. The reason for this is that if, let's say you are $500 AOV and your profit margins are like 50% on your products landed, well, you can go for get 25% off or get $25 off your first order $500 and above, which then caps that at 5%. But then if someone spends $1,000, they only get 2.5%. So you can see here that kind of caps your downside. If you're lower AOV and higher margin, you can go for a fixed percentage off offer. That is generally best there. If you're mid to high AOV with small and popular SKUs, you can try a free gift with purchase offer. I love these when they work really well. And then there are other offers in between that you could try free shipping. You can try other things like that. So this is an example that I love to run through for one of our skincare clients because it is the absolute most ridiculous example I've ever seen of an offer completely opening up the game for us. Their old pop-up, we tried 10% off versus free shipping. The offer cost around $7 for the 10% off because it had an AOV of about $70. And for free shipping, their skincare heavy parcels cost about $12. So you can see super expensive there, almost 20%. Conversion rate in the pop-up was about 4%. We're seeing about 95 cents revenue per recipient between the two. There was no real difference there. We got the idea one day to try a free gift with purchase, which cost them $4 landed. It retailed for about $20. And we saw the conversion rate in the pop-up went from 4% to 9%. The revenue per recipient went from 95 cents to $5.58, which is absolutely bonkers, of course. So I've never seen an example this drastic since, but it just goes to show you that the offer can absolutely change things. So the TLDR here, test different offers. It's the ultimate indicator of list growth success, ultimate lead indicator. We then have timing, and this is a quick one. You know, some brands pop-ups actually kill their website's conversion rate and flatter the email marketing results because they pop up right away. And I don't know about you, but when I go onto a website and a pop-up comes up instantly, it is quite jarring for me, and I might just leave the website there and then. So you can see that the website's conversion rate can get really, really harmed by having a pop-up come up right away. We don't want that to happen. We want to kind of test this out, but it's best to delay your pop-up by at least 6 seconds on page load, or do it based on scroll stop on the page. So if they've scrolled, let's say 50% of the page or more. And then also something that we like doing just to get the lowest intent possible people, we like on desktop pop-ups, if we set them to be shown on exit intent, that is often a super, super good thing to do also. Final couple of things here before we show you a ton of examples. But the design, we just want to make sure that the offer, the value proposition is shown above all else. We want to make sure that that is really jumping out off the page and that everything else is almost small in comparison. Because when people go onto your website, you know, they are maybe clicked from social media, they're not exactly in the most attentive state possible. So we need to grab their attention and make it super clear for them what's actually in it for them once they sign up to our email list. People have different concerns. They've just come here from social media. They can have work concerns, personal concerns, and more. They're not just focusing on our website. They have other things on their mind. So we need to pull that attention somehow towards our website. So our pop-up needs to clearly convey what's in it for them if they sign up. Examples are coming here in just a second, I promise you. Final thing is the sequence. Keeping in line with our point that people are normally not entirely focused on our store, we can also use commitment and consistency as another trick here to sort of help us get better conversion rates. It's a super powerful lever in psychology. It can also be used in email collection forms. So we want to start with the smallest commitment possible before eventually moving on to the largest commitment possible. So generally with a pop-up, this will look like yes, no question to an email form, to an SMS form, to a code. And that's generally the best way to work with. We've gone through all of the principles. We've shown you at the high level what is actually going to affect the conversion rate of your pop-up a lot. So now we can show you some examples. So here are some examples of some super strong email and SMS pop-ups. You can see here we have our commitment and consistency bias pulled in with this yes, no question. You can see the offer is super, super prominent. It is delayed quite a lot on the page. And also you can see as well, they're a higher AOV brand. So $15 is actually less than 10% of their AOV. So you can see here we're kind of protecting margins that way. For these brands, they're a little bit lower AOVs. You can see 10% off is a little bit preferable. We still have this commitment and consistency bias here. You see the design is super prominent. You immediately see this 10% off before anything else here. This is really key with your design. You just need to be realizing that when people come onto your page, they have a ton of things on their mind, and being on our store and buying something is not going to be their number one concern. People live busy lives. We need to make sure that we're very clearly conveying what our value to them is. We can see here as well, once again, what do you notice? really strong pre-engagement here, that kind of commitment and consistency bias, making it hard to click the no thanks. This is so much more visible. And you can see here, this is so much more prominent than everything else on the page. You can also bring in some other ideas here, but just kind of bring in the principles of what I've spoken about here. I normally do not like spin to win pop-ups, but I actually think that this pop-up here is executed really, really well. You can see here the spin to win, you can see the different offers around here. I think it looks quite classy. I don't think it looks like a gimmicky sort of carnival game. So I actually like the design of this. Even here with the, you have one page, you can see the free shipping dominates everything else on the screen. You immediately know that that's the offer that you've got. This pop-up is a full page pop-up. I don't like how the 10% is kind of so small here. You can see a free Sunwing spoon. I think that's quite good, but I like the way that this is, you know, quite big all on the screen. We have kind of the yes no question here for that micro commitment. One thing I would definitely do here, if we were making this pop-up, is I would definitely just make that offer far more prominent and just make it dominate everything else on the screen. I don't think I go full page either, but I do like the way that this pop-up looks too. Now we are going to do something quite fun, which is that we are going to be building a high converting pop-up in real time. So I was wondering, who are we actually going to build this pop-up for? Who would it be interesting? And we just had the Champions League final, and I am a big fan of Real Madrid. So I decided that we would pick a very worldwide recognizable brand and build a pop-up for them. So we are going to be building a pop-up for the best football club in history, which is of course Real Madrid. Let's get into this. Okay, so we are in the signups section of Klaviyo, and we're actually just going to go and create a form here, and I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to work off of a template if there are any here that I like. So when you come into this section, just honestly work off one of the templates, and you'll find here that you're going to be able to find something that you like in most cases. So I'm just going to scroll down here, see if any takes my fancy. Remember, we're looking for something that will suit Real Madrid's aesthetic. I actually like this one here. I think this one can do. Let's go for this one. Let's go Real Madrid pop-up. We're just going to select a list here. I'm going to just go from newsletter, SMS. Let's go here, and we will go create form. I'm always going to leave on that create a teaser, or like leave a teaser here. Just kind of a better thing to do here. So what we'll do when we first come in here is taking in all of our principles into account. We're actually helping here a little bit by having a teaser, just in terms of it being a pre-engagement. But what we're going to do is actually make the email pop up first. Then we'll go through to the SMS stuff, and then we're actually going to make our sort of micro commitment yes no question. So this is taking its time to load. So I'm just going to go reload. That should fix it. Yep. There we go. So first thing that we're going to do, let's just move this here, and we'll just make this 10% off. And I'm actually going to go here. I'll go get, I'll make that all caps. Let me go in here, get 10% off your first order. I'm going to make this bigger. Or actually first, let's center align everything here first. Go here. I'm going to just grab this, and then we will put this, I'm going to say 46. Because then I can make this maybe 26. Yeah, that looks okay. Let me just go with this now. So you might have to just play around with this a little bit in terms of the pop-up itself, in terms of your fonts. Remember, what we're looking to do is we're looking to have this sort of jump off the screen. I'm actually just going to go with an enter with that, so they look about even. Maybe here I might go for like, yeah, that looks a little better in terms of the spacing. And then actually there, I'll do a proper enter with that. So you can see here, just to get the spacing right, I actually did shift enter on the top, and then just did a normal enter on the bottom. Sometimes with any sort of a pop-up builder, this is not unique to Klaviyo, but you will kind of have to just play around with things. It can be a little bit tricky, I suppose, in that respect. Like, there's just a couple of ways you need to sort of tinker around with it. Now, what I'm going to do here as well, just to make this as Real Madrid as possible, is I'm going to just replace this with an image that I've pulled in. We will select this one here. I think that looks pretty good. Now what we can do here, we're going to add a block. I'm going to add an image up here, and we're just going to select the Real Madrid logo. So that actually looks quite clean, I would say. This pop-up is looking pretty good on the whole. So what I'm going to do here as well is I'm just going to add an SMS opt-in. You can see here, this is going to be done after the email. So we're doing this step by step. I'm going to need to change the fonts here. I think that was Arial Black, was it? Yes, it was. So I will come in here, just highlight all of this. I'm just going to come in and find my font. I actually think this font looks okay, to be honest. I'm going to change the text color here also to black, and then similar thing here. just gonna change my text color here to black, as I don't think it is black. You can leave all of this language here. You're just gonna have to put in your own privacy policy. Don't fret too much over that. You can just basically put in your link that's already gonna be on your Shopify store right there. Not like you need to write out a massive privacy policy for your store or anything to that effect. I'm gonna just change this. We're gonna do the same with the border here. So we kind of have that, black and white aesthetic that we're sort of going for. This will need an image. We shall select Rodrigo this time, and he can pop in there. And we can kind of go through to success, add this here, a la Madrid, and then we'll come on here and we will just go with welcome 10. So this is also a cool thing that you can actually do with Klaviyo's pop-ups now, is that you can actually add a code onto this. So basically when someone comes onto the site, what you used to have to do was you would actually have to direct them away from your website, and they would have to go into their email inbox, then come back and purchase. It would just add so much friction that basically people would be less likely to convert, right? So like if people stay on the website, there's obviously better chance of them converting. I'm gonna find another image for this just here now, and we're just gonna upload an image here quickly. We will use yet another player here. I'm just laughing at this whole Madrid setup here. But what we're gonna do right now, right, is we're actually gonna come back here. We're just gonna go and we're gonna duplicate this step, right? So we're just gonna clone this and we're just gonna call this pre-engagement. You can call it whatever you want. You could call it micro commitment. You could call it yes, no question. You could call it whatever it is, but we're just gonna move this around to here, right? What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna remove this. I'm just gonna go no side image here. We're just gonna remove that. And then I'm just gonna come back here to blocks. So we're gonna drag that in beneath this. And then we're gonna do something, right? So I'm gonna change the text. I'm just gonna go, no, thanks. We're gonna make the text black so it kind of jumps off the screen. And what we're gonna do with this background color is we're just gonna make it the same as the pop-up. And then that'll go to close the form. I actually think on this, I might make this even bigger considering that we don't have an image. I'll just say yes. I'll just leave it at that. You can see here, want 10% off your first order. I'm just gonna go back out of that and see, can I just bin this here also? There we go. We'll delete that block. And then I think here also, we'll just add a little bit of padding to the bottom. So I just wanna make that a little bit kind of spaced out from the others. Kind of place here. Maybe 14 seems to, or maybe 12 to me seems about good. I want to make this box maybe have a little bit more space. So let me come back here. Padding for the top, we might just add a little more there. And here might go one or two. Oh, sorry, we'll go one or two more here. When you make your pop-up, is like just kind of play around with it. Like as in, don't view it as, everything needing to be absolutely perfect, or like you needing to kind of just think about it all and get it right first time. Is like how it looks to you. You're kind of sculpting it. You're almost prompting it a little bit more from here. You're just kind of like, oh, I don't like the way that looks exactly. So I'm going to change that a little bit. So you can see here, there's just a lot of, I suppose, playing around that goes into it. So then we have the SMS opt-in. Oh, that removed all the image for this. So let me see, right image, will that pull back in the image that I had? And will it do it? No, okay, it's going to do it for all of them. So I would actually prefer in this case to have no image. We've actually found in general, having no image generally gets a higher conversion rate here. I kind of like it for the aesthetic of that kind of Real Madrid kind of thing that we're going for. And then here, you can kind of just see here, once again, see how you just kind of have to run over it a number of times and just see how it all looks, to go and like center align something here, or just change the font size here. Oh, we're gonna have to edit this too, so you can see we're gonna change this back as well in terms of the font. Just highlight that, just give it the once over a number of times, and eventually you'll kind of wind up with, here we go from a teaser where people can actually, people can see the pop-up here, and then they can come into a pre-engagement, which is gonna be that yes, no. And we're gonna make that no as unattractive as possible, or just make it really hard to see compared to the yes. So we want this to really grab their attention with this not. Email opt-in, just pop their email in here, SMS opt-in, and then a quick success message where they can copy their code so they don't have to actually leave the site, and they can actually just use their code and convert right there and then. So I think that pop-up looks pretty good. You can kind of see how we run through everything. With that out of the way, let's get back to the rest of the video. So now that we've gotten through, I suppose, the more fun part of the video of actually creating a pop-up for none other than Real Madrid, we're going to go into some other strategies you can use, which are more advanced strategies in terms of growing your list, and probably some hidden ways a lot of people actually don't know about, but these are really, really good ways for you to grow your list. We often use a platform called Dataships for our clients. We are not sponsored by Dataships here. They are good friends of ours. They're actually also Irish, much like myself, and it's just a great platform. That's why we're putting it in the video. What you have, I have this example pulled in from them. You can see here, just crediting them here, is that in the normal way of collecting email consent at checkout, we have an unticked box that people have to tick. So we say, would you like to sign up for email here? They have to manually select that box, which is more friction. And obviously one of the cardinal rules of online marketing is to reduce friction as much as humanly possible. And Dataships does that really effectively. So what Dataships does is it makes the consent box pre-selected with compliant language that dynamically changes depending on the region someone's in. So you'll see that these laws are far different. Let's say in the USA, it has very little required language. Down here, at checkout, this is a UK example here. And then if someone's from Germany, this could be really, this could be 2 paragraphs. Germany are quite strict when it comes to online marketing and GDPR and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, you will literally have 2 paragraphs here for a German brand. And why Dataships is so effective is because we invert things and we're still legal and compliant by using that language when we pre-select the box. But with a lot of our clients before Dataships, we see like maybe 5 to 10% take rates at checkout, which is of course quite low. With Dataships, that becomes 70 to sometimes 90%. We've seen 88% with one of our clients in the not too distant past, and that is a huge lift in list growth, of course. So at 3,000 new customers per month, that is literally the difference between 150 to 300 new subscribers and 2,100 to 2,700 new subscribers. So over the course of a year, you will have completely changed the game for yourself if you have a platform like Dataships installed. This is something very few people know about, but it's an incredible way to, as you can see here, literally what is that, 15x your list growth here in some cases. The next tip I have is not actually about your email list, but about your SMS list. It's about something that a lot of people really don't do whatsoever, which is that you can push email traffic to your SMS list through email campaigns and post-purchase emails. And you will get an amazing take rate here, because if people like getting your emails, there's a good chance they'll actually like getting your text messages as well, just for whatever reason they haven't yet signed up. So what you can do is make a blank page in Shopify, add a Klaviyo embed, or add an embedded form from whatever SMS platform you use into that page, and then you can send an email to your list via a campaign, or also in the post-purchase flow, as we often like to do for our clients. And you can push people into that SMS form embed so they can actually give you their phone number also. We see really, really strong take rates. It's another one of those things where if you're consistently doing this, particularly through an automated flow like the post-purchase flow, you will actually change the game for yourself again over the course of a year, because you will have so many people who have just been joining month over month over month. And when you get to a period like Black Friday and you have a couple thousand extra phone numbers, it actually makes a huge difference in periods like that. So do not sleep on a tactic like this either. Your SMS list is also super, super important. And there we have it. That is the entire list growth guide. Here we've covered the importance of list growth, the numbers behind everything, and how that really affects things over a 6-month slope, and not to neglect that and not to sort of play down how big of an effect this actually has in the overall email marketing channel, how to make an effective pop-up form, a full pop-up form design process, how to grow your list through other methods, and more. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you're following below. Our email list is here. It's in the description of the video. Our LinkedIn's are also here. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel below if you enjoy videos like these. If you're a brand doing over $100,000 a month online on Shopify, you can book in a complimentary consultation with us below. We can assess your goals. We can talk about how our systems can help your brand grow sustainably. You can find that link in the comment section or in the description of this video. And finally, now that you have amazing list growth, you want to make sure that that is now feeding proper flows. If you want to find out how to build an elite suite of flows for your e-commerce brand to make the most of the new list growth that you're going to be unlocking for yourself, you can click on this video here. I'll see you there. Okay, so potentially our most requested video ever, at least in the last couple of months, and it is of course going to be an email design masterclass. We're going to be showing you everything from the principles of design, from the actual tools that we use, how to become something of a designer yourself in the process, and of course the main thing, making sure that you can increase your click-through rates, do that while increasing your brand perception and also increasing revenue above all. So without further ado, let's get into it. Here you can see 2 Connors, Kensington Media House. You can see we've done some cool stuff in the last few years for some cool brands. You can see us, some more of our links below, and then of course you have our 3x weekly newsletter. Definitely join there for free guides better than anyone else's paid stuff. Pretty simple, and yeah, we'll send more guides like this right to your email. So first thing with Design 101, the first thing we're actually going to run you through is the tool that we use. So the main tool that we use at our agency for design is really Figma. Now we use the Adobe Creative Suite as well. We use Adobe XD, we use Illustrator, we use Photoshop. But in terms of laying things out and making things as simple as possible for ourselves, Figma is absolutely incredible, right? It's really good for laying out emails, really good for laying out wireframes, really good for setting up the structure of an email so that it converts. So if you combine that with actual good design skills as well, you can set up your templates in Figma in a position where you can always make your emails convert, just from a structure perspective, right? I would advise you, Canva's a pretty good tool as well. I think that's probably an elephant in the room somewhat, why not use Canva? And you definitely can use Canva, at least for certain design elements. It definitely is a little bit more difficult in Canva to output emails which are really professional, right? If you're looking to generate some of the emails that I'm going to be showing you here in just a second from Canva,
it's going to be nigh on impossible. I think you're going to need to use a mix, really, particularly if you're, a multi-7, 8, multi-8 figure brand, especially if you're a 9-figure brand. I wouldn't say there are many 9-figure brands out there using Canva. Really what you want to do is use the Adobe suite, use that for all of your design elements and for creating kind of, the specific elements that go into the design, but then for laying things out, kind of collaborating with your team, Figma is going to be your best bet, right? So another thing as well, I know a lot of people who watch these videos are email marketers and other email marketing agencies looking to kind of continuously improve as well. So if you're not using Figma for your clients, I highly recommend it from that collaboration point of view, because you can just make edits in real time and keep things going, keep production, ahead of speed all the time, right? So this is Figma here. You can click this link and you can open this up and you can take a wee look. That's going to open up all of my files because I'm currently signed in, as I always am. And yeah, I use the desktop app more than anything, but I'm actually going to be designing an email for a brand that you guys know towards the end of this video, in Figma on desktop, right? So quick Figma overview as well for you guys. What is Figma? Web-based collaborative tool. The main thing is the intuitive interface, and it's also like cloud-based. So you can basically get all of your clients, or you can get other people in your team, and you can basically get everything. You can get everyone working together. It is also near foolproof to use, right? It's super, super simple to use. And yeah, it's probably my favorite design tool I've used because, as you're about to see in a couple of minutes, I'm not the best designer in the world. I know some stuff, but I'm definitely not the best designer in the world. Why would you use Figma? Super flexible. Like, you can make custom email layouts. You can make your templates, like I said, with certain structures, so that you know that they're always going to convert. Even if you're not the best designer, you can at least make your job easier for yourself by setting up your emails once in kind of a set and then top up position, rather than having to work miracles every single email. Ease of export, you can export things into different file types, PNG, PDF, and of course JPEG. And as well with JPEGs, this is kind of like a niche kind of thing a lot of people don't know, but JPEGs are smaller files than PNGs, and sometimes that has the downside of being lower quality, right? So we can basically export really, really high quality JPEGs from Figma also, so you can keep small files that load quickly in someone's email service. Providers such as Gmail, they also look really good at the same time, even for being small files. And then the main thing is just how collaboration friendly it is. It's so easy to work with your team in Figma here, as you can kind of see. So super simple to use, really easy to pull in reusable components. You can use a lot of cool plugins as well, like generating placeholder text or importing icons. Like you can pull in lorem ipsum text and so on. If you're just making a wireframe for clients, if you actually are a designer watching this as well, you can do that really simply. And then you can easily track changes as well. So you can go back to your old versions and comments and so on, so you can actually track all of your work, much like a Google Doc, where you can actually return to old versions of what you've been creating. So that actually makes it so mistakes aren't costly, because when you're designing emails, it's not going to go 100% perfect. You're going to be messing around with things for a little while and trying to figure out, why is this not working exactly the way I want it to? There's always that element of things. And then it integrates really nicely with Photoshop and with any of kind of the Adobe suite, which is what we use. If you want to use Canva, it integrates with that really nicely as well. So yeah, you can just pull in things like that. A couple of things here of how you can kind of collab with people. This comment feature as well, which is now moved to down here as I have in the image, is really, really cool. And then we can kind of just export files like that too. So start simple. I do want to kind of emphasize that. Make sure that you start simple and just go with a clean layout with consistent fonts and colors, and then just like use grids and so on, right? So we're about to get to a point where I'm going to design an email, but I just want to show you guys first, what are we actually looking to achieve with design? What are the principles of good design for e-commerce email marketing? What actually goes into making good emails? How can we set ourselves up in a position where every email we make is at least decent, at the very least, so that we're doing well from a structure perspective. So first thing, focus on a clear visual hierarchy. You want to be able to just follow all the way down the email. You almost want the viewer's eyes to just be able to flow down the email and everything to follow really naturally. You don't want things to be heavy on the eye and kind of make it kind of effortful. You want to make it effortless for them to be able to go down the email. So everything, your primary message needs to stand out immediately. People are really going to just glean that from the email. They're not going to remember everything that you wrote, so you need to make sure that primary message stands out immediately, whether it's their welcome discount, whether it's a new product release, or whatever it is. Whatever email you are sending, that first primary message needs to stand out, and needs to stand out right away. Subheadline supporting text, just use smaller fonts for supporting details. Don't make the email overcrowded. I think a lot of brands actually do this, especially this Black Friday con. I've been looking at a lot of emails in my inbox from different brands, and yeah, kind of a lot of crowded emails. Call to action, visibility, these need to be prominent and actionable. This will kind of depend a little bit. We're actually gonna be making an email for a fashion brand where you kind of wouldn't really do this exactly, but if you're kind of more in the supplement space, or you're more in other spaces where it's not so much a case of just showing off clothes and kind of showing off the fashion and kind of aesthetic, then yeah, just make these as prominent as possible, like probably more prominent than you would ever really think. Product placement, just make everything clear with the products. Don't crowd the product space. Optimize for mobile, make sure everything's good for mobile first. Most people read on their mobile phone. You know, a lot of people think about this with mobile traffic to their website, but a lot of people don't think about this with mobile emails. So just make sure that CTAs have enough spacing around them. If you need to put all of your CTAs as images, that will actually make it so things, you know, are the right size and kind of scale up and scale down effectively. Vertical layouts, same thing. So just make sure things don't get kind of, you know, compacted in the way. And yeah, just make sure it looks good. Brand consistency, just make sure, you know, you set up like templates for your brand. So same colors, same fonts, same typography, all of that kind of stuff, same transitions even within the emails, just so you develop your own house style and people know it's you. Personalization, we'll kind of get into that shortly. And then for white space, we'll show you what the email I'm about to design. You know, I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous for it in terms of how it's going to turn out, because it's for a fashion brand, for my favorite fashion brand ever actually. And it's going to need to have a lot of breathing room. So we'll just see how we can effectively do that. CTAs, just make sure that these are pretty simple and action oriented. Make sure that, you know, we're using compressed images like we spoke about. You know, probably steer away from PNGs, at least for the hero image, as much as possible, and just make sure that, you know, you're using, you know, JPEGs. If you are using a PNG, and let's say you're using a software that's kind of difficult to export in anything but a PNG, there is a website here I will show you, which is called, oopsie, I will type it in here. It is called squoosh.app. So you can just go here, squoosh.app, and then you can pull in your PNG and it will actually turn it into a high quality JPEG, and it will compress the image 60 to 90% in terms of size, and it'll maintain most of the quality, right? Final thing, visual appeal, just make sure, you know, visual emotional appeal, make sure these are factored in, and just make sure that things are aligned, right? So first thing, the number one pitfall to avoid, we've busted out the bell curve meme again, right? So prettiness does not equal conversions. I really want to get this into people's head, especially if you're in like the consumable space or your direct response brand or whatever it is. An ugly email that is easy to click will beat a pretty email that is not easy to click any day of the week and twice on Sundays, right? So here we have, you know, I put a CTA above the fold and had good email structure on both ends. And we have this person said, but I remade every section and use unique dividers to make the email flow and 4 paragraphs of copy. The principles are more important. Structuring the email to convert is far more important, you know, than getting into fancy details and spending a lot of time there. So final kind of thing that we'll go into before we go into designing is this, right? We're going to go through a couple of images. So this is an example of an email that's structured well. We have lots of space. We have one clear theme that's really visible. We have a call to action above the fold. This means before someone has to scroll, right? So this call to action is nice and high. And then we have nice clean copy that conveys the main message of the email and kind of shows clear product images. We have lots of space here, and then we just show benefits of our product and how it can help. And we get one final CTA that hasn't really exported properly, but yeah, the text is a lot smaller there. Pretty nice email on the whole, right? Here we have a really, really nice email as well. I should just kind of get my zooming correct here. You can see a call to action nice and high. That's really, really important in your email. So you have a call to action nice and high. This makes the email as easy to click as humanly possible. And you can see this coming into kind of summer and just saying, you know, in a typically, you know, tough time to sell radiators in this brand's case, you can see here's a sales argument as to why you should buy in summer, right? So we come down here, lots of space with the copy, you know, very clear headings, you know exactly what the theme of the email is in one go like that. And then we go through benefits and we go to kind of sell our products, and then a nice big clear call to action at the end, along with a lot of social proof for the brand here, right? So then I'm going to show you some emails that, you know, this is not to slate these brands, but these were some emails I picked up on mill.com. And you know, as you can kind of see here, right, like this email, let me zoom back out, you can see it's not too bad. I mean, like this definitely gives, gives the main kind of message of the email, you know, that Black Friday is coming soon, or sorry, Black Friday is ending soon, I should say. But here, it's not so easy to click. You know, this hero section is probably a bit long. This is one thing, it's actually why I wanted to show you guys a fashion email, because sometimes in fashion, it can be a little bit harder to make those shorter hero sections while not putting text and buttons over the clothing, because in fashion, you really just want to show off the products. It's not this case of using aggressive copy or anything like that. It's more so a visual aesthetic game. But here, it's, you know, it's not a bad email, but it's definitely not the most clickable. As you can see, it's like one big image. And then, you know, the visual hierarchy is a little bit off. You know, it goes from big to small to big in terms of text, and then kind of a smaller button. And then here is actually just kind of like a little bit difficult to read, right? Like the message of, you know, this is the name of the brand, Jean Premier. You just notice the brand name. You don't actually notice the message, which is actually saying that during this Black Friday, they have 15% off everything. Here, you know, the visual hierarchy, and this isn't too clickable. You know, there's no button until about here, and the button's quite small, and it's quite missable, actually, if you were scrolling through here. So for Jean Premier, I would say that this is, you know, not their best, you know, so to speak. But yeah, this is just like what the example of what a good email will look like. and then what a not so good email will look like. So what we're going to do now, I'm actually going to jump into Figma. I'm going to design an email live for a brand that you will all know. So let's get over here. So the brand that I'm going to be designing for, as you can see here, is going to be none other than Ralph Lauren, right? This is a little bit difficult because a lot of the principles of conversion go kind of out the window when it comes to fashion, right? As in, you don't want to be going super aggressive with the design. You don't want everything being really loud. A call to action really high above the fold can be, I don't know, it can look a little bit jarring and kind of not fashion-like. So within fashion, you're kind of walking a tightrope in general, but a lot of the people who've requested certain videos, or a lot of the people who've come through and actually become clients from these YouTube videos, a lot of them are actually in the fashion space or in clothing in one way or another. So I think that kind of relates to a lot of my audience here in a bit. So I just said that we would do an email for a fashion brand and make things nice and clear. What we're gonna do, so the first thing that we're gonna do when we come into Figma, right? So you see all of these things here. You can see I can move around here. I have this hand tool, I have scale. And then here I can make different sections, right? So I can just make like a section here, and then we have kind of a frame to put in our email. Let me actually make this nice and long. Okay, cool. So we have our section here, and within this section, we're gonna make our email, right? So first thing I'm gonna do is just gonna make a rectangle. This is gonna be our header section. And then what I wanna do in this, I'm just gonna put this at 600 because the width of an email is 600. And then I'm gonna zoom in here. So this thing is actually, big enough. And then here, typical height section for here, let's go like 120 megapixels. And yeah, I'm actually gonna put in with this section, what color is that? That's D9, D9, D9. I actually might do that for the section and then turn this into white. So we'll go D9, 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 and then we'll go here for the section, and then we're gonna turn this into white so it kind of stands out a little bit more and kind of is a little bit more of that Ralph Lauren aesthetic. We are gonna use a white background. And what I'm gonna do briefly here, we'll teleport forward in the video so you guys don't have to wait, is I will just find some design elements that I can use here. I'll find something I can use for a hero image. I'll find something I can use in terms of a logo that I can put into the top of this email. And then yeah, we'll go from there, and we'll start to kind of fashion this email and make it in terms of the buttons and so on, so it can be good to go. So I will be back in just a moment. Okay, so we are back. We have a little logo here. We have a hero image that I think could look like a general welcome series because it's unisex. We're just gonna do a quick 10% code here and see how this looks. So we will take our logo here for Ralph Lauren. I think that looks good, although it's a little bit crowded. I would probably do this as a bit higher. Let's see, like 160. You can see here, right, we're gonna align these, and we're going to basically have everything at 600 pixels wide. I actually think that looks kind of clean in the top. I think this email could actually turn out quite good, even though I'm not the best designer in the world, self-admittedly. And here, so we have our first problem, right? Which is that, as you've seen for all of those emails that are designed nicely, you have a call to action above the fold. You have a call to action that's nice and visible. You have a headline that's very clear. And right here, what we see is there's a problem with this image is that we don't really have any space above here to put anything. We could try and come onto the image and make it smaller, but look at what happens there. So we'll just go Command Z, get that back to where it needs to be. This image I think looks really clean, but what we need to do is create some space here so that we can actually put in a headline, we can put in a call to action. What I'm gonna do here is, with this kind of circle to square that we have, I'm actually gonna do something, just because this gradient is kind of like, it looks like a stained background, if you can kind of see, right? Like it's not like one solid color behind. But fortunately for us, when we go to transition out of this into the body copy section, this is actually like a solid color here. So what I'm actually gonna do, right, we're gonna pull out our trusty rectangle tool, looks like that. And then we're just gonna go here, and I'm gonna probably just make like a small one. So that's 602, let me just make this 600. Okay, so that looks okay. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just drag this down here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a gradient here just to fade this property, and just so I can keep this at kind of more of a local level. I might change how tall this is, to be fair, but the height will change. But yeah, that'll be about it. So what we're just gonna do, we'll come in here with this gradient. Let's go here. We're just gonna make this a little bit. Let me just zoom in here. So with your gradient, right, you'd wanna kind of turn this. So here, there we go. So I can kind of get this, right. And then here, I'm just gonna pull in a second color just so this fades in kind of nicely into the bottom color here. So this is gonna go kind of lighter, or kind of darker into lighter, and then we're gonna go down kind of light there again. So I'm just gonna get another color here. What I'm gonna use is just a little tool here called Colorzilla, and I will go pick color from page, and then I will find the exact color that this is meant to be on the page. Here, actually that will need to be 100, so I'll just need to look hard. And then yeah, we're kind of getting this to come together. So here as well, just to go with this darker color, you put that in there, and then you can kind of see this gradient is actually looking half decent. So yeah, we're just gonna need to fade that in. Why is that not looking right? Right, so these are kind of the points we look at where we don't want this to be like a hard kind of gradient here. So what I'm actually gonna do, I might change the angle of this, because sometimes it's not actually the fading in color. What's happening is that like the angle sometimes when this background, because it's not a solid color, is actually what you need to change. So I'm going to change that right now. Let me change in here, and I will just move that up. So what I think is going wrong here is that when we're fading in from two colors, it's basically making this kind of harsh, right? It's making the transition just kind of look quite obvious to me. And so what we're actually just going to go in and do here, we'll just go in and add an extra color here. And we're just gonna like change the angle somewhat. We put that like 160. And what I'll just show you with this final color down here is we will just change things up a little bit so I can kind of pull in a little bit more slightly. And when it comes from this angle, when you do three colors like this, kind of three stops within the gradient, you can move the angle a little bit. I think we can make this look a bit smoother. So I know we're emphasizing a lot on the gradient here, but it is really, really important that the email flows in one piece. Okay, so we have this gone in here. This now looks like it's faded in a little bit more. And yeah, I'm like pretty happy here, as we can see with this. Just need to get a text section going, and I'm just gonna like pull this here, and I will drop this. Let's just go welcome, and we'll find the font here in just a second. It's gonna work for us. Let me just drag this out so it'll be wide enough, and then I'll pull this over here, and it's not letting me do that. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna pull this and I'm just gonna put it on top of this. So then on the side, at least, it will enable me to do that. So what I need to do really quickly is go and find the fonts, something roughly that I can use that's like a Google font that we can use for Ralph Lauren here, and then we can download their fonts and then we can use it from there. So what I have done is I've found a font that I think looks like pretty similar to Ralph Lauren's. This is called Dido. It is an Adobe font. For your fonts, ideally, you would ideally have them be like Google fonts or have them be Adobe fonts. For that reason, they're like universal. So here, I think enjoy 10% off. I'm just gonna go copy, and then I'm just gonna drag this up here. I'm gonna make this instead of, what is that at 65? Let's make this like 35, see what that does. Let's say a season of giving. How does that look? I feel that is a little bit big. Let's go 32. I like 32, looks good. Now, the other thing that we're going to have to add in here is a button. So what you can see here is that we have the main design principle working here, right? Like we have like the main message of the email, very understandable just from the get-go. The second someone opens the email, they understand what's going on here. But right now we need a button because we need to have this be super clickable. Let me go here. I'm going to go rectangle. I'll put this rectangle above the frame, and then this rectangle can go here, so I can move it above here. Cool, so what I'll do with this, so I'll maybe make this like 180 wide. How would that look? I think that could be okay. Make it like 180 and 50. That is looking okay. I think that can go here. And then just what I want to do, I don't want this to be like super, super clear. So okay, so it'll ask me for some text here. I'll just put this as like shop now. That's gonna have to be smaller. It's probably gonna have to be like 20. Let's pull this in here. Cool, so we've got that here. What we can just do now is just for the corner radius, we'll probably make this like 60, and that actually looks okay. I can go 60, then just for the fill, I'm actually just gonna make this translucent, and then I'm gonna give it kind of an outline here, which we're just gonna do with the stroke effect. And pretty much that's quickly come together and actually looks okay. I feel like I would maybe go for, this is gonna be called a serif font, essentially fancy looking fonts that kind of have little ornaments around here where you see details essentially to the font. That's a serif font. Sans serif, meaning without serif. That is going to be like a more basic, robotic, straight kind of shooter looking font. I actually feel like this is okay in fashion, but I probably would use a sans serif. Let me see here. I'd probably use, let's see how Helvetic I would look with that. I think, no, that doesn't look right at all. Let's see here, bricolage grotesque. I like that. Now, that to me looks a lot better. This kind of stands out a lot more. This is another thing you can do with typography. Generally, with the fonts that you use for your brand, you will have, two fonts essentially, probably two main fonts that you use for your brand. If one's a serif and one's a sans serif, it essentially makes things easier to read, like looking on your eye, right? So we'll remember that's bricolage grotesque. Now, watch this. Just look how heavy this is on your eyes. Look, when it goes to Dido, it doesn't stand out or anything like that. But then when we go back to our bricolage grotesque, it stands out a lot more because you have the serif and then you have the sans serif. It just creates kind of contrast within the email and makes it easier to read as a result. Green light, we're looking okay here. Now it's time to move on to the next section of our email. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, classic, is we're gonna use our rectangling tool. We're just gonna bring that here. Let's see how this looks. I'm gonna put this at 600 once again, as you guys know. And then we're just gonna go with the fill and we'll put this as that color and see how that looks. It doesn't flow the way I want it to, so I will just go with ColorZilla once more, because I know this looks like a solid color, but I just need to figure out what it actually is. So we'll go pick color from page. ColorZilla, one of the best tools you will ever find out there. DFD1C4, and okay. I like that. That looks good for me. So I'm gonna pull this down here. Let's just pull this section down as much as it needs to be. And I'm actually gonna do a rectangle within a rectangle, right? So I'm actually gonna do for the text section for a fashion email here, I'm gonna make it a white text block, and then I'm gonna put black text into that white text block, right? So we're gonna do another rectangle here. Just a sec, I'll show you how that looks. Trusty rectangle tool, we will go with, make that white. Okay, that's looking better. And I feel like, what if that's like a cool 500? How will that look? Yeah, I think that looks a lot better actually. So I'll move this down here. We'll see how much text that we'll put in here. Maybe we'll go like 500 by 550. Cool, that looks good to me. And then I'm just gonna find some lorem ipsum text from the internet. We're just gonna put that in there for the time being, because this is just gonna be about the design. Okay, so we found some lorem ipsum text. We have our font in here, which is gonna be our bricolage grotesque. And I'm not gonna lie, I think this is actually turning out half okay, given what I thought this would look like not too long ago. So yeah, I actually think that looks kind of good, if I may say so myself. So now, just for sake of tidiness, what I'm actually gonna do is just gonna drag this up here so it kind of flows in one section, okay? Then what I'm gonna do is just make another rectangle. There's a reason for this. It's just that when you're exporting this, it's a lot cleaner to do it this way. Let me just grab that here with 597 with 600. And we're just gonna use this as kind of a breaker of sorts, right? So we get that background color again, DFD1C4. And then when we come in here, we're just gonna have this be a breaker that takes up text, okay? So the reason that this is gonna be easier is that if we're exporting this as another image, we just wanna use smaller files, right? We don't wanna be importing massive images. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use that Dido font. I'm just gonna drag that here for text. What font was I using there? Or sorry, what font size? That's 65. Oh, let me grab that Dido text again, 65. I'll put this in like, I don't know, I'll put this in like 50 favorites. I'll use this in American English as much as it pains me. And I'll move that here. That looks good around there. So some of our favorites would maybe make this a little bit shorter. Maybe if I make this like 160 didn't really change that. What if I go 150? Yeah, I prefer that around there. And then, oh, Command Z, we'll just grab our text here and then just move that into the middle. And yeah, I think that's actually looking pretty good now. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna find a few product suggestions, and we're just gonna pull those in. So I'm on the Ralph Lauren website. We're just gonna find a couple of product images that look pretty cool here. Ideally ones that have models in them. We see, once again, that infamous background that almost foiled me with the gradient style. I think some of these look pretty good. What I wanna do just to make this unisex, so I'm gonna find some images that we can actually use that have both a male and a female model in there, and then we can go from there. Okay, so we are back and we have found 3 images which seem to fit the bill. So we've got this one in here, which yeah, shows off that hoodie. These ones here which show off a couple of t-shirts, and here we got kind of like this sort of nice, almost like mesh or like French terry kind of style shirts here, which I think are pretty cool. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna make a section here, and we're gonna go image text, text image, image text, text image, right? So we're just gonna go here, we'll go with this kind of moved over onto the left. I think this can kind of move in around here or so, and then kind of we'll have the next layout, which will be this frame, and then we will kind of have this be, you know, the next sort of frame there as well, right? So these are laid out kind of properly to the point where, you know, we can put text here, text here, text here, and they'll look kind of nice. So we will go back, we'll move that image out of there, and we'll go back to our famous rectangle tool, and we will make this will need to be taller than that image, right? So it'll have to be like, get that over to like 450 potentially. You can see here as well, you have to kind of do a lot of playing around with these just to get them to look right. So here, I'm gonna have to just take my color here, I'll just take that, go with the fill, and here, maybe I'll go at like 600, and then I will go with here, I think 450 should probably do us. This can just move up here, and then we'll see how this comes into here. And I'll just go and bring to front, And then, yeah, I think that looks good. I'll go here, Command C and V, and we'll go copy, move that to like here. There we go. And then we'll go with here. We'll just go bring to front. And then finally, we will go and we'll do this once more. And we will grab this and we will go and we'll just bring this to front so we can kind of see if everything is, you know, lining up properly. So that will need to alignment. Let's just make sure these are fully aligned. Yeah, so there's 41 gap between each one. Cool, perfect. So now what we're gonna do with these is we're gonna add some text and then we're gonna add a little button here as well. So we can see we got a nice little section here and this is starting to flow quite nicely as well. So I will add some text here. This is called a fleece hoodie. Then I'll add some text for the other one. Go in here, classic fit, polo sport, jersey, t-shirt. I'll fix this in just a second. I'm just pulling in these names from the site. Then I'll come in here, original fit mesh polo shirt. Right now I have a little bit of a mess to fix up here and that I need to get these to kind of fit properly. But other than that, I think they actually look okay. This one, that looks good. Let's just click around here just to make sure that this is aligned. Cool, and they all look to be aligned. What we'll do now is just one more text section, which is going to be body text. And we'll pull this in here and we'll add all this text. Okay, so I've pulled in this description. I kept everything in this Dido font. I actually think this looks okay. The last thing that's missing here is a button. So I'm just going to take out my rectangular tool. We're just going to drop this button in here just inside the section. This gives us our little button here. I'm just going to play around with the rounding here for a second, then I'll put some text over this. You can kind of see here. So what I did, like this color, and then, you know, we kept this with straight edges here. It is 204 high, and then it is 36 or 204 wide in terms of pixels, and then 36 high. I actually think this looks pretty okay. What I'll do now is I'll do that for the other two product sections and we can see how we go. Okay, cool. I think I have these aligned properly and I think they actually look okay. So this product section is now successfully put into the email. I kind of need to get rid of the frame 4 section, but other than that, you know, here it's going to give me something and say frame above. But yeah, I actually think we're looking okay here. It's not going to export with that frame on there, thankfully, you know, at least with the text on there. But yeah, I think it looks pretty decent overall. Final thing that we're going to pull in right now is just one more text section. I'm literally just going to go, one more text section. Well, yeah, we are going to pull in text, but I'm just going to put in one more rectangle here. I'm just going to put this once again at our famous 600 pixels wide. And then here, let me just see how tall that other one was. So that was about 550. Okay, so we'll go here and we will go with this and we'll go to 550. I'll go in here, fill this in with white, and yeah, I think that looks pretty decent. We'll come in here and now this time with this text section, what we're going to do is we're going to put this into, you know, lorem ipsum. We're just going to put this into a bigger font. We'll put this into like 30 and we're just going to change the font back to our bricolage grotesque from earlier. I'm just going to copy in some example text here. Cool, I think that actually looks all right. I think so. Let me just align this a little bit more and see. I think just because there's, you know, the text looks a little bit big, I think what I'm actually just gonna have to do is just make this a little longer, maybe make it like 580 and just see how that does. I'm pretty happy with how that looks right now, right about there. Pretty happy with how that looks. We're gonna go one more rectangle here. I'm just gonna make this built out for the button sections. So I'm just gonna go here 160 and then here we'll go into, I'm actually just gonna copy one of these buttons that we've made and I will pull this over here, go here, I'm gonna go bring to front, there we go. I think that actually looks pretty good. I'm gonna move this up a tad, maybe move this up a tad too, and then boom, I actually think that looks decent. Perfect. Okay, so final thing that we need to make here is just a quick little footer. We're just gonna make one more rectangle here in Figma, so our famous rectangle tool, and then we'll be good to go. So just gonna draw this here as well, and then what I'm gonna do, just put in the fill, make this 600 pixels wide as usual. I'll put in the fill. The only thing we're gonna do is take the logo from the top here, and then what I'm gonna do is put in Ralph Lauren's address, and then we should be good to go, and we'll see how that looks in just a second. And boom, there it is. We might do one little section here, which will just say if you wanna not receive these emails in future, you can unsubscribe. And that will essentially be it. I will do that and I'll make it this background color here. One moment. We'll put that in here and then I'll put in my little bit of text and boom, we are done. That is essentially how we're going to do things in Figma. Let's take a little look at this email. We'll go through it again from top to bottom. We see the header here, nice call to action above the fold. Actually looks pretty decent if I do say so myself. And we can see here, body here, not doing too badly. And yeah, it all just kind of looks and flows into one another here quite nicely. So that is essentially the entire design guide. Like we said, you can join our newsletter below for more guides just like this, 3 per week. You'll get some really, really good emails in there, which will have better free guides than anyone else has paid. Here you can connect with us down below on all of these social media platforms. And yeah, if you need more help, you're doing at least 100K a month in direct to consumer revenue, you can check us out here. This is part of our broader email marketing series we have on the channel. We have a full email marketing course, which is really exhaustive. That has everything you could ever want to know about email. If you want to check that out, you can click right here and I will see you in the next video.
This email flow is the single most important flow you will have in your entire account. If done right, it can be responsible for literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, but in the accounts that we audit each week, we see the same mistakes. It's also a flow that's crucial to the front end success of your channels like Facebook ads and Google ads, so it's super crucial that you get it right. We're going to be showing you full examples of emails end to end, the exact flow structure we would recommend for your brand as standard, and also technically how to think about this flow for your brand personally so you can drive the maximum amount of revenue and efficiency out of it every single month. This flow is of course the welcome series, and we're about to go into this document right here and show you all the stops on how to make the highest performing flow possible that you can and drive hundreds of thousands in sales for your brand from this email flow alone. Let's get into it. Like I said, in the accounts that we audit every single week, we often see the exact same mistakes, even from brands that are doing 8 figures in yearly revenue. So no one is immune to these. We'll go through this guide step by step, all of the examples, all the exact flow structures, how to think about the flow, and we will fix all of those problems one by one for you and leave you with a high converting flow. When you nail the welcome series, you can see results like these, where you see hundreds of thousands being generated in a single month here. Another one here generating nearly $200,000 in a single month. You can see here about 80K and then £61,000 being generated in a single month just from these flows alone. This is when you have it absolutely nailed, when all the stops are pulled out, the structure is correct, the content is correct, you're testing, you know exactly what your audience wants to receive and exactly how to convert as many people as possible at the beginning of the flow, the middle of the flow, and of course at the very end of the flow. So before we begin, I want to go into a couple of FAQs just to really make this super clear for you guys of what we're going to be covering today. So first, what's the welcome series? It's an automated series of emails sent out to subscribers when they first join your list to nurture them, educate them, and ultimately drive revenue for your brand. It's different to other flows in the sense that it's the very first touch point with that customer, so you need to make an impression. It really sets the tone of that relationship from there on out with you emailing them. We're also going to suggest making a longer flow here. So a lot of people ask, how can I have good content in every email? We're going to show you the entire step-by-step here. You probably have better content for your brand than you actually realize, and you may not be aware of just how wide the range of topics can possibly be in a welcome series. So we're going to show you all of that here as well. Finally, what levers will be covered today? We're going to be going through the flow overview, how to think about strategy and flow structure, what content to put in each email, and how to keep conversions coming at the end of the flow. These to me are the absolute most important factors that we need to show you today. Like I said, with it being the most important flow in the entire account, we need to make sure it's absolutely nailed and we make a good first impression. And 3 things which really kill us from doing that are not following the 3 cardinal rules, which are you need to maximize early conversions, you need to brand build in the middle to tell people what you are about as a brand and try to win them over to you in terms of your messaging. And finally, you want to be scooping up later conversions in the flow and not just relying on the first couple of emails. You want to really maximize efficiency from these people because you're probably getting them from Meta ads or Google ads and you're, as a result, paying really good money for those leads. So we need to maximize those conversions at the end. Everything that we touch on later on in this video will tie back to one of those 3. We're always trying to do one of these 3 or a couple of those 3. And a few ways that people often screw this up are the 4 welcome series pitfalls, which as you can see here, we definitely want to avoid being this guy right here. So we want to avoid it being too short, which to me means being less than 6 emails. We want to avoid just selling and mix in some content emails. And we want to make sure we're varying or increasing that incentive later on. You can kind of see how these tie back to the 3 cardinal rules already. We want to make sure that the copy isn't boring, that we try to not exactly deviate from brand voice necessarily, but just keep it a bit more lively than you otherwise would in your normal campaigns to avoid these mistakes. Let's go through this one here of avoiding it being short. I'm going to, of course, show you exact emails, but I don't just want to show you the exact emails. Those will come a little bit later on in the video like we discussed, because I want to show you how to think about this and show you that you can have really broad content within a welcome series. You know, I've received welcome series emails before where I genuinely wondered if I were in a welcome flow. I have received welcome series emails before where I've genuinely wondered if they were from the welcome series or not. And that to me is actually a signal sometimes for really, really good welcome series. Through a mentor of ours on the copywriting side, he made us realize that there are essentially 3 things that you need to put into a welcome flow. These are status, trust, and belief. If your copy and your content is hitting on either status, trust, or belief, or hopefully multiple of them, then you're doing a good job, and that can actually go into the welcome series. So you can start to see here that you don't need to just think of a couple of content topics. If you hit on any of these, it will work. Status, as you can see here, is a game of positioning your brand correctly. So some things that can do this are showing where you've been featured, such as well-known publications. You can see here Goop, Birdie, Forbes, and Vogue. You can show accolades that you've received, such as, let's say, awards for being the best in your category from an independent board, and so on. This positions your brand in the right way and shows you in a high status light. We then have trust, which we can do by showing how the products are made, reviews, behind the scenes action, satisfaction guarantees, building up that trust, just showing that we're a reputable brand essentially. Here's a behind the scenes sneak peek from a brand that I have bought a lot of stuff from called Represent Clo. You can see here as well, Trustpilot, very good for trust here because it's actually an independent review site, and people really look at Trustpilot for objective feedback about brands. So if you have a good Trustpilot rating, that's going to be massively helpful for you. We then have belief, which is built by demonstration. You have results, you have testimonials, you have comparisons. You can see here a comparison between brands, and you can see how this brand is saying, look at our ingredients. We used very clean ingredients, and thus you can trust our skincare products. You can see here from Peach and Lily, you can see a before and after, which is obviously extremely convincing in terms of getting people to believe in the products and the actual transformation that you're going to be able to provide people, especially in this case in skincare or anything in CPG. But belief, super good. Now, like I said, I know we're getting into this kind of structure here, but do not worry, we will have a full sample flow structure with different options and content examples coming in just a moment. But I really need to show you guys exactly what you can put into this welcome series and just show you it's such a broad spectrum. And for your brand, I don't just want to give you this exact template, follow exactly this, because your content might be a lot different. You could have different things that you can lean into. If they hit on status, trust, and belief, you are very well within your rights to absolutely put those into your welcome series, and you'll see better results because of it. The third is to avoid just selling and mix in a couple of content emails. If you aren't able to weave content and selling together, then selling later on in the flow becomes quite difficult because you're not hitting people with a new stimulus. You need to be giving people a new stimulus to try and get a response from them in the form of a click or a sale. Just make sure that we're putting different content in here. Check out these 2 graphs and see which one looks more engaging to you. Does this style of content look more engaging to you, or does this style of content look more engaging to you? Where maybe here we could have a quiz, or well, here we have a quiz. In here we could have our best sellers. In here we could have all the publications we've been featured in, a very status driven email, or maybe show athletes that endorse us if we're in that sort of a category, or celebrities that endorse us. You can start to see here as you bounce around a little bit more, it just becomes far more engaging than hitting people with the same 10% off email a couple of times in a row. So make sure to vary up that content, show the different sides of your brand here in this flow. Finally, as you can see here, varying or increasing the incentive later on. I'm going to show you this in the example flow structure here. You could do this here. This is changing the incentive. We could also increase it from a 10% to a 15% for a limited time. And this is going to be really good for that efficiency stage of the flow, like we talked about, of getting the last couple of people to buy that we've paid good money to get into our list. We then have the copywriting side of things. We don't want to make the copy too boring. I do have a full copywriting guide on the channel. It was released just 2 weeks ago, so you can go on there and watch that. It's a super in-depth guide which shows you how to really weave elements of persuasion into every email that you'll ever send to your list. But for the sake of the welcome series, I will go through this and say you want to keep it fun and brief while still being on brand. You don't necessarily want to deviate from the brand voice just to keep things, really fun and new or whatever it is. You can still do that and be on brand. You want to have one big idea per email. You don't want to chase two rabbits and catch none. You want to as well show different benefits to your product in each email and keep each email focused on one of those key benefits. So kind of a sister point here to point number 2. And then, like I said, in that copywriting guide, we have that as well, the 6 elements of persuasion. You want to try and weave one of those into that, so then each one of your emails has better conversions essentially. So that guide's on the YouTube channel. I highly recommend watching that. We can put a card up after this video, and yeah, you can check that out then. So we've gotten through the principles, and it is now time to talk about the specifics. So I'm going to give you a sample structure here that I really like with example emails here. I really like just a welcome, give the offer and go kind of email. Don't hang around for too long. They signed up for an offer. Once again, don't chase 2 rabbits and catch none. Don't just give them an offer and then try to brand build. Give them just the offer and then go into the brand building a little bit later on the flow. Don't chase 2 rabbits and catch none. Just go nice and direct here. A brand backstory, community and reviews, a letter from the founder / how you create, source your products, an offer increase, and then a final reminder. And you can kind of see here how this does all of the 3 things that we want to hit on. We can see maximizing the revenue here. We can see the brand building here in the middle of the flow. And then we can see here the maximum conversion possible here for all of those leads who are in the flow. See here a super nice welcome email, nice and to the point. This is what I like, where It's just straight to the point, and yeah, nice short email, not too much copy. You can see it just chases one rabbit, and as a result is more likely to catch just that one rabbit, which is just trying to get that sale from people the second that they sign up. An email like this is super strong to do. You then have brand backstory and kind of brand values, and you can kind of see here, you can do this as short or as long as you want. You can see here, if you're in a CPG sort of a niche, if you're in supplements or something like that, you can take this example here from Hawthorne where they say their supplements are tailored for you, how they have smart replenishment and the best ingredients around. If you're not in that sort of a niche, you can kind of see here using the brand backstory here from Belro and Barebones, and you can see a shorter one here and a longer one here, which goes a lot more into the company's values. It's just a really good email to do here around email 2 of a welcome series, to try and just say hello, say what you're about, and get people won over to that message. We then go into a bit more of social proof in the form of benefits, in the forms of community or your reviews, and kind of showing off who loves you. You can see this from Athletic Greens going more into benefits, from Surreal going more into the best reviews here, and then here as well we just have what people are saying about us with our reviews here inside the email, which is really strong to do. There are a couple of ways that you can do this, but essentially we just like a very sort of social proof, benefits driven email here that's going to try and get people to buy and show them that they're going to have a good experience with the products. I far more prefer doing reviews from, customers here than I do, let's say just pushing benefits, because people are mimetic. They want what other people want, and reviews are extremely convincing to get people to purchase. So great time to do that. I then love a letter from the founder email. These emails are super powerful. You can actually do this in plain text as well, which can often be even more powerful because it feels a lot more personal and like you almost just typed it out and sent it to your list right there and then. But you can see here, these are super powerful, and you'll actually see incredible conversions off of emails like these. You can see that they can be kept nice and short, but it just goes through why you started the brand and goes through, potentially if you are solving a problem that you struggled with yourself for your audience, that always does extremely well. These examples are super strong. I've actually noticed these a lot more with female founder-led brands being done a lot more often, and yeah, I think great kind of tool in your arsenal to use in that exact scenario. So we've gone through maximizing revenue from email 1. We're now through the brand building stage of things, and now we're going to go into efficiency. So you can just see here briefly, we have a quick, $100 off code, and we have just a preview as well when you have 24 hours left on that. So you can see, hey, this offer is increasing from the welcome offer, is a very high AOV store. And then from there, we increase that for 48 hours. And then we remind them when they have 24 hours left, and you'll see a ton of people who weren't really going to buy at this point. This is at the point where they're around a week into the flow, and a lot of the excitement of signing up for your list is largely gone. So for these people to actually give them an offer like that, it's going to help a lot of people convert that would not have converted anyway. So you can take a look at this doc as well. If you pop your email down in the link in the description, we'll be able to send you on this doc at the link in the description for our email list. You can get all of these examples as well, so you can kind of use these for your brand also. So to recap, we want to make a longer flow. We want to write engaging copy. We want to vary or increase the incentives towards the end of the flow for people who have not yet bought, and do that for a limited time, as we said. Then we also want to mix offer emails with content first emails, just to keep the flow engaging and to get more across of your brand and get people won over to who you guys actually are. And there we have it. Now you know to set up your welcome series to crush it and improve advertising efficiency and revenue day in, day out, 24/7, 365. And remember, your welcome series is a constant source of leverage, and going the extra mile with it pays you huge dividends. So study this document, implement its principles, and profit. You can also follow us here. You can sign up to our newsletter at this link. You can follow us on LinkedIn here. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want more guides just like this also. Finally, the welcome series is just one of a suite of flows that we implement for all of our clients to drive automated revenue 24/7, 365. If you want to learn about that entire suite of flows and how we set them all up start to finish, we made a full Klaviyo flows guide tutorial on our channel, which you can check out right here. I'll see you there. We then move on to the side abandoned flow. This flow is very simple, more of a best practice have within the account. It's just going to be sent to people. It goes onto our website. So they go active, they're on either the homepage or a collections page. They don't view a specific product page. They don't add to cart. They don't initiate checkout, and they don't place an order. So this is for people who've just basically come onto our website and then essentially immediately left. All you need here is one email. It could be super simple. You just want them to move on to the next stage of the funnel and get them to view a product page. Then hopefully move on to add items in their cart and purchase, as you can see. So because we're just trying to sell the click, we'll often do ideas like this, where we're saying tap the picture that best represents your personal style, followed by 4 photos if it's a fashion client. Tap the picture you best feel represents your personality or the biggest problem you're facing right now, and then you're going to have corresponding pictures to get people to click. They'll go on and view a product, and they're kind of being pushed down the funnel. Pretty playful flow. You don't want to be creepy because they've just come onto the website and bounced off. You just want to have it be pretty casual. Pulled in a little example here, which is just sort of pulling in lots of different items that they could click on. This is pretty casual idea where you can just show some hero products that are very popular, just as this brand is doing right here, and people can click. You will then go to a product page, and then they're going into the browse abandon flow and so on. So the next flow we're going to move on to is the browse abandon flow. It comes just after the site abandon, meaning the almost highest touch point that the customer has had is that they viewed a product. They haven't added to cart, they haven't initiated checkout, and as a result, we're going to have a viewed product event that is going to trigger this flow. So what you want to do content-wise is bear in mind what someone is likely thinking at this point in the funnel. They might be looking at competitors, alternatives, potentially even Amazon they could be looking at. And as a result, now is a great time to reiterate your benefits and your unique selling points all throughout the flow. We also want to make this flow a bit longer, around the 5 to 7 emails long range, and use what we call Trojan horse emails. These are emails that indirectly sell. So an example would be 3 reasons to buy from this brand. We're the customer demographic, so we actually started the brand because we couldn't find products that we personally wanted. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews, and then finally your offer is expiring. So we kind of meander into selling there. We start with a curiosity-based lead, and then we sell at the end. I pulled in some email examples here. You can kind of have a look through these as well. These are really nice to pull in for browse abandoned. If you want to set this flow up, just make sure checkout started 0 times since starting this flow, added to cart 0 times since starting this flow, placed order 0 times since starting the flow, and we would also go has not been in flow in the last 30 days and has placed order 0 times in the last 30 days, just so someone's not getting hammered with emails from this flow.
What if I told you that you're leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table just because you're too lazy to set up these 2 flows, the abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flows? Chances are your customers who abandon their cart or abandon their checkout just need a little push to make them convert. I'm going to be sharing the step-by-step process on how to create a high converting abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flow that you can steal and implement for your store right now to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. The first things that you're going to want to do are make sure that your triggers are working properly. What you're going to do here is you're going to come down into your Klaviyo account. We're going to go into metrics. We're just going to go cart. We're going to find this added to cart metric. There are instances where this has come up, so that is perfect. We know that the added to cart metric is working. And then finally, what we're going to do here is we're just going to go in here for checkout. It's going to make sure this is working. And yeah, as we can see, plenty of people here falling into the category of checkout started. Step 2 is actually going to be creating our flows. Now we're going to do this a little bit differently for abandoned cart than we will do for abandoned checkout, but I'm going to show you both here. For abandoned cart, what I recommend doing is going here and going from scratch abandoned cart. It's going to go create flow. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to select added to cart as the trigger. What we're going to do here is we're going to put on some profile filters. We're going to use or logic for all of these. Make sure that they've checkout started 0 times since starting this flow. They placed order 0 times since starting this flow. They haven't placed an order in the last 30 days and they haven't been in this flow in the last 30 days. You can manipulate that 30 days. Maybe if you want to be more aggressive, you can go for 14 days. If you want to be more conservative, you can do 45, even 60 days. But generally 30 days is pretty good just to make sure that people aren't getting bombarded with messages. We're going to hit save here. I'm actually going to come out here. I'm just going to show you what I would do for abandoned checkout. So we'll come here, we'll go create flow. And what I actually recommend for abandoned checkout flows, we're actually going to use a template here. We're going to be going here into cart. Bear in mind, Klaviyo calls abandoned checkout abandoned cart. It's actually the abandoned checkout, but we're going to go for the high value versus low value cart split. The reason that we use this high value versus low value cart split is that we're going to be able to split this up based on if someone qualifies for free shipping or not. In most cases with an e-com store, you'll generally see that they have a free shipping threshold, which could be $50, could be $75, could be $100, but you can't really make this trigger split custom. You have to let Klaviyo do it for you. And as a result, we just use the template here so we can have this split in there. It's going to lead to higher conversion rates when we're able to show people that they have free shipping and they would have gotten it anyway when they abandoned their checkout. Number 3 is that before actually building your flow, you need to understand the principles of what goes into an effective abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flow. There are 3 things which are going to determine your success with this flow before you ever create any sort of email. The first is that you want to handle objections directly. The second is that you want to show social proof all throughout the flow at all stages of the flow. And the third is that you want to have the technical structure set up to convert. That means making the correct splits. When it comes to handling objections, we know that with the place that someone is in that they've abandoned a cart or abandoned a checkout, they want to purchase from us, but we need to list out all of the reasons that they may not potentially buy, then show them why they're not reasons to buy. Let's actually handle those objections to try and push them to convert. Let's say they have concerns about shipping. It's free above $75. What if they're buying a piece of clothing and it doesn't fit? We have hassle-free returns. What if they're concerned about quality? If you have 5,000 5-star reviews, that's not really a concern either. Then the second portion of showing social proof within emails, this is showing testimonials, showing reviews from customers, showing publications you've been featured in, or showing just the overall amount of reviews that you have. Within making the right splits in the flow, this is going to be about the high value versus low value cart split to let people know whether or not they have free shipping, they're going to get anyway if they're above the threshold, and then also splitting it based on the number of purchases that someone has made in the past, so we can give a more tailored experience for that person with an abandoned cart and abandoned checkout. I'm going to walk through actually creating those flow skeletons, the flow skeletons that I would recommend for each flow. And we're also going to build out some emails together in real time, and I'm going to show you how to make some high converting abandoned cart and abandoned checkout emails. The main skeleton that I would recommend to you to work off is going to be as follows. The first email that we're going to do is going to be our nudge email. That's going to come anywhere between 30 minutes and 2 hours after they've abandoned their cart and abandoned their checkout. Here, we're going to show the actual product that they looked at within the email, and we're going to show some social proof in terms of maybe PR or reviews that we have around the brand. We're actually also going to make an SMS here as well for people who are consented to receive text messages from us. Around a day later, we're going to do an objection handler email. This can be in plain text, could also be a designed email, but it's really, really effective for getting people to convert. And it's also going to be where we introduce our incentive. The third email that we're going to do is a reminder with reviews. This is going to come around 2 days later after the previous email. And then finally, we're going to move on to our final 2 emails, which are going to be slightly increasing the incentive to try and push people to convert. That incentive is going to be time sensitive. It's only going to exist for 48 hours. 1 day after email 3, we're going to send the first one of these reminders. And then 1 day later, we're going to send the next. And that's going to be the whole flow. Now that we know what our skeleton is going to look like, let's actually build it out together. As you can see, we have our profile filters down here, so we know who's actually going to be getting this flow. And what we're going to do is we're actually just going to drag over a time delay and set it for 1 hour, like so. Hit save there. I'm going to delete this one. You can see that for illustrative purposes. And we're going to go into this email here. We have our nudge email right here. We have the objection handler 1 day later. 2 days later, we're going to go back with a reminder that they have an offer, because we're going to introduce the incentive in this second email here and show them a lot of reviews. A day later, we're going to increase their 10% discount that they get up to a 15% for 48 hours only. And then 1 day later, we're going to say your 15% is expiring soon. Make sure to take advantage of that. So I'm going to show you just within the abandoned cart how you're actually going to set up a quick table to pull in the dynamic content, basically pull in the actual product that they were looking at, and also a couple of different things just to make it feel like a good abandoned cart email. So we're here in the email. We just selected a template and went for a blank template. What I'm going to do here first is I'm going to pull up an image, and I've prepped something earlier, which is just a quick header saying, in this case, you have free 2-day shipping on all orders above $75. What I'm then going to do here is into this little section is I'm going to pull an image inside browse image library, and I made this little you forgot something. Now that we have our button in, what I'm going to do here as well is I'm just going to pull across a table. Here, we're going to actually pull in the dynamic content. We're going to show them the exact product that they were looking at. What we're just going to do here is we're just going to drag a table across here. We're just going to go back to content for a second here, because I'm actually going to swap these around. I'm going to make an image on the left and I'll make a text on the right. What we're going to do here, we're just going to go quick copy and paste event.name and then the price. So what I'll do also here is I'm just going to swap back to the image, and we'll just go back to the row and column settings. We're just going to go event.extra.line_items. Alias here is just going to be item, and then we're good. So now I'll come back to the image section here. I'm going to go add dynamic image, event.image.url. I'm going to save that there. Here we'll just go abandoned cart. This is just good for your general deliverability, having some alt text here on the image. I'm just going to go brand.com/cart. This is just as some placeholder stuff here. We go back. We are done. Now what I'm going to do, just on the next few sections, we have our dynamic content here. I'm just going to pull in a little image here at the bottom, because we're going to do something here which is just going to show some general content that they can use. This is just something that I created earlier. You can see here, just going to pull in a little spacer as well to make that look a bit better. Free 2-day shipping above $75, just like we have up here. We have over 3,000 5-star reviews, hassle-free returns, and made in Portugal. Just put that in there because in fashion, a lot of people like that. Portugal is known for its quality. Then I will pull in a text block here, and within this text block, I'm just going to pull in some copy that I prepared earlier, just some placeholder stuff, keep text and styles, and I'm going to move this around a little bit. I'm going to make sure that's aligned in the center, and then I'm just going to go for a normal enough font here, and then let's try 20 pixels, and then here we'll pull in another little spacer. Here we have, I would say, a pretty okay looking abandoned cart email. So we'll hit save, we'll go back to the rest of our skeletons here, and we'll take a quick look. We're just going to search here for cart. We're going to select this template. So remember, we want to create abandoned cart from scratch. We want to create abandoned checkout from the template. I'm just going to go here. We're going to swap the name around here so we don't get confused. Let's go abandoned checkout reminder, and then we're going to go create flow. The reason that we actually want to do this in terms of using Klaviyo's template is because we can't create that cart value split manually. We actually have to leave Klaviyo do it for us. And so here we put in the example, we said that free shipping is above $75. So we'll just put that in here and split up their cart value at $75. And because this is actually a Shopify metric, it's actually a custom metric that added to cart. So that's why we have to create a custom table in order to show them dynamic content. But what we can do in here is we can actually go into one of these emails and we can take this table and we can actually save it. What I'm going to put in here is just abandoned checkout dynamic product block. We're just going to save that. Come out of here, we'll go save. And then what we can do is we pull another email in here. We can come into our email. We can go select template. We're just going to go create blank email once again. Once we're in here, what we can actually do is we can go to our universal content. And what we're going to do is we're just going to search for the block that I made. So we have this block right here. We're just going to pull that in there and voila, we can see that it pulls itself in very easily. easy. We don't have to make a table each time. We can just go in and save this product block. You can actually do the same for the abandoned cart dynamic product block as well once you've made it once. So now we're going to come back into the abandoned cart flow I made. We're just going to see here, we have our nudge email, which obviously we saw. We can see nothing's showing up because our abandoned cart block is set up correctly. It's not going to show any previewed products because it's not pulling in any particular person or any particular event. So it's just going to show it as blank. Then what we have is we have our objection handler email. We have a reminder plus reviews. We go from 10% to 15% and then that 15% expiring. I'm just going to show you a couple of email examples. So right here, we have an objection handling email, and we can see here it goes through all of the actual concerns that they might have when it comes to actually purchasing the products. And it explains away why none of them are actually issues and why they should fully trust the brand and why they should purchase from us. That's our objection handler. Here we have some good content, kind of a myth buster email. This is a really good one to do in the abandoned checkout flow. Also see this from Hims here, putting the myths to bed. Really, really solid email. Here you can introduce your incentive or introduce it in the objection handling email and say, hey, you also have 10% off. And that's really, really effective. Also, here we have email which goes through another objection, which could be about quality, particularly if they're buying clothing, talks through the brand's focus on quality in all aspects. And then finally, we can see here free shipping. We could do this instead as 15% off. So, hey, you're so close to purchasing, here, take 15% off your order now for a limited time, 48 hours. We could chuck that in here kind of down towards the bottom of the flow, and we can just go expiring here. The actual final thing that we can do here, we're going to take a conditional split. We can just say can receive SMS marketing. We're just going to say yes. What we're going to do here is we're just going to pull a quick SMS in here. So you can see we're going to do this before the time delay for the next email. So they're actually going to receive this pretty much right away alongside their email. We're just going to give them a quick one SMS message. Make sure that you pull in the actual link, back to their cart, back to checkout, and you can pull in a dynamic image here as well. One thing to bear in mind is that in the USA, because of TCPA regulations, you can only send a person one SMS in their abandoned cart or abandoned checkout flow. In some countries abroad, it is actually a little bit different. As a general best practice across the board, it's just best to leave it at one and not risk any sort of compliance issues. And then what you're going to do here is leave it as. And then what you're going to do here for all the people who are not consented, we're just going to drag this here and we're just going to pull them in like so they actually skip that SMS and they're still getting that 1 day time delay. And so here you can see technically we actually have a pretty robust abandoned checkout flow. If your brand is generating over $100,000 in monthly sales and you're looking at potentially outsourcing the email marketing function to an agency who knows exactly what they're doing, you can check the description below for a link to book a call with me personally, or we can run through a roadmap to see where the opportunity is in the email channel and if that actually makes sense. Alternatively, these flows are actually just one part of a 3-part email structure, which is super important for you to nail for your brand. Once you optimize these 3 flows, you will be generating thousands, if not hundreds of thousands from your email marketing channel monthly. You can click on this video right here to find out more about those 3 flows, and I'll see you in the next video.
This automated email flow drives repeat purchases for our clients 24/7, 365, even while they sleep on autopilot. We call this flow the post-purchase nurture series, and it is one of the absolute most important flows for any e-commerce brand within their email account. Repeat purchases are absolutely essential if you want to scale and scale profitably, because your profit margins on orders where you're not paying a ton of money into ad platforms are far more profitable than first purchases. You need these if you're going to scale to 8 figures and beyond. To help you do that, we're going to hold nothing back in this video. We're going to show the exact flow structure of how you should be technically setting it up. We're going to show you the exact emails which you should be putting into that technical structure. We're going to give you a lot more free guide and resource within this video. So without further ado, let's get into it. So if you're like most e-commerce brands, you'll actually see the majority of your flows revenue come from pre-purchase flows such as the welcome series, the site abandoned, abandoned cart, abandoned checkout, and browse abandoned. But if you're just driving revenue at this stage, you're actually going to struggle in terms of profitability, because a lot of those orders are actually going to be first-time orders. And like we said in the beginning, repeat orders are going to be far more profitable for you as a brand. Because we don't have a huge amount of advertising costs associated with those repeat purchases, we want to be maximizing this part of our account as much as possible because it is so valuable to us from a profitability perspective. So everything is important within your email account, but post-purchase flows and campaigns are a far better signal of profitability and of also incremental revenue. That is revenue where if you had not sent that message, it would have happened. So everything is important within your email account, but on the campaign side and with the post-purchase email side, it's a far better gauge of whether or not the revenue you're driving is truly incremental, meaning if people had not seen that message, people had not seen that communication, that revenue would not have happened. So it is fully down to that message that you sent them. That's what drove the revenue. If you didn't send that, you would not have those sales. Now, in the case of a lot of our clients who are past the 5 million a year range, many of them into the 8 figures a year range, doing more than $10 million a year, this area of the account is super important because they're spending so much in advertising platforms, and they often have a number of different platforms running, that attribution is a really key discussion for them, and they need to know where they can drive incremental revenue and where they can drive repeat purchases to try and fuel that front-end scale as much as possible on those platforms. Think about it like this. If you get a 2.5x return on your advertising efforts blended across the channels that you're running, 40% of your revenue there on those orders is actually going on advertising costs. Inherently, the seats into your margin by 40%. But with repeat orders, when you calculate up the cost of your email tool, of the software that you're using, and the agency that you're likely paying to run that channel, this often won't even equate to 5% of all of the revenue that's being generated from those channels. So as a result, there is 35% more margin to play with here. This is a crude calculation, but it is just here for illustrative purposes. This is why it's super important to think about this stuff from an incremental perspective and from a repeat order perspective. So it's super important to be thinking about this stuff from an incrementality perspective and also from a profitability perspective. Now, I'm just going to show you a couple of examples of some post-purchase flows doing some really good work for a lot of our clients. So you're seeing here, this one generating just under half the revenue that the Welcome Series is generating in this period. We can see here this post-purchase flow generating a cool 11.8K for one of our clients. Here, see this doing just over, I should say, half of the browse abandon flow and helping our client with profitability here. And then you can see here as well with a couple of these, with this post-purchase flow doing some nice revenue also. And then these couple of flows down here doing some really good stuff for some of our European clients as well. So if you're looking at your own account or potentially one of your clients' accounts and you're seeing that this flow is really lagging, do not worry. We're going to go into everything at a really high level here and then also into a lot of details so you can build out a killer post-purchase flow to help assist you in getting those repeat purchases on autopilot and helping you with profitability. I'm going to show you two post-purchase flows here, but the main one that we're going to go through here is the post-purchase nurture series, or just our main post-purchase flow. There are a couple of benefits to this flow. Obviously, the main one is that it's automated and will drive revenue for you 24/7, 365. It's always working there in the background. It is helping you get more efficiency out of all of the money and traffic that you're pumping through your system and through your overall funnel. So that's a real benefit. You can also do a lot more than push for a sale here. You can kind of build the brand and stand out with the content of this flow if you do it the right way and you split it up the way I'm going to advise you to do here today. And like I'm saying here, with what we can do with splitting people up based on their characteristics, we can be very specific and make it even more powerful to get people to purchase many times over the course of their time with you. So at this point in our flow structure, we've crossed over from pre-purchase into the post-purchase flows, and the principles become a bit different as a result. Within our pre-purchase flows, we're trying to drive instant conversions. They're often a bit more, within our pre-purchase flows, we're trying to drive instant conversions. They're often a bit more aggressive than the post-purchase flows. So here you want to change tact a little bit and kind of assist that customer journey without pushing for a sale right away and push for that sale at the correct time. We do some more aggressive tactics here with a second flow that I'm going to show you just a little bit later on, but that's later in the video. So we have some principles here for our clients at KMH. We want to genuinely thank customers. We want to structure the flow properly. We want to build the brand story in the customer's mind. We want to grow the SMS list if we can. We want to push for another sale and use soft incentives for loyal customers. So let's dig into all of these. If you're like me, you probably buy many things online. And if you're into email marketing the way I'm into email marketing, you probably look at people's emails and see what they're sending. If you're in the e-commerce industry, you probably are looking through and seeing what people are sending and seeing how they're handling that post-purchase. And very rarely do I get thanked genuinely for my purchase. I think a lot of brands I buy from are particularly fashion brands, and as a result, it is fairly on brand for them to sound sort of standoffish and to try and preserve very high status for themselves. But anytime I get thanked genuinely from a brand, I really note that. I really like it. It kind of leans into one of the principles of persuasion that we often talk about with our clients and within our copywriting framework, which is that of reciprocity and liking. These sort of two principles, which are in our sort of 6 principles of persuasion in our copywriting guide, which will be on the channel. It's super important here to thank people genuinely, in my opinion. So like I'm saying, this does have a huge effect on things because people note this. People like buying from people. They like feeling as though they're valued as a person and not treated as a number. And we can do this really effectively with a thank you email. You can see this here from a brand named Prima, more of an anniversary email, but you can read this copy, super nice copy. And then you can see signing off from some of the team there as well. Really personal, kind of person-to-person style email here, which is really effective. And this is what we like to do often at the start of our flow. You can also go with something a bit more basic here. This is just a plain text email, which is a really effective way of thanking people. Gives it far more of that personal feel. If you're doing, let's say, a letter from the founder, if you are thanking people, if you're doing a reminder for a sale or for a product release, these are great times to use plain text. But particularly for me, I think the thank you portion of a post-purchase flow, that's my favorite time to use plain text. So later as well, we're also going to talk about how you can split this flow up based on loyalty and have better outcomes as a result of that. And here I just wanted to show you this thank you later on in the flow, which is for people who've purchased more than 3 times, and just calling out to people, hey, we really value you with how much you've supported our brand. You've been very generous with us, and we want to let you know that you'll be getting exclusive offers down the track as a result of this, and you're what makes our brand great. So this is kind of dipping into something we're going to talk about later, but it's just to show you that a real thank you like this goes a long way with getting a customer to purchase again in future and really priming them to buy again. We then want to structure our flow properly from a technical perspective. If you've seen a lot of our other guides on the channel, you'll know that we talk a lot about the technical structure of the abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flows being extremely important, and in this way, this flow is no different. Above all, we want to make sure people get sent the right messages at the right time depending on their characteristics, and splitting the flow up on their characteristics is the best way to do this. We like to split the flow up normally based on how many times someone's bought. You can see here if they bought once, twice, 3 times, or 4 times and above. Each stream is treated a little bit differently because they are quite different on the whole as customers. So we can get into all of these right now. For people who've just bought once, our goal is here at first is to thank people. So this, like I'm saying, primes them to buy again. We don't want to jump down their throats and start selling to them right away. We want to sell to them at the right time. Before then, we want to sort of aid them and make sure they have a great experience with their first time buying from us and just feel a little bit different about the purchase on the whole. To have, of course, first and foremost, a great experience with the product, but also with our communications to make sure that they're thanked and to make sure that they're kind of more so looked after and that we're not jumping down their throats right away. If you do jump down someone's throat right away, it can actually annoy them and have the opposite effect of what you want to do, and that they might just never buy from your brand again because it's too aggressive and it can be a bit off-putting. So that's something to really note here. After here in this flow, after we thank them, we're going to brand build. We're going to reinforce the sort of messaging of the brand any way we can. If we can do that with a letter from the founder, that's great. If we can do that with our brand mission, that's great. So we want to really brand build here. We then want to ideally get their phone number for SMS marketing. This is highly slept on, but this is a great way, a great time really to get people's phone numbers, which then when we're launching sales or when we're launching new products, really, really impactful. We're also going to push them for a second purchase, but like I said, just at the right time, and it's actually going to be done with a separate flow, which I'm going to share with you at the end of the video. We then move on to second time buyers. Now, these purchasers are displaying more loyalty, and we do want to acknowledge that. We want to increase loyalty even more and let them know that they will have benefits in future if they become a VIP. We don't really need to incentivize here as such, but it's just letting them know, hey, we noticed that you're being quite generous with our brand. You know, if you become a VIP, you get lots of cool stuff. So we thank them genuinely again, let them know they can become a VIP if they buy again and all the benefits that come with that. And then we're going to remind them they can become a VIP if they haven't purchased for their third time later on in this flow. With third time buyers, content is getting a little bit more simple here. We're going to give them a genuine thank you. We don't really need to aggressively push them into any sales here. Just going to simply let them into the VIP flow and let them receive their first offers for having shown that level of loyalty with us. Then for our 4x buyers and above, these people are super loyal, super bought into the brand. We just want to give them a genuine thank you, and like the email that we saw above, just let them know that we acknowledge the level of loyalty that they're showing to our brand. So we now know that we need to thank people. We now know that our structure needs to be strong. And now we're starting to fill this flow out a little bit more, as you can see. Now we want to move on and build the brand story in the customer's mind. Within the email content, we want to reiterate our story and sort of win them over to the brand even more based on our mission, based on things we've done, other things we have going on. And really here, we're trying to build emotional connection. Outside of really highly established brands, you think of your Nikes, you think of any brands under the LVMH umbrella, we don't really have the legacy of a brand that these people have because their brands are so old and they're quite ingrained into people's minds. We grew up with these brands, and as a result, there's a connection just off the basis of that legacy. Now, while we don't have that legacy, we have things which they don't have. Primarily within these, we have the ability to speak specifically to that customer because we're likely going to be serving a smaller portion of the market than these big sort of umbrella brands that are appealing to literally everyone. They go a mile wide and an inch deep, whereas we can go really hard on the emotional connection that we have with a very specific customer demographic, and they simply cannot do that. So take a look at this email here and you'll see what I mean. This is a pet brand. You know, oftentimes people will spend more on their pets than they will on themselves. It's quite an emotional sort of bond that they're going to have with their pet, and a lot of brands are able to sort of tap into this for pet owners in a way that, you know, massive catch-all brands aren't going to be able to do. You can see here thanking people for their purchase. You can see here a lot of emotionally connecting copy here and some really, really great imagery as well. This here is actually a welcome series email, but I thought it was a really, really cool email, you know, in plain text, and you can see going into why they began the brand. So this is a fashion brand that is going to be competing with brands under the LVMH umbrella, and this brand, like we're saying, doesn't have the legacy that those brands have, but they do have the ability to speak very specifically to their customer demographic, and they're doing an excellent job of that in this email. And finally, you can see with this brand, you know, a genuine thank you and reiterating the message slightly. Slept on quite a bit by a lot of brands, but is so effective. So make sure you're building the brand, make sure you're reiterating your message and winning people over even more. I touched on something when we talked about flow structure that a lot of people sleep on, which is using this part of your email flow to gain more SMS subscribers. If someone has subscribed to our list and bought, they have naturally shown a lot more connection and a lot more affinity to our brand than people who have just subscribed to the list and not bought. As a result, since they like getting our emails, there is a very good chance that they will like getting our text messages as well, and this is a great time to grow the list. If we're even able to grow the list consistently by a fairly nominal seeming amount of SMS subscribers, well, over the course of a year when we have an event like Black Friday or we have some new product release and we're able to send that by SMS, we know that of all the people who are on our SMS list, they're all going to at least see the message. It's going to pop up on their phone, and even if they don't click on it, they will definitely see it and know that we have something new going on. Whereas on email, they have to actually be in their email inbox and open up the email and read it to understand what we have going on. So SMS is super powerful in this way. You can see a great example email here from Everly Well, just pushing people over to the SMS list. Super good time to do so. And finally here from Better Brand, another really good SMS list growth campaign here. Super strong email. And then a final one here from Grazza. really, really good email also to push people over. So do not sleep on that aspect of things. Having a steadily growing SMS list is a huge asset for your brand, especially in crunch periods when things get very busy on the email front and overall marketing front. SMS is a great way to make sure that your customers will see your message. We're coming near to the end here, and I wanted to touch on using soft incentives for loyal customers. We don't have to go with aggressive discounts post-purchase to get people to buy again. We can just let them know that if they make one more purchase, they'll get lots of benefits by becoming a VIP, maybe at the 3 or even 4 order range with your brand. Here you can see a really nice email here letting people know what exclusive offers they'll get if they're a VIP. And we've just seen this to be generally extremely effective by letting people know that they get sort of exclusive benefits that only they'll get. They really like the brand. This is something people very much respond to, and it's really, really strong to put in your post-purchase flow. As you can see here, the structure here is really giving us a lot of benefits because we're able to contact people based on their specific characteristics and give them a completely different flow and make sure that no one's getting the same flow twice. In conclusion, for the main post-purchase nurture series that we're going to run, we want to thank people genuinely, want to structure the flow properly, want to build the brand somewhat within the flow, want to push people to sign up for SMS, and finally we want to soft incentivize people to become VIPs or at least repeat buyers. So this flow is really about nurturing people. It's about assisting that customer journey. We're not getting super aggressive in this flow. We're really brand building and just sort of setting ourselves up for more conversions down the track. But you probably are asking what else we can do to drive more conversions. For us, we often like to do this in a separate flow for clients who are okay with getting a little bit more aggressive here. We do this with an upsell flow like the one below. So this is normally something we'll implement for brands who are struggling with kind of lower repeat order rates than they'd like to see. This is often due to product category. You know, there are many brands where based on their category, it's just something that's not as geared towards a repeat purchase as, let's say, something that's consumable or something to be used in the home. Some examples of this would be if you are a home furniture brand, or you are a mattress brand, or you sell wallets, or you sell electronics, anything that is sort of a one and done kind of purchase. This is something that you can do and just get a little bit more aggressive here to try and drive those second and third purchases, because it will be an absolute game changer for your brand, and you can afford to get a little bit more aggressive here if you're not seeing repeat purchase rates that you want to see right now. So this flow is super effective for brands who are in that category or those categories where it's kind of tough to get repeat purchases. A key here is that you want to trigger this flow after the order is fulfilled and not when the order is placed. So you want to know that we're only contacting people who've received their product and had time to use it, enjoy it, or at least determine whether or not they enjoy using the product or not. This is a little typo. This should say 3 emails, but we usually like to do something along these lines. So around 7 to 10 days post fulfill, we'll acknowledge the purchase and push them to look at some other items. Then 7 to 10 days later, we can go with a small offer and encourage them to come back. Once again, we're kind of communicating here based on their loyalty. Then email 3, around 10 days to even 2 weeks later, we can let them know that their offer is expiring. This is just going to try and push them on. We're getting a little bit more aggressive at this point. You could even use a countdown timer in this email. Super, super effective way of doing things. Then with the 2x to 3x buyer, around 7 to 10 days post fulfillment of their order, we'll say, hey, complete the collection. You know, you've had this item from our collection. You know, maybe you'd like all of these other items. Try and maybe upsell something or even cross sell. Really good time to do that. And then once again, you're seeing the structure here with emails 2 and 3, where we're giving a small offer, but this time we're not saying come back. We're saying become a VIP. And finally, we're going to say, hey, this offer is expiring around 7 to 10 days later. Become a VIP. This is your reminder. This offer is expiring. You maybe will not get an offer like this again in future. So come back and enjoy another product from the brand. I'm going to do a huge deep dive on this flow on our newsletter coming up pretty soon. So you can sign up at the link that you see here. The link's also in the description. You'll get a ton of free goodies as well once you sign up to our email list. So definitely do that. Now that's all. That is how you can drive repeat orders for your e-commerce brand on autopilot. If you have any questions, you can drop them down in the comment section below, or you can even drop me an email. We are always open to any questions. We respond to every single comment. Like we said, if you want to get a number of free goodies, you can sign up to our newsletter at the link you see on screen. You can follow us on LinkedIn. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel here for a lot more videos. Finally, this flow is just one flow of an entire flows guide that we put together for the YouTube channel, which details everything from the pre-purchase flows all the way using the welcome series, site abandoned, abandoned browse, abandoned cart, and abandoned checkout, and a lot of other post-purchase flows that we're using to aid that customer journey. If you'd like to learn how to set up an elite suite of flows within your email account that's going to help your brand scale into the multi-7 and 8-figure range, you can click on this video right here. So let's actually move on to the content here, because within the content, we want to reiterate our story to the reader, kind of help them emotionally connect with us as a company. Arguably the biggest factor in getting people to purchase again from you over and over, especially outside of brands that have, you know, a real legacy. Think of Nike, Adidas, any brands under the LVMH umbrella. Those brands who have legacy kind of operate from a different perspective. But for brands generally in the D2C space, the best thing you have really is specificity and using that to kind of gain emotional connection with the customer. You may not have the heritage of a brand like Nike or Louis Vuitton, but you can communicate to your customer in such a specific way that it creates a real connection with them that they will never have with a brand like that. So take a look at a couple of these emails to see what I mean. You have this kind of pet email here, really, really nice. I don't think many massive brands will be able to kind of do that. Here's actually a welcome series email, but it was one I really liked. And then here we have one from one of our clients as well, really pushing that post-purchase to kind of build that emotional connection. So after that brand building and emotional connection component, we want to actually grow our SMS list. This is actually a really good time to gain SMS subscribers. And if someone's on your email list and has bought, they've naturally displayed more intent than someone who has just subscribed to your list. So why not let them know, hey, you like getting our emails? I'm sure you probably like getting our text messages as well. We have a couple of examples of these actually just pushing people over to the list. Really nice email here from Better Brand as well. And then another one here from Grazza. And then once the timing is right, we want to push for another sale. Use what we call soft incentives for loyal customers. This is mainly by saying, hey, once you become a VIP, once you purchase a number of times, you get many benefits. You're not going to get those benefits now necessarily, but once you're a VIP, you will be getting lots of cool offers as you go on your journey. You can see this here, really nice email doing so. So to conclude on the post-purchase flow, we want to thank people genuinely. We want to structure the flow properly. We want to build the brand somewhat throughout the flow. We want to push people to sign up for SMS. We want to soft incentivize repeat buyers to become VIPs. So we are now onto our final two flows, which are really just ancillary flows. These are the customer win-back flow and the sunset unengaged flow. So within the customer win-back flow, this flow is more of a best practice to sort of have within your account. It's important to get it right, but don't expect it to be a massive revenue generator. So this is how you technically set it up. It's just gonna be two simple emails. We miss you. Are you coming back? And so on. So this is how you technically set it up. We'll generally do the delay anywhere from 75 days to 365 days, depending on how aggressive you want to be, but 120, 135, 150, generally a good range to start in. So this is just going to be two simple emails. We miss you. Are you coming back? Here's an example that we made. Really nice email here just to try and pull people back. An example two, again, that's a full customer win back flow. That's really all you need. Then we go into the sunset unengaged, super simple flow, 1 to 2 emails once again. This is going to be triggered by someone joining our highly unengaged segment. So for us, this means that they haven't engaged at all in roughly a year. And once this happens, they enter a flow which sends around 1 to 2 last ditch emails, which is just to get them to open or click. So if they don't open or click, we will then suppress them and not email them at all in the future. We don't want to be paying for that profile because they're never going to come back and purchase if they haven't purchased, or they haven't engaged, I should say, with us in over a year. They're really not coming back because a year is going to include Black Friday in there. So if they haven't purchased then or come back or engaged even in that period, it's safe to assume that they're not coming back at any point. This is the simple trigger setup. So added to segment, this is going to be highly unengaged. They've opened email, clicked email 0 times since starting the flow. Then a simple email like this, is this goodbye? Something like that, just to get them to open, something kind of clickbaity. If they do open, they'll go back into an engaged segment. We can then mail them with our campaigns. But if they don't, well, they're gone off our list. And there we have it. You now know how to set up your flows and automate hundreds of thousands in revenue for your brand every single year, potentially every single month, depending on the scale that you're operating at. And just remember, your flows are a constant source of leverage, and going the extra mile with them will pay huge dividends for you. Study this document end to end, implement its principles, and you will profit greatly. If you enjoyed, make sure you're following below. You can follow our newsletter. These links are going to be in the description, our social medias, and also subscribe to our YouTube for more guides. That is the end of this guide with all of the flows, but we have many more videos on our channel which you can look at. Now, finally, in this video, we obviously showed you how to set up the flows for your brand, but we didn't give you the entire email marketing strategy that we use, including how we grow lists rapidly and also use our campaign strategy in order to drive repeat buyers, drive higher conversions for your brand, and increase profit margins over time. So if you want to learn about the entire strategy end to end, not just flows, you can click on this video right here and learn how we made over $6.7 million for just 3 of our clients in a 12-week period. I'll see you there. These are the Klaviyo dashboards of some of our clients who are earning hundreds of thousands a month and sometimes near $1 million a month just from their email campaigns. As you can see, these are a huge revenue source for all of our clients, and they're something that you need to take seriously if you want to scale your e-commerce brand into the 8-figure range. In this video, I will hold nothing back, and I will share with you all the secrets of how to implement campaigns properly for your brand, how to ensure that they're generating incremental revenue, and how to make sure that you present your brand in the highest status way possible while you scale. So without further ado, let's get into it. So what are email campaigns and why should we be using them? Campaigns are one-off sends that you will send to your list and are what many people would call newsletters or email blasts. As a rough note, this should make up roughly 50% of your revenue from email marketing. So it is extremely important that we do this correctly. There is some leeway there. They could generate up to 80% of your revenue from email marketing, but as a general benchmark, you see them generate between 40 to sort of 60% of your revenue from email on average. Now, why are they important? Well, we're going to get quite technical here for just a second to try and explain a couple of concepts to you on what make campaigns very unique from our automated sends. So campaigns are unique and they're important because they drive revenue, which is more obviously incremental than pre-purchase flows. We're going to get into all of this in detail. I'm going to explain to you exactly what that means in just a moment. For now, just bear that in mind. They drive revenue, which is more obviously incremental than pre-purchase flows revenue. They also keep your hard-earned buyers engaged with the brand, people that you've paid money onto ad platforms in order to acquire, keeps them engaged for a far lower cost and enables us to continue remarketing to them over time until they're ready to make their next purchase. And finally, it builds the brand and builds the status of the brand in the customer's mind. So let's go into these one by one. Depending on how long you've been in the e-com game, incrementality or incremental revenue is a term you may or may not have come across before, but it's a super important one to bear in mind, especially as you scale up into the kind of revenue range that a lot of our clients will be seeing past the sort of 5 million a year range. This sort of discussion becomes quite important in terms of understanding where your sales are actually coming from. So simply put, incrementality is asking, had we not sent or published this email or this ad or this text, this post, this marketing communication, had we not sent this to the customer, would these purchases have happened or not? So did it actually lead to extra revenue or not? That's the question of incrementality. So what happens in e-com, especially as you scale, because you're going to have a number of platforms and you're also going to be spending quite a lot on different platforms. You're going to be sending far more emails. You're going to be spending a lot more on Meta. You're going to be spending a lot more on Google and other platforms. It becomes quite difficult down the track to understand where your sales are coming from exactly. So let's say we take the example of a welcome series. It is definitely the most important flow in your account. For example, it is very difficult to tell sometimes whether or not the welcome series or your Facebook ads drove the first sale. They work together and it's a blurry line. Do we go from last touch? Do we go from first touch? Do we know where any of the touches happened? Do we know what actually got them to convert? We actually don't know fully quite a lot of the time. So what happens is that sometimes both platforms can take credit for the sale, or one could wrongly take credit for the sale and the other not. Especially for our bigger clients, is a question we ask quite often. We talk about incrementality within their email marketing quite a lot when we get into the more advanced stuff that we only share with our clients. But for now, this is all you need to know. Especially since iOS 14 and iOS 15, we're not going to get 100% clear data on all of our sales, but post-purchase emails and campaign emails are far more obviously incremental than other marketing communication that we send customers. It's far more obvious that those drove extra sales that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So in a nutshell, with campaigns, far more so than a lot of your pre-purchase emails, you can near definitely say, had I not sent that campaign, these sales would not have happened. So when we see metrics like these for our clients, I get excited because it's more definitely additional revenue. So here, when you use some of these campaign sends generating 5 figures %, for a lot of our clients, we're averaging over 5 figures % and we're sending quite a lot of campaigns for them. You know that that's extra revenue actually being added to the brand. That's a lot more profitable revenue than a lot of the revenue that would be coming from, let's say, Facebook or TikTok or other advertising platforms. So this background is important because everything is important within an email account, but campaigns are probably a better signal of profitability and of health within the brand from that kind of repeat purchase perspective, where we're going to have higher margin on those purchases. With our clients, like I said, they spend a lot. It's very important that they get this part of the account nailed so they can actually spend more on the front end and know that overall the sort of net profit of the brand is just staying nice and healthy. So to illustrate this point, on Meta, on TikTok, on Google, if you got a 2.5x return on your ads, you're spending around 40% of that revenue just on the ad costs, which is certainly a huge amount. Inherently, that eats into your net profit by 40%. So with email and SMS, the costs are far less. You pay your software bill and most likely an agency bill to bring in those sales. This won't even be 5% in most cases, so you have 35% more margin on those purchases. Quite a crude calculation, but at scale, you need to be thinking from an incremental perspective. So that's incrementality at a high level, just understanding that those post-purchase emails and of course your campaign sends are super, super important in terms of increasing your net profit. We now get to the second point, which is keeping people engaged and building status. So these two work together. They both come down to the strategy above all. We're going to walk through the campaign types and some examples so you can see these in mind. So broadly speaking, we're going to have two types of campaign sends. We're going to have evergreen and we're going to have promotional, and then these have a ton of subcategories beneath them in terms of what we're going to be putting out. Evergreen campaigns, what do I mean by that? We use this term internally, and evergreen campaigns are campaigns which have 3 characteristics. They are discount free, they can drive revenue, and they can be used at any time of year, virtually any time of year that is. So this would be maybe showing off who loves the brand, showing off what features we've been published in, showing off our best reviews, showing off how we're different to competitors, ingredient spotlights, how we manufacture our products, showing them behind the scenes, a letter from the founder, whatever it might be. That would fall into the evergreen category. Then we have promotional emails. So this could be a new product release, it could be a sale, it could be when Black Friday is going on. These are not going to be necessarily the backbone of our strategy, but they are important to use with good justification fairly infrequently. We recommend having at least 80% of your emails not fall into the promotional category, because this will train your list correctly to not expect discounts, and then when there is a discount, they'll go berserk and you'll have a huge reaction to that sale. I use this analogy quite often with clients and quite often with the brands that I speak to every week, which is that of sweetness. Imagine if you drink tea or you drink coffee quite frequently and you never have sugar in your coffee or your tea. Then you have a friend of yours who has 3 teaspoons of sugar inside their coffee or their tea every single day, and they're just used to that sweetness. If you were to drink their tea or coffee, you would not be accustomed to the sweetness, and you would probably have almost a violent reaction to it if you weren't used to that. Whereas if they were to drink yours, it would just be so bitter and they would have almost no reaction to it because they're used to that sweetness. You want your list to be like tea or coffee drinkers that don't have sugar, because then when they do have a little bit of that sweetness, they'll go berserk for it, and it tastes quite novel. It's something new. Whereas for people who are accustomed to sweetness, you need to go bigger and bigger and bigger in order to get the same sort of feeling. So we don't want to be in that discount brand kind of corner of things where we need to go above and beyond all the time and slash our margins just to get any sort of purchases out of our list. We also spoke about status here, and constant discounts do reduce brand perception in the customer's mind. I'm not saying never give offers, it's just have good justification for doing so. Black Friday is great justification. A clearance sale for your old line of products, let's say, is a good justification. If you have some sort of branded period of the year where you do a big sale and it's something that your customers, like, and it's only done very infrequently, that could be good justification, but we don't want to be doing them for no justification, little or no justification anyway. We don't want to be doing that. So with the background given, we'll now move on to some evergreen ideas. We have a full resource below, campaign calendar with tons of emails for you to work from and kind of different categories, and an example of how to build that out as well. So stay tuned for that. You can see here new arrival showcases. That would be a good evergreen campaign. How-to guides and tutorials, customer success stories, trend insights, product comparisons, so us versus our competitors, exclusive access, if someone's a VIP on your list, behind the scenes, expert Q&A sessions, maybe if you're in sort of the health space and you have something kind of like a face of the brand or something like that, someone who has a lot of status within the space. Let's say you're a skincare brand and you have a resident dermatologist on board who advises the brand. That could be a great sort of expert, email to sort of do. Lifestyle content, let's say if you're in the fashion space, you can kind of just show off different seasonal looks or show off, how your customers are currently styling products if they tag you on Instagram and that sort of a thing. And then interactive content and polls. So you can get, product suggestions from people, you can get feedback from people. This is also really good for your sender reputation if people are responding to your emails. So these are all some really good. So when it comes to building a calendar, this can be as simple or as complex as you want it to be. Our internal calendars look a bit more complex. That's due to managing email and SMS for a lot of big brands. If you're just running things yourself or for your brand, you can use a simple calendar like the one I'm going to share with you here. You could also use a spreadsheet if you're that way inclined, but if you have a good project management software, it's good to just have everything under the one roof so you know everything that's going on with your brand at the one time. So this is an example calendar that I have made for Q3. We will be coming into Q3 quite shortly at the time of this recording, so that's why I have it here, but this is quite evergreen. You can use this for different times of year, but this is just sort of to help people with avoiding a slow summer here. So as we can see here, we have evergreen campaigns, we have sales campaigns, product releases, we have educational campaigns, we have seasonal campaigns, and then just sort of miscellaneous ideas, but most of these would really fall under the evergreen sort of side of things. This would fall into kind of promotional product releases and sales, then the rest here would just sort of fall into the evergreen category. By the way, if you want this resource, pop your email in at the link in this description that you will see. It is thewizardsofemail.com. You can pop in there and you can get this delivered straight to your inbox, this resource, if you give us your email. So make sure to do that below and we'll send this calendar right to your inbox. So you can see some evergreen campaign ideas here. We can see a gift guide campaign. We can see with this kind of environmentally conscious brand honoring the earth. We can see then here a couple of more on Earth Day in terms of another environmentally conscious brand, our investment in science. You can see here that these are just branded campaigns that work really, really nicely for the brands in question. Finally, here you can see customer reviews and kind of putting that into a branded context. Really, really nice email here on the left. And then finally here we can go through let's say all the problems that you might be facing, a simple problem to solution campaign here, which is one of the oldest copywriting tricks in the book. Call out the problems your customers might be facing and then present your products as a solution here. Really, really nice email too. You can see here even more evergreen campaigns, which are really, really nicely done. Also in the evergreen campaign side is educational emails. How-to guides here in terms of making very good tea, in terms of making sure that your hair is well looked after, and so on and so forth. You can see here you brushing your teeth the right way, how plastic is killing our planet, and this sort of a thing. And you can see here this is all educating the customer. Really, really good style of campaign to have in your arsenal throughout the year. And then we can see a couple of more here from saunas and how heat can help hypertension, in terms of sauna sessions, mushroom pop quizzes. Anything you can do that's on brand here is going to work. It's going to be a really, really strong campaign idea. And then finally as well, seasonality is a great thing to leverage depending on the time of year that you're in. The general concept of seasonality definitely falls into the evergreen campaign style. Of course, you're going to have seasonality. It's going to be more geared towards summertime, some that's more geared toward winter, but just take the principle of using seasonality here. As we can see here, 4th of July campaign. If you're in America, this is a great thing to do. Any sort of public holidays that are really, really big. So you have 4th of July or Labor Day, they're going to be very popular and a broad appeal, I suppose, across all of your subscriber base. You can see here as well how we've made an example calendar for you guys. So you can just put this in and kind of go through what kind of type of email it is. Go through, is it just email? Is it email and SMS, depending on what it is? If it is something that's a bit more promotional where you think it can drive more revenue, it's probably worth adding a text there as well. Just making sure that that's only used for times where you're sure it's going to drive revenue. We've also put in a couple of sales email examples for you. So you can see a Black Friday style email. We can see here a subscription based email here as well to try and push people over the line for a subscription. Another subscription email. Then here just a quick sale email. And you can see with sales, it doesn't need to be a super complex email. Not that much copy in there. Keep it nice, short and to the point. People will appreciate that and you'll get a great reaction off of these. And finally here, you're noticing that trend again. Sales emails, super, super simple for you to actually implement. The next thing I want to talk to you about is who to send these campaigns to and how frequently to send campaigns as that's often something that people struggle with. I have the core segments that you want to be hitting listed out here as follows. These are just a couple of segments here below with the definitions listed out so you can see how you should actually be creating these. And you're going to be manipulating your sends depending on the data that you're seeing. And that's going to tell you a lot about volume as well. What we're looking for to know if we have good deliverability and also if we can increase sending over time are the following metrics. I want to be seeing that we have 40% plus open rates, 0.6% plus click-through rates, and less than 0.2% unsubscribe rates. If we're seeing these and we're also still seeing good revenue, we can go a little bit more gradually and up that volume a little bit. If you're currently sending 4 campaigns per month, try and push that up to around 6 per month. You're still seeing all of these metrics here really strong and you're seeing that revenue is strong. Try pushing that up to 8 and see can we drive out more of that incremental revenue like we were talking about. If you're not seeing these metrics, then we go back to segmentation here and we try to manipulate that. We're looking to get these metrics roughly on this segment here, this 180-day engaged segment. If we're not getting that, what we want to do is improve our sender reputation, which is going to be the main lever that we can pull with deliverability. With deliverability, it goes sender reputation, then it goes your infrastructure, making sure that that's set up correctly, then it goes into email content. If you're seeing really poor open rates on that 180-day engaged segment and your sending reputation is strong, go back and mail a 14 or a 30-day engaged segment for a couple of campaigns, improve those open rates, spike them, and then go back into mailing your main engaged segment. Another good thing to do if you are seeing good deliverability across the board, another way that you can actually increase the size of that engaged segment over time is you can do a couple of full list sends every month. You can send to everyone out there on your list, everyone, your not suppressed segment, all the people who can receive marketing, and do that a couple of times a month. And then what you're going to see is that a lot of people who aren't in that main engaged segment will actually open or click the email, and then they'll be pulled into the engaged segment for future sends. Also, in terms of counterbalancing that, like we spoke about hitting a 14 or 30-day engaged segment, if you hit that really tightly engaged segment for a couple of sends, that'll bring your sender reputation back up. So you're getting the benefits of mailing everyone a few times a month, pulling them into the main engaged segment, but you're not having any of the deliverability pains that might bring up from driving down your open rates and then driving down your sender reputation as a result. We're balancing it out with that segmentation plan during the month. So we're hitting our very engaged people, we're hitting, our normal big engaged segment, and we're hitting that full list a couple of times a month. So we're bringing up the size of that main engaged segment over time while not harming our deliverability with the sort of spread that we're doing across those segments, if that makes sense. We then get to testing, which is a super popular topic and it's the one I wanted to bring you through here today. Within your campaigns, you want to always test something every send in order to gain some valuable insights about your list. The main things we like to test first are as follows. So send times, go from big differences to smaller differences. Let's say you're looking to find the optimal send time for your campaigns. You don't want to test 5 p.m. versus 6 p.m. right away because the difference there isn't that great. It's going to be a lot of sends before you're actually able to get statistical significance on that sort of spread. So what you'd actually want to do is test maybe 9 a.m. versus 5 p.m. Huge difference there, a big 8-hour difference. So at the beginning of the workday and at the end of the workday sort of a thing, then you might see that, let's say 5 p.m. works, and then you're going to bring that gap from that 9 a.m. maybe up to 12 and just sort of go from there. You'll find your equilibrium within your sends over time of when is the optimal time to send. You could even go more drastic in the beginning. You could go 7 p.m. versus 8 a.m. and then work back from there depending on what's winning. Just make sure you go from bigger to smaller in order to get the optimal time to send. Subject lines are another great one. Test sending from a character, test having emojis, test long, test short, test formal versus informal, these sorts of things. Very good test to do. You can also test hero images to see what kind of styles are getting people to click. Do you put a big, very obvious button on there? Do you just put a small CTA on there? Do you make it very graphic? Do you make it more lifestyle? Test that out and see what's more engaging for people, because that is the part of the email that everyone will definitely see. And then also within the email content, go from a heavy design type to a more text-based type and just see, are your list readers or scanners? What are they actually responding to over time? Every list is different. Some people really do read their emails. Some people kind of scan their emails. So if people are readers, more text-based is going to help. If people are more scanners, more design-based is going to help you a lot more there. On the topic of testing, I may as well talk about the flows here a little bit. Good things to test, as well as all the things above here, are timing between emails in your flows and then the offers within emails in your flows to see what people respond to the best. Do you get more aggressive over time? Do you just switch the offer over time as the flows elongate? That sort of a thing. Those are good tests to do. You can see here a quick test for one of our clients here where we're starting to test, kind of smaller and smaller gaps here. We kind of had a hunch that this would be around the midday time would kind of be best for this client. We're still testing this out right now. As you can see, this isn't, a huge gap in terms of the difference, but you can see you always want to test something. We like to test something every single campaign. For here, testing send time, really, really good thing to do in terms of your campaigns. One of the highest points of leverage, really, in terms of figuring out how to drive more revenue from your campaigns over time. And there we have it. That's how you run campaigns for your e-commerce brand. And there is a lot in here, so feel free to comment with any questions or drop me an email. And also follow us below, subscribe to the newsletter, check us out on LinkedIn and YouTube, subscribe to the channel for more guides like this. And finally, if you're running a brand doing over 100 grand a month, you can book in a complimentary consultation with us. We'll assess your goals, check what's going on with the email channel and all of your marketing channels in general, and see if it makes sense to make an offer to you and how we can scale your brand using our systems on the email and SMS side. So like I said, if you drop us your email, you can get the calendar resource that I had here with example emails and the timeline of events of when you should actually be putting those emails together. And finally, we recognize that campaigns are just one part of the puzzle when it comes to scaling your e-commerce brand to the 8-figure range with email and SMS marketing. Alongside that, another guide that you're definitely going to need to watch is our flows guide for how to automate up to 20% of your brand's revenue on the whole using the power of email and SMS marketing. If you want to check out our video on a full email marketing flows guide, you can click on this video right here. I'll see you there. At our agency, we've driven over $100 million for our clients using email marketing. Within that channel, we've stuck to these 6 copywriting principles in order to drive the most revenue possible for our brands and help them scale to 8 figures and beyond. In this video, we're going to share everything about the engine room of your email marketing, which is of course the content within the emails and how well you write, so you can scale your brand consistently and get the absolute most out of your email and SMS marketing channels. So this will be quite a short, simple and actionable guide because you really have 6 core weapons in your arsenal to use an email copy. This is taken from the book called Influence by Robert Cialdini. It's a super actionable book, and there are plenty of places where you can actually see this really easily within email marketing for an e-commerce brand specifically. These are reciprocity, commitment and consistency, social proof, authority, liking, and scarcity. Don't worry if these seem like concepts which are hard to sort of see connections to, because I'm going to bring this right back down to earth into an e-commerce context where you can see exactly what these mean. Reciprocity just means don't send boring emails and don't be selling constantly. Commitment and consistency means segment based on the interest level, buyer, clicker, multiple time browser, and speak to this accordingly, both within your flows and campaigns. We've spoken about this a lot in previous videos. Social proof, which is showing reviews where you've been featured, Trustpilot, influencers, anyone who endorses you, authorities in your space and so on. Authority, as seen in if professionals endorse you, is there, someone who's very authoritative in their space who endorses your brand or is actually a face of the brand? That would be a great application of that. Plenty of brands out there like that. Liking, you can use a character in your emails, use some humor, make the emails fun and engaging. And then scarcity, so directly call out if you have low inventory levels, use countdown timers and do it in quite a tasteful way from time to time. So we have our 6 principles, we've brought them back down to earth here. Let's go into exact specifics and exact examples of how you can use all of these for your brand today. Think about this. If a brand was constantly annoying you every time they contacted you, would you want to buy from them? I would guess you probably would not want to buy from them, and you definitely want to avoid being that brand once you think about that. A good rule that we like to use is to have more content heavy sort of evergreen email campaigns 4 times out of 5 than have a direct sales email 1 time out of 5. I even think that's fairly high, but this is just a good standard to shoot for, to not be constantly annoying people. Some good content based campaigns here. We have the myth about your industry. Let's say something all of your competitors engage in that you don't engage in. We have showing off good press, so let's say publications you've been featured in and so on. Showing off UGC, so customers who've actually endorsed the product or posted you on Instagram or whatever it might be and said that they've had a great experience. Specific product features, which product is right for you, quizzes like these, a letter from the founder, behind the scenes. These sorts of emails are fantastic for this in terms of giving people actually interesting stuff that they would want to read. Now that is the evergreen sort of content heavy side of things, but when you're selling, you want to be kind of testing different offers to see what's working best in your list. Do they respond better to a percentage off? Do they respond better to a monetary amount off, to bundles, to a free gift for purchase, to free shipping? You want to test out and see what works best in your audience. Sometimes the most simple offer is what works best. We probably see on average that percentage off offers are generally the strongest for all of our clients, but definitely test around here because we've seen many cases where some lists love getting free gifts, they love bundling up, they love feeling that they're saving by adding multiple things into their cart. So just be cognizant of that, but generally simplest does work best. So normally percentage off is very strong here. We then have commitment and consistency, which is using segments properly and also splitting up your flows based on if someone has purchased before or not, consistently speaking to that loyalty that they've actually shown to the brand and not speaking to them like they're a new customer, speaking to them like they're someone who is coming back to purchase from you again. Here we had a browse abandoned email that sends to people after they click without purchasing. It actually shows third-party lab testing that this client does. So at this point, it's trying to build up that trust. We're like, hey, we saw you were checking us out, so we're going to send you this email here, which kind of shows off more sort of trust building elements, which is that we're third-party lab tested, our products are super clean. Especially with this demographic, they're people a bit older. They need a lot more, I suppose, to trust the brand. Especially with this demographic, these are people who are a bit older. Sometimes you need to build a bit more trust in order to actually drive that sale. So this would be a great example of commitment commitment and consistency. Other great examples are, let's say, for people who have purchased before in an abandoned checkout flow, you can speak about how you want them to come back to the brand rather than try the brand for someone who's never purchased before. Similarly, within a browse abandoned flow, an abandoned cart flow, an abandoned checkout flow, these have commitment and consistency built into them because you're bringing someone back to the fact that they have been checking out the brand and haven't purchased. So you're kind of saying, hey, we know you want this, come back, check it out again. That's why those flows actually convert so well. Of course, people have high intent, but you're speaking a lot to the commitment and consistency bias here also. We then have social proof. You want to use testimonials like the ones below as often as humanly possible. And oftentimes the less polished the customer testimonials are, the better. So we can see here a really strong review for a brand here, which kind of speaks to the core desire of this target market. We then also have, this brand here, how they use NFL players in order to sort of drive on that authority that they have, because professional athletes actually endorse the brand. So if you have kind of faces of the brand, or if you have people who endorse you, that really builds up the social proof side of things, especially. So if you have people who endorse your brand, like athletes or people who are authoritative in their space, that's really going to build up your social proof here as well. Social proof and authority are quite mixed here. You could almost make these one category, but they are subtly quite different to one another. As you can kind of see here with authority, these sort of save blocks, we see as seen in, but this is also going to build up social proof in that we have, 5-star Trustpilot rating, so on and so forth. So you can see here, it's a little bit of a blurry line, but you can kind of just know it when you see it in terms of what is social proof and what is sort of authority. Here is far more authority than it is social proof in terms of this skincare brand using a resident dermatologist on board to show that their products are specifically formulated, that they don't use any rubbish ingredients in their products, and that they are different to their competitors. So that's another way you can do that if you have someone who is kind of a face of the brand or someone who is an authoritative figure for the brand. Really, really good thing to do as well. Any way you can do this with social proof and authority, try and fix it into your emails, just like you see here in terms of the publications we're in, that Trustpilot rating. It's something that's just going to slightly increase your conversion rate over time because you have that fixed in every single email. No reason not to do it if you have, let's say, a great Trustpilot rating or even featured in certain publications. It is going to help your brand. We then get down to liking. So oftentimes we use a character, which is extremely impactful. We actually get a lot of people responding to our clients' emails saying, hey, thanks David or thanks Sophie for your email, even though it is a fictitious character, but it is something that happens because people like to buy from people. They like to feel there is a human behind the screen and it's not this big unapproachable brand like you would often get with a lot of e-commerce brands. Speak about this a lot post-purchase in terms of liking, of thanking people genuinely with a post-purchase email that's done in plain text. It gives that human feel to things and it increases liking because you have a character there, you have a person behind the screen, and it's not like a big brand that is just trying to look unapproachable like a high-level fashion house or something like that where everything is hugely status-based. So it's a really good thing to do here. It is funny when people reply to Emma, let's say when she's fictional, but yeah, it's just a very good thing to do. You can see here, it is also great to do this as a pattern interrupt when you're using kind of a character and using plain text. So we can see here, there's a sale that is ending that night, and then we do this as the final reminder. In plain text, it sort of flies under the radar. It's something that gives you, a little bit of a different flavor to the email. It is that pattern interrupt like we're saying, and it enables you to kind of send the same core message, but send it in a slightly different way and get through to people a little bit easier. So that's a great thing to do, let's say for Black Friday, or if you're running some other big sale, or if it's reminding someone that a product's been released and they haven't purchased it yet. Great times to use plain text, great times to use a character also, just like it is post-purchase. The final principle is scarcity. Now I have this key put in here to use genuine scarcity and don't lie. It's very, very powerful. Be wise with how you use scarcity. You don't want to break trust with your customers by using fake scarcity. Some nice ways you can do this are pulling in countdown timers like the one you see below. That adds that little bit of urgency, especially if a sale is ending. And then we can see here calling out that we have low stock here in this email. This is really, really impactful. You can see this actually shows the exact amount of the product that is left in stock. So that's a really good thing to do as well, of just calling out when you have low stock levels. This is something that you can just do as a normal campaign if you are running low on something and you like to clear it off without having to put it on a clearance sale or something like that. Just send that out to your list and that will drive a lot of conversions because it's inherently baked into the email that this is something that other people want, or else it wouldn't be running out of stock. So we come back to these 6 here, and I actually challenge you to think of how you can work these into every single email that you do. We have authority and social proof, which are easy to put into every email because we can use fixed blocks in the footer of our emails. But I hope you can see that you can use any one of these principles in nearly every single email that you send. If we're using commitment and consistency, could we send a campaign to previous buyers and let's say do a replenishment campaign? Are you running out of your product if it's something that is consumable, or do you want to complete your look if it's something that's in fashion? How can we build in that commitment and consistency of saying, hey, we know you loved our products once, maybe you like them again? Perhaps even with commitment and consistency, you could do an SMS list growth campaign to your email list and say, hey, we figured that because you like getting our emails, you'll probably like getting our text messages as well, and push a ton of those people onto your SMS list, which is going to enable you to convert them and get through to them in busy time periods like Black Friday. So they'll definitely see your SMS. Liking. do you use a character always for your emails? Do you change the sender name from your email and say, rather than the brand name, do we have Sophie at brand name checking in with people? This can often really improve your open rates, by the way. To put a sender in the actual sending name, an actual person in there, can really, really affect things. With scarcity, if you're okay with doing so, could you put this into your pre-purchase flows and say, hey, we're known to sell out, if your products do actually sell out quite often? Or if you operate on a drop model, how can you communicate this to your customers to say, hey, you need to act now because we sell out all the time? Finally, with reciprocity, could you put in, let's say, style guides? Could you put in other guides of how to use your products? Could you put in educational emails which are actually beneficial to your readers that they'll find interesting? Could you put in stories about the brand where they're sort of getting that liking and that reciprocity element going because the emails are good to read and they also get that human connection with you and your brand? So I encourage you to kind of think about ideas and think of how you can incorporate any one or multiple of these 6 elements into every single email that you send. I guarantee you can do it in some capacity. And there we have it. That is how to think about copywriting for your e-commerce brand. If you have any questions, feel free to drop me an email. Feel free to comment below in this video. We respond to every single comment. So if you have questions, make sure to drop them there. If you want a ton of free goodies, you can join our email list. The link is in the description here, but you can also see it here for the newsletter. You can follow us on LinkedIn, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to get more guides like these. Finally, if you want a full guide on the actual infrastructure that is layered around these copywriting principles and how we can show you how we generated $6.7 million for 3 of our clients in just a 12-week period, you can click on this video right here. I'll see you there.
Okay, so this is going to be a beginner's guide to AI email copywriting. This has been something that's been requested by a few people on our newsletter. Link for that in the description below. And we're going to go straight into it. So this is us, Kensington Media House, Klaviyo Gold Partner. Here are some of the brands we've worked with over the years. It's my co-founder here. Here are a few of our links for YouTube, LinkedIn, X, which is Twitter, and then a couple of our free guides here as well, some of our best YouTube videos. This is our free newsletter, 3X weekly. You get some of the best guides on the internet, which are better than anyone else has paid. So let's go into this. On today's agenda, let's get straight into AI email copywriting because it's something that there are a lot of misconceptions about and something that I think there are many things that we can clear up. So what we'll cover today, we'll go into defining what successful copywriting is, what we're actually looking to achieve, because if we don't define our actual outcome that we want to get to with AI copywriting, well, it's very unlikely that we're actually going to have a good end result, right? So we need to first define what is good copywriting and then what is good AI copywriting and how do we get there, right? Second thing, how to prompt AI like a master craftsman to get your desired outputs. Think of yourself as a sculptor here, where you're essentially getting the best initial output you can and then kind of chiseling it down from there into a perfect art piece, right? Third is going to be understanding the pitfalls and biases of language learning models and AI machines when you're using these to write copy, and how to kind of work with these biases and also how to negate these biases as well when you want to do so. Fourth will be examples of good AI prompting and bad AI prompting. Number 5 is going to be the number 1 prompting hack no one talks about. This guarantees good outputs. Definitely stick around for this. This is, something I wish I knew years ago. Number 6, which we will get into as an example, is what Cristiano Ronaldo can teach you about AI prompting. And then what we're going to do once we've gone through all of these is that I'm actually going to be writing a welcome series for none other than Gymshark, right? So we'll go through, we'll write a full welcome series for the brand Gymshark, and we'll use all the principles here. So you can see essentially what bad outputs will lead to, and then what using the principles from this video will lead to when we go to write that welcome series. So detailed intro. Question: how do you get the most out of AI, right? So defining success here, right? Before we even go into like writing and giving examples of good AI copy, we first want to know how it works. How do these machines actually work? What do we need to be successful? What are the pitfalls? What are the biases, and so on? The main word, you're going to be hearing this about 50 times throughout this video, but it's so important, right? Like there's a real reason why I'm going to mention this 50 times, but it is context. It's going to be context length. And if your copy isn't sounding right, if you're not getting the output that you want to get, it's because you're not giving the machine enough context or the right context, okay? So if the machine had all of the information necessary, the email would of course sound right. If you're not getting the outputs that you want, it's because the inputs aren't at the requisite level that they need to be at, okay? Another misconception here, AI copy isn't necessarily a lot less work, as you're going to see in this YouTube video, right? To get the best outputs possible, it actually is quite a lot of work. There isn't kind of one magic prompt that we're going to use, which is going to give us, a perfect email or a perfect series of emails in one go, right? We have to give the machine a lot of context and ensure at every stage when we're giving it that context that it understands what we have said to the machine, right? AI is to writing what a calculator is to mathematics. It will do the legwork, but you still need to ensure it's facing the right direction. This is of course the strategy here, and it's doing the right tasks, which is sort of the implementation plan. So here is you, and here is the AI model. You are a civil engineer in this case, and you're building a bridge. The civil engineer still has to plan out the foundations, the shape, the arc, the materials required. The calculator will just assist him in making those calculations. So you're essentially prompting this thing. You're using this tool, using this sort of leverage essentially. But if you don't know what you're doing with the machine, you're not going to go in the right place. You're not going to go in the right direction. Rather, you're not going to get the right outputs that you want to get. The meta concept, and this is kind of the main thing that we want to learn here from context. This is actually something that a lot of software engineers will say, in let's say Google and Amazon, these sorts of companies. The meta concept is garbage in equals garbage out. If you give it poor inputs, you are going to get poor outputs. And this is what we're working with the word context. We need to give it the right context and the right amount of context. If you're not giving AI enough context, and once again, I mean enough context and also the right context, the correct context, you will not get good copy. Your outputs will only ever be as good as your inputs. Garbage in equals garbage out. So you're the best baker in the world in this case, and you ask them to make a cake for you. Instead of allowing them to pick their own ingredients, you only give them expired flour, eggs, and milk plus rotten sugar from dying sugarcane. And I ask you, can the cake possibly be good? I think it's more likely that the output will come out like the image below. I think we're looking at a cake from hell here, and these eggs don't exactly look too appetizing, and yeah, I think the mix here is just not going so well. So we have an amazing baker here, but if we give it poor ingredients, we're obviously going to get poor outputs. Let's start defining good inputs. Now that we've given you all of that background, we've given you a few analogies to sort of think through this stuff, let's go through what do good inputs do? We're trying to write email copy here that drives conversions, that represents our brand and our tone of voice well, sounds human and likable, and enables seamless handoff to the design team to keep email production high, both in terms of output and in terms of quality, right? So we're driving conversions, we want to make as many sales as possible. We want to make sure that we're always upholding the brand perception. We want to make sure we're sounding human and likable, and we want to enable a seamless handoff. Now, as you're starting to see here, this doesn't mean there's zero work involved in this. It just means that it's like having a calculator beside you, right? You still need to know that these four things, this kind of the direction that we're heading in, these are the things we always have to uphold. This is going to sound super simple, but this is why I wanted to define success before we actually went into any examples. What if you just told the AI this? What if you just told it exactly what good looks like? What if you told it exactly the direction you're heading in and the exact destination you want to wind up in? You're going to be far more likely to actually get there. You'd be, so, I suppose, surprised, but you'd see so many people write the following into AI and then wonder why their output's poor. You see, I'm writing a welcome email for my clothing brand named Kensington. This is a hypothetical brand that we've just used for the purpose of this email, for modeling after Kensington Media House, the agency that sells hoodies and t-shirts. Please write this and let people know they have 10% off their first purchase using code WELCOME10. Now, what do we see here? Have we given AI all of the context required? Let's go through this. So what's the goal of the email? Where are we going? What's the brand tone of voice and vibe? What emotional triggers are we going to use? And of course, psychological triggers in general. What principles of persuasion are we going to use? How are we meant to make the email sound personable and human-like? What design cues are involved? How should the email appear? How should it flow? How should all the sections sort of work together? You can see here, you could never get a good output in this case because the AI has so much ambiguity. What we are doing with context is reducing ambiguity. We want to get rid of all ambiguity. We increase context, we give it the right context and the correct amount of context, and then what happens when we do this is we get rid of all ambiguity, right? Without all this information, how are you going to get a good output? It's literally impossible. Let's go deep on context. Let's show you how to do all of these things, and let's show you how to get the best outputs possible. Going deep on context, this word again. Have you ever looked at GPT or Claude or other AI models and seen numbers such as 128K here or 8K here or 200K beside them, just like this image below? This is from a tool that we use as well with a number of different AI models in there. What these numbers are, what these numbers represent is context length. This is the number of tokens that this language learning model can process at once. Basically in one input sequence, so one writing session, it can handle, O1 Mini can handle 128K, Claude 3.5 Sonic can handle 200K, ChatGPT 4.0 can handle 128K, and so on, right? This is basically the amount of context it can handle. We want to make sure that we're making use of this context. This is almost as much as it can store in its head, in one writing session. That's kind of the best way to think about it. We want to make use of that context length so we can have the best outputs possible. Now, what context does the language learning model need to write great marketing emails? Now, the answer, and this is why, AI isn't necessarily a panacea, is that it needs quite a lot, okay? These are the things that we're going to put into the AI, and then when we go through and we write out, our welcome series, I'm going to show you how good the output is here. I'm going to show you just how good we can do while we make a little custom bot for ourselves here for Gymshark. We can make things really strong here. So brand information. So we have the brand name, the mission, the values and tagline, a description of the product or collection being promoted, USPs, what makes the brand product unique. And the key is, right, it's not just that we half-ass this, right? We need to give extreme detail. When I say giving the machine enough context, I mean we need to remove any possible amount of ambiguity here. And I'm going to show you with our prompting as well how you can guarantee to reduce all of the ambiguity, or sorry, eradicate it, I should say. Second, the target audience: age, gender, location, income level. Who are these people? Psychographics, their interests, their values, their pain points. What are they looking to achieve by buying our products? This is actually something that's funny that we notice with our clients, but before they do our onboarding form, they actually don't really understand their target audience that well. We go super deep into this with clients, and it helps us with our design, it helps us with our copy, it helps us with the structure of the flows and kind of what problems that we're looking to solve. You really want to drill down into these. It's super, super important. Customer personas or segments as well. Within here, once again, extreme detail. You'll start to see in every section here, we need extreme detail. And that kind of, you'll start to see, does go without saying. The campaign details. So the type of campaign, is it a sale, is it a holiday promotion, is it a product launch, limited time offer? What exactly are these? What's the goal of the campaign? What is, the time of year? What date is it going to go out on? Give it super, super details here. What's the offer going to be? Is the goal just to increase engagement? Is it to increase brand status? Is it to drive conversions? Is it to try and, what is the campaign actually looking to do? So where are we going? Giving the AI all of this context. Once again, what if you just told it all this stuff? Baking and persuasion. You want to tell the system what the principles of persuasion are, what emotional triggers are, what psychological triggers are, and get them to use them in the copy where possible. Things like the kind of 6 elements of persuasion, which we put in our copywriting guide, which is on our channel. You can find it on the channel there. It's an exhaustive copy guide in terms of what good copy looks like in general. Social proof, liking, commitment, consistency, reciprocity, authority, and then scarcity and urgency. Once again, extreme detail here. Here's what we want to do to actually persuade people. Number 5, email components. So the subject line, the tone and focus, header text, hooks, key messages. So this is like kind of getting into structure now. So like what do we want to actually have the email look like? And a cool thing here is you can actually feed in old emails or emails from other brands that you like. You can feed these into the AI models and kind of help yourself here. Now the CTA, like look how granular we're going here with this detail. Like, what do we even want the CTA to say? Coming back up to our prompt here, I mean, how is this ever gonna do anything? Once you actually see what's required to have really good outputs, you kind of see how those prompts are a bit ridiculous. 6, tone and style. Define the tone: professional, casual, witty, luxurious. Like kind of what's your tone of voice here? Go into detail here. How long are your sentences even? Like how detailed do you go in your language? Do you guys use humor? Do you not use humor? Obviously very different for every brand, but once again, if the AI doesn't have this information, it's never going to give you the best output possible. Number 7, visual cues. So we need to hand this off to the design team as well. We need to give the design team as much context as possible as well. If we want the output and generally want the email to look as good as possible, we need to hand this off to our design team well. So just like an AI model, we want to avoid our design team working in the dark because they don't have context on how the email should look. We want to avoid lots of edits then because we didn't set the email up to succeed. Want to include placeholder suggestions for images, GIFs, or graphics to support the email. So we can say, add hero image with short headline plus call to action button, insert image of product on model here, or kind of just insert product mock-up here. Like what kind of images do we want to be putting in this email? And then just kind of let the design team know what kind of text are you going to put on the hero image? How big should it be? How should the call to action even look? This saves us a lot of headaches, with getting a less than ideal output and then having to kind of redo it all the time. Just like I kind of said in the previous point, if you feed in past successful emails, it's going to really, really help you, in terms of, what structure suits your brand, potentially even your clients, because I know a lot of email marketers watch these videos too. What we can do here, the good thing is, I know this sounds like a lot, and I know probably a lot of you are kind of throwing your eyes up to heaven a little bit and being like, wow, is this like, do we actually like have to do this? And it's like, yes, if you want the best outputs possible, you absolutely do. But the thing is that you can store this in one place and you can always have this context for the AI model. You can basically get all of this down into one place, get it out in a super like lucid and cogent fashion in detail and store it. And then what you're going to do when we come in here, we're going to use Notion, or you could use ClickUp, or you could use, just even a text editor. And you're going to use this to essentially keep all of your context for how your tone of voice is, how your email should look. And this is going to be really, really cool. So generally speaking, the best way that we're going to feed data into AI, or kind of feed context, is to use Markdown and CSV files. A Markdown file is essentially a text file. So you can open it using a text editor, on a Mac. This is just the text edit app, it comes with your computer anyway. There is a text editor on Windows as well. I think it could just be called text editor too as an app. Every computer is going to have one of these. You can pull all of this data into Notion. right? So we generally would use Notion for this. We're just going to go export here, and then we can go Markdown and CSV. So you can see here, right? I have all of this context pulled in up here, right? I actually have all of this written down on a page, and you can see I can just export this as a Markdown and CSV file. This will be a .md file, which can be read by any text editor, and this can be uploaded, into any AI model. It's very easy to read for an AI model because, once again, these are language learning models. This is just text. It's just language, and we're able to give it all the context possible. So you can just make out one master file as you go, and then upload this file, and always have context prepared for the language learning model to understand. I'm going to make another video soon on how to program bots for your brand, so you can essentially build custom bots which are automatically programmed to have every bit of context required from day one. That's not going to be the purpose of this video. This is going to be more of a beginner's guide to AI email copywriting. If you want to get an exhaustive series on AI in general in terms of marketing, because it's something that we're quite on the cutting edge of, subscribe to the channel. You'll get notifications, and also sign up for our newsletter in the description, because our newsletter sees all of this stuff first. So you can see here, I can take this Markdown file and I can just upload it into any AI model. In this case, it's ChatGPT, but yeah, you could do this in Claude, you could do this in Google Gemini, you could do this even in Twitter's Grok, X's Grok, I should say. You could do it into really any model in general. Once again, you would just flesh out all of these elements. And once again, this guide, this kind of document, I have this in the description of the YouTube video. You can just click here or click down below, and then you can go into here and go into extreme detail for all of these things, and you can just put it into a Notion page and go on from there. But these are the things which are going to eradicate ambiguity, right? So brand information, the target audience, campaign details, baking and persuasion, email components, the tone and style, and visual cues, and making it easy to hand it off to the design team. You just want to go into this in extreme depth, in one master document that you can kind of give context to the AI. Now, quickly, we're going to go into an AI prompting hack that no one knows about. And once again, we talk about eradicating ambiguity. This is how we do that. So with everything we've spoken about here, you're probably wondering, okay, well, what if I do all of this and the output's still not good enough? Right? Because you could be very particular about the tone of voice for your brand, or whether it's for a certain client, they could be very, very particular. So you might be thinking, okay, well, what if I do all of this, the AI still doesn't have enough context? How will I know? How will I know that, it's a context issue? How will I know that? This is the #1 AI prompting hack, is to use this right at the end. Before responding, please let me know if you have any questions or need more context. If not, you may generate your response. What you'll actually find, and this is going to be one of the AI biases that we're going to go into in just a second here, is that AI just wants to give you what you want. Because what you'll find here is that this is actually one of the biases we're going to go into in just a second in terms of how AI models work and how language learning models work in general, but they just want to give you what you want. They want to give you what you want right away. It's almost like they're overly polite. And so what you want to do is, when you use this prompt, you'll actually find that it might need quite a bit more context, but it would never tell you. It is overly polite to the point that it will never tell you if it needs more context. So you actually have to ask it at the end of your prompts. If you strongly suspect that it needs a lot more context, just remove this bit. Don't give it the option. Just say, let me know. Go as granular as you need to. Tell the AI to tell you if it has any issues or needs any more context, because you'd be so surprised what's in your head that's not in the model. Right? So you need to actually ask it that. So this is a #1 AI prompting hack. Use this all the time. It's absolutely incredible. Let's go into some good inputs versus some bad inputs here, right? And we're going to do this as well when we go into the actual writing section here, when we go and write that welcome series for Gymshark. But let me just show you this here. So here's an example of a good input. I'm going to be writing a series of campaigns for the clothing brand Kensington mentioned above relating to their Black Friday sale. Once again, this is a hypothetical brand just based on my agency's name, Kensington Media House. The goal of this sale is to drive as much revenue for the brand as possible through email marketing. To start with, we're going to do a campaign with the following rough working title: BFCM VIP launch campaign, teaser re-engagement, the ID for this campaign, and so on and so on. The campaign only needs to be short as it's our best offer of the year and it speaks for itself. Look how much context we're giving it here versus the first prompt that we had a couple of minutes ago. Attached above is a PDF of the email template we'll be using for the sale. The structure of the hero image, body, copy, buttons, and social proof must be observed. You can see this here. The tone will not change from the normal tone we have as a brand. Please clearly observe the tone of voice document inside the main markdown file attached. So you can see here we have a markdown text file here too. Before responding, please let me know if you have any questions or need more context. If not, you may generate your response. Versus this, what's going to give you better outputs? Now, I know this is a lot of work, but this will potentially give you your email in one output. You might not actually have to do much after this. So you can just see here, this is what's required. You need to remove all ambiguity for the machine. Now, when you see what good looks like I'm saying, how would you ever expect the AI to give good output in this case here? Key in every prompting session, right here, absolute key, remove every bit of ambiguity. How to think about reducing ambiguity. Here's what Cristiano Ronaldo can teach you about AI. So We're gonna watch a little clip here, and I'm gonna ask you first what you think of this. Like, what does this actually bring to mind when we watch this clip? Let us take a look and see what comes to mind. We will keep the sound off. Here we go. Champions League final, Bosch. Pretty iconic goal as well, but just look at this. What does this bring to mind for you? pretty interesting clip, pretty elucidating. I'm sure you guys probably have, what I have in mind. What you see here is that Ronaldo, in this case, is talking to Luka Modric, who is one of the best players to ever play the game. Even with Modric's greatness in reading the game, his football IQ is one of the highest of all time. He needed Ronaldo's direction and guidance to get rid of all the ambiguity to give the perfect pass in the Champions League final. And as you can see, the result was a winning goal. I think they maybe won 3-1. Maybe it wasn't an exact winning goal, but it definitely was an extremely important goal. And you can see here, in this case, you are Ronaldo and the AI model is Luka Modric. Great as it may be, it needs you to remove the ambiguity. It needs you to tell the model, here, put the ball right here. This is exactly what I want you to do. You have Luka Modric with you with the proper direction, or without the proper direction, I should say, it's never going to be world class. So this is super important. We're reducing ambiguity. We need to realize that, look, it's not going to get to a point where it's just going to do all of our work for us. We have to give the AI model everything it needs, okay? I hope this doesn't deflate anyone. I hope this doesn't kind of reduce people's excitement, but it's just to say, this is a really high leverage thing to do for your business, and to understand how to do this. So what we were going to do next is we're going to go into understanding the biases of the AI machine. Understanding the biases of language learning models in general. We lightly touched on one just a little bit earlier, but let's go into these in a lot more depth right now, right? AI has a number of biases. You need to be aware of these if you want to get the best outputs, and if you're not, you're going to make unforeseen mistakes and just generally not of the best emails that you could possibly have, right? If you're aware of these, you'll be able to write incredible copy, probably better copy than you even thought possible with AI. So the biases themselves, let's start with the first one here, as we would term it, the incomplete information bias. So coming back to ambiguity, if AI has incomplete information, it's going to make stuff up unless you tell it not to. I'm actually serious here. What you need to do is to tell it to remain truthful and ask for these things if it doesn't have them available. Once again, we touched on this a little bit earlier. If you don't give it all the context possible, it still might go ahead with its output because it just wants to give you what you want. You've asked it a question, please give me this information. It just wants to give you the information as quick as it can. That is its system instruction, and that's going to override nearly everything else when it comes to your writing. So you can see here, right, doing this one day, this is just through a platform that we use to manage AI agents called Typing Cloud. I asked it after an output, are these actual reviews? Because I was reading it and I was like, these don't sound right. I was like, these don't sound like they're actual reviews I've seen on the website. And I asked, are these actual reviews? And look at this. I apologize for the confusion. No, they're not actual reviews from this brand's customers. I generated these fictional reviews based on product information and brand voice. So you can actually see, without me, kind of tying down and removing it as an option and saying, hey, like, make sure these reviews are real. You can see it actually just fabricated reviews. So the incomplete information bias, you need to give it all the information possible, but also you want to, in this case, ask it to remain truthful. The next one, we will call this creative license bias. Unless you tell AI what it can and can't say, sometimes it'll just veer off your brand voice and it will take its own creative license. Claude especially does this. So AI models made by Anthropic, like Claude 3.5 Sonnet, Claude Haiku, but mainly Sonnet. Unless you say here, don't say this or say this, it will literally do whatever it wants. It'll literally just take things into its own hands and go from there. So you gotta make sure it doesn't do that. The politeness bias. You've asked it for something and it wants to give you what you want right away, so it'll be too polite to ask you questions. You need to ask it if it has questions. It's not going to ask you. When you have, like I said, just kind of the thing that's going to override its system instruction is you have asked it for something, it's going to want to just give you that thing. So you've asked it write this campaign, it's just going to want to write the campaign as soon as possible to give you what you want. So coming back to this prompt here, please draft the email for this, and remember that the goal is to drive conversions as per the blank. Please let me know if a bit of a typing mistake, bit of a spelling mistake. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any context to generate your response. If you don't, then please generate your response. So that politeness bias, that's how we get around that. Bonus here, right, is a human bias, the machine context bias. We think the LLM, the language learning model, has far more context than it actually does, and do not ensure in our inputs it has enough context to give it a good output. Once again, we have to give it far more, as you're seeing all throughout this video, and we're going to do this when we write this welcome series in just a moment. You can see here that we need to give it as much context as humanly possible. This is where giving example emails to the letter will help us as we give the AI enough to know what success looks like, right? So this is this is where the magic happens. Let me right now jump to the computer. Let me jump into ChatGPT actually, because I think it's going to be the model most people use, and quickly walk you through an example AI copywriting session so you can see what good prompting looks like. I'm going to write an entire welcome series for Gymshark, and I'm going to let you judge how good the copy is. So time for me to give you context. Side note, I actually kind of learned the last little while that, in general in life, there's kind of a worrying amount of similarity between AI models and human beings. And, oftentimes, let's say if, you're working with your team, or you're working with, someone else, or even you're organizing plans with your friends, oftentimes if things go a bit haywire, it's because you haven't given your friends, you haven't given people around you enough context. So yeah, I think looking at it through that lens, you'll kind of start to learn through prompting how in general communication works and so on, which is definitely another win. So as you can see, we are here with ChatGPT, and we are about to go through our guide, and we're going to use this here in terms of giving it as much context as possible, right? So we're going to come back all the way up here, and I'm going to make a document that is going to give all of the brand information for Gymshark. We're going to do this through Notion, and yeah, we're going to essentially prompt this. We're going to get the best welcome series that we possibly can get out here. So let me go to Notion here. I'm going to pop all of this information in, and we'll go from there. Okay, so we have got our basic information here that we want to follow, and we're just going to do this for Gymshark. So let me just make some spaces here between all of our sections for all of our context length that we're going to use here. So this is pretty cool as well for you guys. You can basically take this from the doc. Once again, the doc is in the description of this YouTube video down below, and you can actually use this for yourself, for your brand, or for your clients, right? So we're going to go back up here, brand information. So we will just go into all this. I'm going to fill all of this in, and then I will come back to you and show you exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so we have gone through, we've trawled through the internet. We found here most of Gymshark's kind of information to put in here. So as you can see here, we had these 7 things that we wanted to put in here. So we have the brand name, the mission, the values, the tagline, product description, and so on. Moving down here, we found here most of Gymshark's kind of information to put in here. So as you can see here, we had these 7 things that we wanted to put in here. So we have the brand name, the mission, the values, the tagline, product description, and so on. Moving down here, their demographics. This is the best I could really find. You could probably drill down into more detail. In fact, if it's for your brand, for a lot of you guys, you probably will have more detail than this, at your disposal, especially if you have brand guides, brand IDs, and all that sort of a thing. You will definitely have this. Age, gender, location, income level, psychographics, interest, values, pain points, all these sorts of things, customer personas, and so on. These are all things we could kind of find throughout the internet. You can see here as well, we're going to go for, it did say campaign details in here, right? So you have campaigns like this is, for a specific email, but this is going to be for a sequence of emails. This is going to be for a welcome series. And here we're just going to do a 10% off discount site-wide. They do a free shipping on orders $75 and above. And we're just going to say that this code is going to expire 7 days after people sign up. It's going to increase conversions and sales, in terms of the goals anyway. Welcome subscribers to the newsletter. Encourage a first-time purchase is going to be the main thing using the welcome 10% off offer. Boost website traffic, and then enhance customer engagement and loyalty. Persuasive strategies, we use social proof, liking, commitment, consistency, reciprocity. So, obviously Gymshark use a lot of influencers, so this is going to be something that we're going to, lean on quite heavily in here. Authority, scarcity, and urgency. Email components, things we're going to look to put in here for our subject line kind of focus. Our header text, body copy themes, call to action, tone and style. This is something we might build out a little bit more here, but I couldn't really find too much on their tone of voice here. This is going to be kind of the main thing that we pull in here. So concise sentences. The thing with Gymshark emails in terms of their tone of voice is that they actually don't say that much. They're pretty just direct. So yeah, there's not too much copy. Incorporation of light humor where appropriate, and inclusive language. Obviously Gymshark have quite a diverse array of models and so on that they use. So yeah, we're gonna reflect that. Visual cues and design integration. Yeah, just a lot of dynamic shots of diverse individuals. You see Gymshark really do focus on this in terms of their model selection. High quality photos, design flow, design team guidance, so on and so forth. So you can actually see here, like, this is gonna be pretty helpful for us. So what I'm actually just gonna do here is I am going to go here and I'm gonna go export. I'm gonna export this as a markdown and CSV. We're just gonna hit this right here and then name this Gymshark welcome series information. And now you can see here, this is gonna come in a zip file, and I'm just gonna pull this into ChatGPT. I'm gonna open this zip file. We're gonna do this as a markdown and CSV. So you can see this markdown file comes up here. I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna drag this all the way over here, and boom, now we have this here. So we have the beginner's guide to AI copywriting within this. Let us go in, and now from here, let us actually go through and prompt through a whole welcome series. We're gonna do this out as 6 emails. I'm actually going to show you some tips as we come through there in terms of how to give progressively more context to the machine as we go. So we're going to first come up with the structure of the welcome series. We're going to come up with which emails are going to go into this. Then we're going to write the specific emails themselves. So let us begin. What I want you to notice, I will cut through a lot of this, so you guys don't have to witness me, going into this in extreme depth, but just watch how much context and detail I'm going to give the machine. Let's start. Let's first let the machine know exactly what we're going to be looking to achieve. Let's let it know the exact emails that we're going to do. Let's let it know the exact structure that we want to have inside of this welcome series, and we'll kind of go from there. So let me begin, and I will come back to you once I have this prompt fully built out. Okay, so we have worked a lot on our prompt in the last kind of 30 minutes or so, and as you can see here, a lot of work does go into this. So let's expand, and I will show you what I am looking at here. So I pulled in a couple of Gymshark emails just for structure and so on. So fun fact, you can actually just go and click the 3 dots in your email. I'll show you exactly what I did. I just went into a couple of these emails, clicked the 3 dots, went to download message, and then it gives you an email file. So instead of doing 6 emails, I said we would do 7, and I'll show you why in terms of the structure. So here we open it up with this bracket, so we let the prompt, or we let the AI model know here's where the prompt begins. To create a 7 email welcome series flow that introduces new subscribers to the brand Gymshark, builds emotional connection, provides value, and drives first-time purchases through a strategic incentive structure. So look how much detail I'm giving here for the event, the audience, the emotional journey of what we want to do, where we want to bring people through, the flow structure. So you can see here, this didn't fully format right. This should be number 2, but it's not allowing me to do that. So you can see this is just going to go in the same number here. If anyone has OCD, I apologize, but you can see here, email 1, I'll just pull this down here. So we have email 1, we have kind of a welcome and instant reward. So we're just going to give them the tier 1, and then I'm letting them know the tier 1 incentive is a 10% off their first order. So what we're going to do here for people who have not bought is we're going to go up to a tier 2, which we're going to say is a 15% off code just for people who haven't bought. We can see here briefly preview what the subscriber can expect from their emails too. And then we're going to go into this. Let me see if this will actually let me do that. Oh, there we go. I think everyone's going to be a lot happier now watching this. So we're going to say this is 2 days after email 1. We're going to say that the objective, I'm going to just pull this down a little bit. This looked a little bit different before I went full screen, so I don't know if that made it a little bit more difficult. There we go. We will move down here. So you can see what email 2 says as well. You can see email 2 is just going through the brand's origin story. So focusing on its mission and values. We're going to pull this stuff in here as well, because Gymshark's origin story is super well documented. What makes the brand unique, and then just kind of not go into like a really aggressive selling style. It's not really on brand for Gymshark. So you can see, then we have a social proof email. We're going to put this one at 4 days after email 2. We're going to make this one nice and long. Objective to build trust and credibility. And then we have the content instructions below. This formatted completely wrong when I went full screen. Let me just check up here. Yeah, sorry, that happened here. These were correct when it wasn't full screen. So we can see here, email 3, more of a social proof email. Then we move down to email 4, which is going to be more of an urgency drive. So at this point with email 4, we're actually going to try to kind of get people to, chop, actually make a purchase and see. Okay, so we have this formatted nicely now. We can see here, sorry, this should say 48 hours. So we can see here as we come to email 6, this is going to be a few days after email 5. So this time, we want to just try and push people to make their first purchase. Once again, this is going to be the main goal of a welcome series. We have a full welcome series guide on the channel as well if you want to sign up for that, or you can get the written guide directly to your email if you pop your email in at the link in the description to sign up to our newsletter. But here, as you can see, we're just going to do this for 48 hours only. So kind of an exclusivity. We don't do this often and so on. You can see how much detail I'm actually giving to the AI here. We go finally for email 7 is we have final reminder for incentive tier 2. So timing here, this is going to be 24 hours after email 6. The objective is going to be create the final urgency and drive conversions, and then the content instructions are below. So this is just going to be kind of that last ditch attempt to get someone to buy. Now, as we come down here, general instructions: maintain consistent brand voice and visual style throughout the series, optimize all emails for mobile viewing. This is absolutely key. This was in the design guide as well that we just posted on the channel. Everything has to be optimized for mobile viewing. Include clear unsubscribe options in every email. Ensure all claims and offers comply with relevant regulations. Use A/B testing for subject lines in each email. implement open time content for real-time personalization where possible. And then here, main metrics to focus on. Once again, we need to define success. We need to give the AI model what success actually looks like and what it needs to be focusing on. Open rates, click-through rates, conversion rates from subscriber to customer, average order value, time to first purchase, revenue generated, unsubscribe rate throughout the series. Compliance, we need to make sure we're within compliance for CAN spam and GDPR if applicable, for all of our customers. Cross-channel coordination, make sure everything looks correct across all of channels. And you can see here, Gymshark typically use, so I give it more system instruction. I'm giving it more instruction as we go. I'm going to show you how we give it progressively more context throughout the session. Gymshark typically uses very little copy within their emails, and I have some example emails attached to this, as we saw, these emails over here. To this prompt to give you as much context as possible. Observe the structure, tone, and design of these emails to understand and keep your copy output on brand. Please output email 1 first. So this is going to be how we give progressively more context. We're going to go for email 1 first, and then we're going to go through the rest of the emails. Before generating any response, please let me know if you have any questions or need any more context to give the best output possible. If you don't need any more context, you may generate your output. So we are going to go here, and I might actually just give one more thing here, which I'm going to say, you may read Gymshark's website using following URL to help your output also. For most of the brand elements that we had, I did use Gymshark's website. So when I was actually making this main mega prompt, I did use their website, but just in case there's, there are things that I've missed, I'm just going to put this in here as well so we can, get the AI to scan the website. So we will go and we will go enter, and we will see what happens here with our first output. And now we're going to see, with the rubber meeting the road, how things actually look. And we're going to see here, I'm sure this output will actually be pretty close to the finished article right when we sign up. I'm going to close this window. We're just going to come in here and check this out. This actually looks pretty good. I wouldn't say we're so pumped. I'm nitpicky when it comes to copy. I think it kind of lowers the status of the brand because it says more than it needs to say. Obviously we want to make the customers feel good, but we need to put the brand on the pedestal here in this case, more so than putting the customer on the pedestal, just to have the best conversions possible from the copy for a brand like Gymshark that's undeniably number one in its space of athleisure and the kind of activewear and that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to give some nitpicky comments here to the AI. So I'm going to say, this looks great. One thing to bear in mind for future emails in this series, I'm going to say the reasoning here is that we want to maintain the status and not seem too overly excited. Being a little more casual in expressing will attain the brand positioning better. With this in mind, please draft email 2. Cool. So I've given it a little bit more context. So I've just said, look, in terms of expressing our excitement, make it a little bit more low key than that. And we're going to go through here behind the brand. One thing I'm kind of a little bit concerned about that I don't fully like is the subject lines. Now, these subject and preview lines, just in general, we might do a full subject line training here on the channel as well. But with subject lines, generally speaking, we want to keep these short. A lot of people talk about optimizing websites for mobile traffic, but not many people talk about doing that for emails. For emails, a lot of people are going to be reading these on their phones. And as a result, this subject line and preview line, there's a good chance this wouldn't actually fit on someone's phone. Now, if someone has a bigger phone, yes, it could. But even here, look at this. What I would probably do is I would just make this the subject line, and then I would make this the preview line. What we generally want to be doing with subject and preview lines, we just want to have the subject line open a loop and then have the preview line add curiosity to that. So just to get people to open. But actually, I'm going to put these in. Let's just give the AI as much thing. Lines and preview lines so they can be read on mobile devices. And then there's one more thing I'm going to say on structure here. I'm just going to say something interesting that opens a loop in the reader's mind with the subject line, and then add to the curiosity with the preview line, and to increase open rates as much as possible with the emails you write. Ensure that each one has a hero image with a short headline and a button which gets people to click. This section needs to come before the body copy. Please rewrite emails 1 and 2 with this in mind. Cool. So we need to be continuously training it. We need to be giving it more and more context. We're about to find out how these look. Okay, so we're going to vary up the signature, and don't always have a signature in every email. Please rewrite emails 1 and 2 with this in mind. Boom. Let's see what our outputs are like now. So you can see here, you need to kind of sculpt this down a little bit more, even with all the context that we've given the machine beforehand. Had I given it all of this context beforehand, had I foreseen all of the issues that could potentially arise with it writing, we actually wouldn't have any of these issues. So what we're kind of not seeing here is all the issues that we've avoided with the context we've given it thus far. So we just need to give it more and more context, guys. This is like the main meta kind of concept that I want to give you guys here, which is going to be giving it as much context as possible. These are kind of good. It's a little bit cheesy. I'm really pedantic when it comes to copy in general. So yeah, even like with our team, with our copywriters at the agency, I'm kind of a bit known for that. So I don't want to like just jump in and kind of be as pedantic as I've been being with some of these. Yeah, these are good emails. These are good emails. Okay, please draft email 3 and bear in mind everything we have said in the chat up until. Okay. These are getting better. Now, let's ask AI, are these real reviews? I doubt these are real reviews. So we're actually gonna have to feed in some of the reviews here. Now, watch this. Are these real reviews? Once again, the incomplete information bias, right? Just bear that in mind. No, right. Let's go here. Let's find some real Gymshark reviews. So, come in here, doke. I'm just gonna feed these in here pretty loose, to be honest. So let me pull this in here. So we have Chuan DB. So Chuan is saying good things, which is good to see. So I'll pull this also down here. Yasmin, let's see. Yasmin has given another 5-star review. So I'm obviously gonna pull in their best reviews. Let me try and get some guys in here. Mr. Williams. Okay, Stephen, there we go. Stephen has said some lovely things about us. So we will pull in Stephen's review, and then we might just get like maybe 2 more, something like that. Top of the night, or sorry, that's Jennifer. So let me try and find a guy. Christine. Well, they're definitely most interesting to note as well. Gymshark's customers are probably like probably a good bit more than 50% women, I would say, at this stage. When I first began following the brand, really showing my age here, but back in like 2013, when I first found out about the brand, it's probably more guys. I remember their old days, kind of the influencers that they used to sponsor back then. Shout out to anyone who knows Sean Thompson Fitness's YouTube channel. And we'll go with Sarah here. Let's go here. Let's just pull these in. If you buy a reviews app for your brand, by the way, you can actually just export these reviews and put these into AI. You know, if you're using Yotpo, if you're using Trustpilot, or you're using something else, you can do this. You know, you can just export all of your reviews and ask AI to pick your best ones. So you do not need, let's see here. Are these reviews 2 by girls and 2 by guys, and then rewrite the email above using those real reviews in place of the fake ones. Cool. So once again, we see the incomplete information bias in action, right? Like it needs to, you need to actually hem in the AI and they gotta let it know what it can and can't do. Trust my millions. I'm not gonna lie, these are starting to get quite good. So you can see as we're giving it more context as we go through, the email outputs actually become better. So this actually might be a case of, if you're doing a series of emails, you might want to come back and actually do welcome email 1 last. You might want to go through and do all of these emails, then come back and do welcome email 1. These are good. These are good. Please draft email 4, bearing in mind everything we have said in the chat up until now. Cool. Let's see what it goes for now. This is getting better. These are getting a lot better. There's actually not really much I would change here. Like this is even like structured nicely. This is maybe a bit long. Again, kind of being a bit pedantic over the subject line, but we're getting a lot better here. Okay, dope. We're gonna give email 5 a whirl here, and we will go and see how email 5 does. I would maybe go into these objections a little bit more deeply. Size guide, that's okay. That's okay. Is the quality worth it? Yeah, that's okay. What if I have an issue? And they're using, now it's using real reviews. You can see here, that's pretty cool. What would I maybe change here? I think this doesn't explain the objection enough. Actually, let me show you a trick. I will dictate here. So I will use the dictation tool on my laptop. For me, that's above the key F5 on my Mac. I think this email is good, but maybe my Irish accent is a little bit difficult. We need to do a better job around the objections of defeating those. Where it says, will it fit me? We need to actually link people to our size guide, or just let them know that the size guide is one of the best in class and that it is truly exhaustive, and that it will let them know exactly what size they should pick for, you know, both things that they would wear on their upper body, things they would wear on their lower body. Is the quality worth it? We need to explain a little bit more
about the quality being worth it. We need to say, where our products are made potentially, or just say that they are, truly the best in class, because in the case of Gymshark, their product quality is the best in class. So we need to enforce that a little bit more and really get rid of all of their concerns around quality. And then also having an issue with their order. Well, what we should let them know is that alongside having a world-class customer service team that is always ready to help and that always keeps people updated every step of the way with their order going to them, we should let them know that we offer free returns and exchanges that are hassle-free. Now, using this information that I have just given you in this prompt, please rewrite the above email and just handle the objections a little bit better. Everything else can remain exactly the same. We just need to handle the objections a little bit better.
That dictation tool is absolutely incredible if you're, getting a little bit more tired in a session. It's actually just really, really helpful in general. So I'd remove the boldness from here, maybe make this a little shorter. Yeah, I mean, this is better. This is definitely better. So I'm liking this a lot more. Let's see what it says in the rest of its output. Pretty cool how much you can make it learn in a simple session, like how you can give it more and more context and you can actually see the outputs will get better. This is much better. Please draft email 6 using the information above in this chat. I think that was email 5. Yeah, it was. Cool. So let us see here. Yeah, these subject lines are a lot better. I'd remove this, don't miss out, but this is something I probably at this point, it's late on the flow. I probably wouldn't tell the AI this, I'd just update the subject lines myself. Yeah, this is perfect. I would actually say I mean, I read basically a lot of Gymshark's emails, and like I said, I've known about the brand for nearly 12 years because I'm an old man at this stage. But yeah, I mean, this is bang on. This is absolutely bang on. The above email is great, really great. Please draft email 7 with all of information above kept in mind. So keep all of the context in your head, please, Mr. ChatGPT, and we will go from there. Yeah, I mean, even you can see the hero section, that's so much better. So much better. Nice and short, that'll read. You can read all that in one line on mobile. Super, super good. This is it. This is your exclusive 15% off. Yeah, I mean, this is great. Yeah, let's use our dictation tool again. I'm going to show you one more trick.
Please take all of your final email outputs above for emails 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and please output them below so I can copy and paste them into a Word document.
And now I can take all of this and I can just pull it back into Notion when it is all ready. Okay, so let us come back up here and let's copy all of this and we should be good to go. I think it starts somewhere up here. Yeah, this is our prompt here. So I will copy all of this and just come nice and all the way down, and cool. We can actually see here, we go in here, we have a fully outputted welcome series right here that actually reads really, really well. It's fully on brand for Gymshark. And yeah, we have kind of our I think one thing we could probably do better is just design cues here. But I mean, in terms of rewriting the emails, I think these look good. We could probably give kind of more direction to the design team in terms of how we want these to look, because there's a little bit of ambiguity here just in terms of the context that we're giving them as we hand over. But overall, I think this is pretty good. I think this is actually really, really good. So yeah, we have just rewritten Gymshark's emails and their entire welcome series with AI. And I think that looks very, very good. So back to our doc. That is an example of good AI prompting. That's me giving you context. And you can join our free newsletter for more guides just like this. This doc is down in the description of the video. Click onto this link. You will get 3 emails per week. You'll get free guides better than anyone else has paid, straight into your inbox here. And this is, a newsletter sees everything first, right? So you can go on there and you can get a ton of free sauce right when you sign up to our newsletter. So definitely do that in the description below. Connect with us below on YouTube, LinkedIn, X, or Twitter right here. Or you can even drop me an email if you have any questions. If there's any content ideas or kind of YouTube ideas that you'd like to see next, drop me an email, let me know, or you can drop me a message on LinkedIn, drop me a message on Twitter. Be happy to answer your questions there. Finally, if you need more help, if you have a brand doing over 100K months in direct to consumer revenue, you can book a time below. And yeah, we're going to be releasing a ton more guides about AI on the channel here. This is the first of many. It's a really, really enjoyable topic personally to speak about. I think it's absolutely fascinating kind of what some of these language learning models can do. Not just language learning models, but just AI tools in general these days. It's truly fascinating. So we're going to release guides here regularly on the channel about AI in marketing in general, but particularly, with e-commerce email marketing, how you guys can use it to have the best outputs possible for yourself, for your brand, your clients, as well as that. If you just want to upskill in general with your email marketing, we have a full course video, which is live on the channel. You can watch that here. I will see you in the next video. Okay, so this is actually going to be one of the most requested videos that we've ever had on the channel, which is somewhat surprising considering it can be sometimes seen as a bit of a dry topic. There's a lot to go over and it's very technical, not as sexy as some of the other aspects of email marketing. This is, of course, email segmentation, how to use segmentation to improve deliverability, make sure that you're having the proper engagement from your email marketing, make sure you're sending to the right people, most of all using it to drive far more revenue from your list. So let's get right into the guide here. Segments, here we go, perfect. And yeah, this is us for Kensington Media House. This is me. This is my co-founder. And then yeah, here's some of our stuff. Here's all our best links. Here's our newsletter. We have free guides better than anyone else's paid guides. You can go in and just click there, get a ton of free resources sent to your email daily. And yeah, let's get straight into the video. So as we can see, segmentation 101. What exactly is segmentation? Well, it's dividing up your list into groups of profiles based on their actions. This could be abandoning a cart, viewing a product, opening an email, clicking an email, whatever it is, or their characteristics such as their location or their gender. We use categorizations like these and we use that to divide up our list into relevant profiles so we can send relevant emails to these relevant profiles. So essentially the rough definition for a segment, it's a group of people who meet certain characteristics or behaviors, whereas the list, it's just a database of emails. It's stagnant, whereas the segment is dynamic. Yeah, we can see here below with an example segment, you can see here, this is based on their behavior and things that they've done. And as a result, people can be coming into this segment and going out of this segment literally daily. And that is exactly what happens in basically every segment that you have. Every day with this 14-day engaged segment that we can see here, people are going to join it, people are going to leave it. It's just the nature of a segment. Meanwhile, in a list, as we have below, people are just going to be there. They're just going to sit in the list and that's that. It's the database, it is unchanging. And yeah, that's essentially the main difference. So just note, a segment is a group of people who meet certain characteristics or behaviors on our list. And then a list is just a database of emails that kind of just sits there. One's dynamic, one's stagnant. That's the main thing that you need to know. So segmentation, why do we actually do it in the first place? So there's 6 main reasons here. There could be more if we drill down a little bit more, but these are really the 6 main ones that you're going to be doing. So, improve deliverability by sending to relevant profiles only. We're not sending junk emails from 3 years ago who maybe aren't that interested in our brand anymore. We're only sending to the kind of profiles that we can actually generate revenue from. We'll see better open rates. We'll see just better metrics across our email account in general. And then that kind of ties into to reason 2, which is essentially that it keeps our bill down as well. So we're not mailing all of these irrelevant profiles. And as a result, paying for all of these irrelevant profiles who are never going to generate revenue for our brand. We're only sending to the relevant people. We suppress irrelevant people. And as a result, we keep that email bill down. We have some clients with some really, really big lists. Some are paying 4, 5, 6, 8. We've one paying over 10 grand a month USD for Klaviyo as their subscription, which is quite crazy. But just to show people like that are out there who have absolutely enormous lists, and you're trying to keep that bill down as much as possible by making sure that you have a fresh, clean list of people who want to be contacted by you at all times, right? Number 3, ability to target specific groups of people based on previous actions that they've had. That'll lead to more revenue. We're going to show you some micro segments later on in this, later on in this guide, where we can target people based on, if they've abandoned a cart at some point in the last 30 days, or, if they've opened, 80% plus of our email campaigns in the last 30 days, you can do stuff like this. And as a result, we're able to target people who we think are on the cusp of buying and just sort of preempt that and get them to purchase, Number 4, ability to track the growth of our customer file and other groups. This is all about business data, right? So Klaviyo, of course, we all think of it as an email sending tool in the e-com space, but it's also a CRM, right? So it's also has an ability for us to track our entire active customer file, our net new customer file growth, and actually look at all of our main segments to kind of look at what we would call kind of the sponge, which we will go on about just in a couple of minutes here, where we can see, is the sponge, meaning, our central file of net, active customers that we can go back and hit with emails and kind of squeeze revenue out of. Is that sponge filling with water, or is it, being squeezed dry? So that's, something that we want to track here as well, as all of our business data. So to use Klaviyo not just as our email and SMS sending tool, but to use it as a proper customer relationship manager, which is, at least part of the intention of the platform, right? Number 5, it enables us to grow our relevant segments safely without harming our deliverability. If you stay until the end, also, we're going to show you a case study of how we did this for a list of 460,000 profiles and how we kind of got them out of spam, fixed their deliverability while also keeping their relevant segments engaged, which is really key. It's a really kind of tough tightrope to walk to do both, but we were able to do both, and we'll show you how you do this with segmentation. It's super specific. I don't think you would really be able to find information about how to do this on the internet because I don't think many people know how to do it, but we'll show you how to do that here. And then the final thing, we can use this kind of segment data, and we can do this especially in conjunction with what we're showing here of the business data. We can feed these back to our ad platforms, right? So we're essentially using our CRM. If we view Klaviyo as our CRM, we can pass the data from the CRM back to our acquisition platforms such as Meta, TikTok, Google, and the like, and we can target effectively there also. So we're able to feed data back and forth that maybe some of these platforms these days are missing sometimes, right? So the number one pitfall to avoid for most brands before we get into kind of the nitty gritty of these segments is that you want to avoid being this guy here in the middle, right? You want to, ideally, you want to be, this guy here on the right, but you're probably better off being this guy here on the left, to be honest, than you are being the guy in the middle. There are really, within segmentation, there's no end to what you can do with segmentation. There really isn't. You can drill down as granularly as your heart desires, but that's not really going to drive a lot of value for your business in most cases, right? What you really need to be doing instead is focusing on the big levers first. And this is kind of what we're speaking about here. If you don't have the big levers optimized, don't go down the rabbit hole. Don't go into all of these micro segments that you could be making. It's not really going to be worth your time. Focus first on getting up to a point where you're sending multiple high quality campaigns per week to your engaged segments. We're going to go over engaged segments here, by the way, in just a second. And this is a Pareto distribution. It's 80-20, much like anything in life. We want to go after, the 20% of effort that's going to garner 80% of the results before we kind of do its inverse, right? So just make sure, you want to be this guy here on the right. This guy here on the right, he sends, multiple quality emails to his engaged segments every week, but he also sends to micro segments, right? So we're going to go through all of these things in a second here. Defining how to approach segmentation for your store. I'm going to put things into 3 crude categories here. There's some leeway here, there's going to be some kind of dependency based on your AOV, your kind of LTV by category, as in some categories lend themselves to repeat purchases a little bit more here than others. This is just kind of, rough work here, shall we say. So if you're below 30,000 active profiles in Klaviyo, you need to focus on the bread and butter. This means sending regularly to your main segments. At this size, this will be maybe your 180-day engaged segment. You'll be able to safely send to that because it'll maybe be 20,000 profiles. Super safe to send to that size. It's not too much volume going through servers or anything like that. So you can just safely send to that, a number of times a week, and you'll drive, a lot of revenue from your campaigns through segmentation. When you're between 30K to 100K active profiles, you can kind of start to pull in a couple of micro segment sends, right? So, if you have some bigger micro segment sends, if someone's viewed X product at least once in the last 180 days, that could be, let's say, a couple of thousand people. It could be well worth sending a campaign to, right? But you're still going to have micro segments at this point that are going to have very little people. There's no point in sending a campaign to a segment of 14 people. It's just not really going to drive any tangible value for your business or for your clients. The third one, when you're above 100,000 active profiles, you can start to get a bit more specific. You can start to, kind of move a little bit differently here, right? So you could have segments that are, has viewed X product at least 3 times in the last 2 weeks, and you could actually have a ton of people in there, who haven't bought this and that could be a wonderful campaign to send, and that could drive a ton of revenue for your business, because you could have thousands of people in that segment where someone else will have 20-30 people. Not really going to be worth them sending a campaign there. So this is what I mean, right? If your micro segments at the smaller levels aren't that big, then it just doesn't make sense to input effort when you could do another campaign to your engaged segment and drive thousands more dollars for your business. In this case, you might drive 100, 200, whatever it might be. Just not worth your effort when there are higher leverage things you can do in your email marketing. We'll go in here. There are different types of segmentation, right? There are 9 different types of segmentation we've pulled in here. We have behavioral, demographic, engagement-based, predictive analytics, custom properties, list membership, suppression list, GDPR compliance, and then our addition from KMH is that data tracking segmentation, using Klaviyo as a CRM and not just our email sending tool. So we'll go through what all of these are, right? So we have behavioral segmentation, which is going to be what you're using for the most part. And this is kind of an umbrella term. Some of the other forms of segmentation fall under behavioral segmentation. For instance, engagement-based segmentation would definitely fall into this category. And you can see here, if you segment contacts based on their interactions with your emails, we're thinking opens, clicks, if they're active on site, or if they don't do any of those things, if it's actually a lack of action, that we have there, or a lack of behavior with us, website activity, purchase behavior, and so on. You can see here, this is new customers. This is one way we define this. We have 2 definitions for this. I'm going to show you the other definition shortly, because someone could purchase a second or third time, in these 90-day periods. So we just want to factor that in, and I'll kind of show you how we define that other way. There is a reason just with our data scientists internally why we do both definitions, but I'll get to that in just a second. And then we have our typical bread and butter 180-day engage, this time for new customers. So this is connected to Meta and TikTok, which are the main acquisition channels for this client. With this, open email, clicked email, active on site, place order, but placed order 0 times. We know that this is a lead. This person hasn't purchased. In this brand's case, I think their RC segment for a returning customer is, it's over 200,000. So they have a nice big list. And we just define it this way. This is based on their behavior. So that's behavioral segmentation. Like we said, it's a bit of a kind of catch-all term. So We come in here, right, which is to demographic segmentation. So this is kind of characteristics about a person, where are they from, where are they based? You can even sometimes go down to how, which region or even city. You can't really, so you used to be able to do that a lot better. You can't really do it so much now. And then gender would be another big one, right? So let's say we come in here. This is for one of our clients who's has kind of seasonal, not like a seasonal business, but like, they sell in Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, right? So with their products and with a lot of the kind of their main products that they have, it actually, in the Northern Hemisphere, because right now it's winter in Northern Hemisphere, it's actually Black Friday itself as I record this. And right now in the Southern Hemisphere, it's actually summer. In Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, other places in the Southern Hemisphere, it is actually their summer. So it matters what kind of offers we're sending to what people, what emails we're sending to which people, because we don't want to be sending someone something that's, let's say refers to summer and we're sending it to someone in Minnesota where it's currently freezing, right? So we have here, this is an engaged segment for the Northern Hemisphere. You can just see here we have all like the main Northern Hemisphere countries in here. Country goes United States, Canada, United Kingdom, my native Ireland, France, Germany, Netherlands, Spain, Switzerland, Israel, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and then some of the GCC countries in there, and they can receive email marketing, right? So this is demographic based segmentation. Where are they from? What are their characteristics? Where is this person? We then come into number 3, which is engagement based segmentation. So this would fall under behavioral as well, don't get me wrong, but it is its own category even so, right? So this is just engagement. So, identifying active subscribers. So this is just, have they opened emails? Have they clicked emails? When we do this with email, you probably have noticed in our engaged segments we do has opened or clicked email. It's just a kind of a weird one, but sometimes Klaviyo will track a click for someone, but not an open, which is very strange because obviously you have to open an email to click it in the first place. But it's just to say do open or clicked, on those segments, because it just will pull in a couple of hundred extra people. I also want to show you guys one more thing here, right? So when it comes to logic, okay, look at this, or and. I need to talk to you about this, right? So or is inclusive. This is what we want to think about. Or brings more people into the segment, and is exclusive and takes more people out of the segment. So or brings more people in and keeps more people out. The reason for this is that if I'm saying you've done this or this, there's more likelihood you've done one of the two, right? Because there are more things that you could have done. So if you've opened an email, it's going to be a bigger segment if I say get all the people who've opened an email in 90 days. And I say, okay, well, get all the people who've opened an email in 90 days or been active on the website in 90 days. It's obviously going to be bigger because we're pulling in a wider pool. But if I say get me all the people who've opened an email in 90 days and can receive email marketing and have placed an order 0 times, we're making the segment smaller because we're requiring that they've done 2 things rather than 1. That or and is really important. If you're trying to make your segment bigger, it's or logic. If you're trying to make your segment smaller, it's and logic. In this case, when we're going through this engaged segment, we're pulling these in here because we want to get some kind of engagement parameters. This is why we have, they've done one of these 3 things. So they've either done this or they've done this or they've done this. We want to make sure they haven't placed an order, so they're definitely a lead or a new customer, as we would term it. And we want to say that they definitely, and we want to say they definitely can receive email marketing, right? So that's that. With engagement-based segmentation too, I just want to touch on this with SMS, right? So people think you can't make engaged segments with SMS, and it's not the way you make them with email, but you can make engaged segments with SMS. What you want to do though, is you just want to say, if you're making one 20-day engaged, obviously we don't know if someone's opened a text. We can't see that. I mean, they'll mostly all see it, but that doesn't mean they went into their messages and looked at it. What we want to do, if we're making a 120-day engage here, we just want to say they've either joined the list in the last 120 days or they've clicked an SMS in the last 120 days. This will give us a nice big segment here. It's going to get in all the people who've engaged with SMS as a platform in the last 120 days. And then you can see here our exclusive and logic, and they can receive SMS marketing, right? So that's really key to see. Now we're getting into some cooler stuff, which is like predictive analytics segmentation. So we can predict customer lifetime value, we can predict churn risk. We're going to show you some of these later on, but just a main one you could do, if you're not collecting a ton of first party data, which by the way, on a pop-up at least in your list growth, it's advisable that you don't. It's advisable that you just look for email here because it's going to lead to higher conversion rates. Now, this is great because we're getting more people into our list, but if we're not asking for tons of things on the form, such as first name or gender or all of these things, it leads to a situation where yes, we get more emails, but we don't have a ton of data about these people, at least not first party data. So in this case, we can still go through and say predicted likely male, predicted likely female. So we can do things like this as well. If you're a unisex brand, or if you sell to kind of different demographics, this can be super helpful for you, where you can kind of still grow your list a ton with kind of the sign up forms that we kind of recommend on the channel. There's a full list growth guide on the channel as well. Would definitely recommend watching that. But yeah, you can do things like this where you can predict things about people also, like their next order date, their gender, their location. It's really cool stuff. We then go through to custom property segmentation. We don't really use this that much. There aren't too many use cases for it, and to be honest, it's not really that useful these days with kind of the other functionalities that you have with Klaviyo. But you can tag people as certain things. You can tag up if they've finished a survey, their preferences, that they want to receive fewer emails. The thing that makes these sometimes tricky to use is that you can have a custom profile property at the beginning of a welcome flow to say person is in welcome flow is true, and then you could have something at the end after the last email to say person is in welcome flow is false. But if someone places an order after email 2 and get pulled out of the flow, they could still have a tag on them that they're in the welcome series. So you just need to bear that in mind, right? Like, these can be a little bit messy, and they can actually have the inverse effect of what you want to have happen, which is that they can actually muddy up your data when you were trying to get good clean data on your customers, right? So number 6 then, list membership. This is very niche, but I still wanted to put it in there anyway. This is for a micro segment campaign for one of our clients last month in October, and it was just if someone had signed up to X form, it was just because we were sending some specific campaigns to this small group of people. So yeah, just something to bear in mind there. So yeah, we then have suppression list segmentation. I would call this a core form of segmentation, right? I would say this is very, very important. We're going to go into the core segments as well in just a second, how to build these out. But this is actually really, really important, because these are segments that we need to go in and clean out all the time. Whenever we think to suppress these people, just go in and do it. This is for one of our clients who has, maybe about 400,000 active profiles. And you can see here, it's only 88 people in this, but that's because anytime, we go in there and we look at the account, we see that if there's a couple of people in that segment, we'll just go in and suppress it. Even if there were 88 people, I would click these 3 dots and I would say suppress current members. So, they won't be able to receive emails, but we still have all the historical data on them. Now, these kind of suppression lists are if someone has unsubscribed, if they've bounced, or if they're highly unengaged, right? And I just kind of want to touch through this here a second. So this bounced email segment, right? If someone's bounced an email at least once over all time where bounce type equals hard, or 4 times at least over all time where bounce type equals soft, we want to get rid of these people. A hard bounce is for permanent reasons. The mailbox is closed, the mailbox doesn't exist anymore, can't receive mail. And then number 4 is with soft bounces, a soft bounce is basically when mail can't be delivered for temporary reasons. So let's say the mailbox is momentarily full, or the server just rejected our email for whatever reason. It's not as bad as a hard bounce. That person still could receive emails from us, but if they have soft bounce 4+ times over all time, we need to get rid of that profile, because it's not going to be good for our deliverability, and it's kind of just a junk profile at that stage, right? So this is as loose as we can be. This is trying to keep as many people in our list as possible, because we pay good money to keep them in. But if someone's had this many soft bounces, got to get rid of them, right? GDPR compliance. Most of our clients are in the USA, so we don't really have need to do this too much, but it still is something that we do. Just making sure we're GDPR compliant. And then we kind of have the KMH edition, which is the data tracking segmentation. We're going to go into this just now as well, kind of in terms of our kind of CRM functionality within Klaviyo and making it function like a CRM for our brand, or for your clients. So just tracking net active customers, new customers, lapsed customers, and so on. I'm going to give you a formula as well to show if your sponge is filling with water or if it's being squeezed dry. And then here you can see new customers, and this is that second definition that I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, right? So person has placed an order at least once in the last 90 days. Person has placed order 0 times between 91 and 3,000 days ago. This business, for this client, their business is not 3,000 days old, so we know this person, they've been definitely acquired in the last 90 days. And that is what this definition does. We want to set this parameter to be older than the business, so we know they were definitely acquired in the last 90 days. That's what we're tracking here. Were they just acquired in the last 90 days? With that, let's go into the core segments. The main core segments that you're going to be using over time are going to be your engaged segments by time frame. When we went up to that graphic above at the very beginning, these are the segments that we want to be sending to multiple times a week. We want to be sending to these engaged by time frame segments, right? So when we come down here, this is how these will look, right? So we're going to have our engaged segments, and we want to pull in all of these, right? So open or clicked email, active on site, viewed product, checkout started. You can add to cart here as well. We want to be pulling in all of these behavioral parameters as OR logic, so that we can make this segment as big as possible. And then we're always going to put in and person can receive email marketing, right? Just to make sure that this is compliant and this is someone that we can actually send emails to, right? Pro tip is that you can just make one of these, make your 7-day engaged in your account exactly the way you see it here. You're going to click the 3 dots here, and then you can say clone. You'll click clone, and then you'll have the same segment. You'll just change the name. Where you have 7, put in 14 here, and then just get rid of all the numbers all the way down here where it'll say 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. And then what you want to do is just put in 14 into all of those sections. click save, you'll clone that, go to 30 day, 60 day, 90 day, 120 day, 150, 180, 240, 365, and then you'll be good to go. And then you will have a lovely suite of engaged segments, much like the ones that you see here. And you can link as well. This is kind of what we would call like our main customer file in terms of, what we want to be sending to often. We're going to feed that audience, generally speaking, back to our main advertising platforms as well. So you want to have a full suite of these segments made out. Super, super important. These are the segments for the most part, depending on how good your deliverability is, you're going to be sending your main 2 to 5 at max campaigns per week to these segments here, right? You're going to be doing very well off the back of that. Now, look at this parameter. Can receive email marketing. We have our can receive marketing segment as well. The only parameter is going to be that they can receive email marketing. And this is all of our legally emailable database. These are all the people that we can possibly send emails to, right? It's our entire database. We don't really send this often, but it is something, there's a little case study, like I mentioned, that we're going to be showing you guys at the end of how you can kind of fix your deliverability while, still keeping the size of your engaged segment intact. So yeah, we're gonna go into that later and just kind of show where this segment becomes quite useful, because we did one send during that case study here that was really, it was the clincher that kind of brought us back exactly to where we were, in terms of people we were sending to, but with double the open rates, which is amazing. So data segments, this is using Klaviyo as a CRM, guys, right? So here, this is the formula, okay? This is the formula for the sponge, and this is what needs to be growing over time. We need to be tracking this and watching this to see if this is growing over time. We're able to feed this back. This is just using Klaviyo to actually help the business overall. This is not even about email marketing. Exactly. It's not just about email marketing, I should say. So we want to be tracking active customers plus new customers plus reactivated customers minus lapsed customers, and that gives us net active customers. If this is growing, we see we're filling the sponge with water. If it's shrinking, we're squeezing the sponge dry, and we need that sponge for a rainy day. We want to keep as much water in that sponge as possible, so that when it comes up to Black Friday or so on, we want to hit some big sales targets, we can hit that, and today, as I record this today, it literally is Black Friday, right? Okay, so we have our active customer segment here, key segment. We want this to exceed our lapsed customers. If it does, we have sponge growth. We don't, we have sponge shrinkage. So this is just an example from a dummy account. We can see that they've made a purchase within our core window of activity, which is 90 days, and they've placed more than one order over all time. So these are active customers. These have placed orders multiple times, and they're in our funnel properly. We have lapsed. So these are people, who've placed an order at least once between 90 and 180 days ago. You've taken 90 days as our active period, but they haven't placed an order in the last 90 days. Reactivated. So this is actually just for a client account. As you can see, this is in a dummy account. This is in one of our clients' accounts, where what we had agreed with them, when we were first chatting, was just that, that we would have kind of a little bit of a different definition in terms of like our activity and our active period. So we have this person has placed an order at least once in the last 30 days. They didn't for 150 days there, basically, but did, over 180 days ago. So, and once again, this 3,000, this is older than the actual business. So we're able to kind of make the segment that way. And you can see here, we've actually reactivated a number of people. This was actually a segment as well in terms of micro segment. We actually go after, quite a bit as well, and try to see if we keep getting them to order. So yeah, this is a super useful segment just to see, are you reactivating people properly? You could take away this parameter as well and kind of just change your lapse definition. Lapse, like this is a segment we go after a lot. You could also feed this to your Facebook ads if it's quite a big segment. It'll just need to be more than 500 profiles, and it will need to be email matched. So really, in most cases, it's going to need to be more than 1,000 people for you to feed that back to Facebook, but can be super worth it to do so. And just with low spend, you can get people to buy quite easily there. Suppression segments. These are really, really important as well. These are almost as important as any other segment. So like I said here, bounced email, we suppress these as often as we can. The second we see it and we see that they're even if I saw 89 people in it like I do here, I would suppress it. I did suppress it after this when I was taking the screenshot. Highly unengaged. You can see here, we're making these in a way where we know like these people are not coming back. These are the unengaged of the unengaged. And the reason we do this with our clients, and why you should do it with your brand or with your own clients, is because you've paid money to get these subscribers in. You've paid good money to get these subscribers in. So you don't want to take that lightly. You want to make sure that you are giving people, that you're keeping your list. If someone has even a remote possibility of buying, that you're keeping them on the list so that you can potentially get them to buy again. You have spent good money to get them into the list, and just bear that in mind. So these two segments, we use these religiously, and this is, Black Friday times, we are hitting the can receive marketing segment sometimes. So, certain times of the year, you're not going to suppress this segment. This segment you will, because they're just junk emails. But some of these people, you still want to hit them with an email and say, all right, we have our best offers of the year on Black Friday. Are you interested? you'll actually find, it's worth keeping these guys around sometimes. So bonus, like I've mentioned a couple of times, if you stay until the end of the video, we'll show you a really, really, really cool case study on a huge list on how we fixed deliverability through segmentation, and then we grew their core engaged segments afterwards. So we actually were able to double open rates and have far more people opening our emails and just pull their deliverability score way up so that their flows stopped landing in spam, their campaigns started generating a ton more revenue, and yeah, they just had their biggest Black Friday ever. So pretty cool stuff. So let us go into now, after the core segments, which are really, really important. These are the main things you need to go through. We need to go into the advanced segments, right? So a little known concept, which is that the way you unlock lifetime value for a business that is high AOV, but kind of naturally lower LTV in terms of the product category, think mattresses or something people don't really need to buy too, versus something that is lower AOV but naturally leads to repeat purchases, think, CPG, think collagen protein for argument's sake. It runs out. If you had a good experience with the product, you necessarily need to buy more of the product in order to keep having the benefits, right? So it kind of naturally leads to you buying again. In the case of the collagen and brands like that, so fragrance or supplements or beauty, the post-purchase flow and nurturing will be, oftentimes, if it's structured right, it can absolutely print money for the brand. In the case of mattress brand, for argument's sake, post-purchase flow is not really going to do that. The way you unlock lifetime value is really by micro-segmentation to lapsed people, high ascending cadence to your engaged people, and just having really, really strong lead capture and pre-purchase flows. So I just want to say that, if we're talking about heavy micro-segmentation, if you're a consumable brand as well, sometimes like you can kind of lean on automation a little bit more than kind of some brands who have kind of those bigger AOVs. You need to specifically kind of get people to buy again in kind of their own way, right? So yeah, some examples here would be, on list 30 days, no purchase, send these a strong offer, no purchase last 90 days, someone could be lapsed here, kind of keep high volume. We then have, for that highly unengaged, if these people have purchased as well, if we have highly unengaged but has purchased in the past, these are people that it actually does make sense to send some strong offers to. Like, it does make sense for their eyes to get to get a very strong offer. So when we go into this, right, it's not that you shouldn't ever do discounts. There are actually some segments in your list where it could make all the sense in the world to do a discount, because if you even get a couple of dollars of extra lifetime value out of each of the subscribers on that list, it's a huge win for you. Now, I'm going to remind you once again, and take this liberty to remind you, that still you need to focus on getting the basics right first. This is extremely, extremely paramount. But yeah, just to say that micro-segmentation will work a little bit differently depending on what kind of brand you run. It's kind of more important for those higher average order value brands, because it's generally the better way to unlock lifetime value for your business. So as I come down here, if you get both of these nailed, with executing the basics and adding in the advanced, you will get a lot more money. You'll get this kind of the old predator handshake coming out here as well. So your email and SMS marketing will be top 1% in this case. In this case now, we're going to go deep into the advanced segments. Pay attention, because, especially if you have a bigger list, one little golden nugget here genuinely could lead to a lot of new revenue opportunities for your brands. We're going to go through these. I'm going to give you a brief explanation what each one of them are and their sort of use cases, right? So browse behavior segments. So we have multiple site visits without purchase. So kind of just build it like this. Viewed product at least 3 times over all time, and placed order 0 times over all time. There's a little power up as well, a little thing that we can do here, which is putting in what we would call one of our A tier products. So I'll actually just briefly show you how to find what these are, because I think it's quite cool. So I will come in here to a random client account. Let me go into this account. I'll blur out all of the sensitive information here across the board, and we will just go into analytics. You will come down here and you're just going to go onto your top selling products. Just click onto here, and you'll get kind of a custom report here, and then I'll just show you which are your top performing products. You can just pull these in. The reason you would kind of do this with your top performers is just that, you're going to get far more data from those, right? You're going to have many more people coming into this segment, so it's actually going to be nice and big. And remember, like we spoke about with micro segments, we want to make sure that we're getting the requisite amount of people in here to actually have them have an impact on our business, right? Then we have cart abandoners. So this is actually a little bit of a typo, but just imagine this says added to cart at least 1 time in the last 30 days. That's what the metric is going to be, and placed order 0 times in the last 30 days. So as well here, what we can do is we can kind of go a little bit tighter here and play around with kind of the timeline, right? So we could go from 30 days, here on these to 14. We could go even up to 60, 90 if you want to make the segment bigger. This one can be quite nice to hit with some campaigns. And we've even done as wide as 180. There's another segment that I'm actually going to show you here in just a second, which is people who have abandoned a certain product or have viewed a certain product in the last 180 days. We've actually found that 180 day time period for a lot of our clients to actually be better. It pulls in a ton of people, and we're able to kind of hit them there. So then we have checkout abandoners. So just imagine the previous one said add to cart. This one just says start at checkout. And then here, we can do a couple of things here, right? So like we spoke about in our abandoned cart, abandoned checkout video, which is on our channel, by the way, would highly recommend watching that, is that it's basically, for the most part, in terms of the email content, so within the email, once we go past structure and once you go past those other things which kind of matter a bit more as I talk about in the video, within the email content, we want to basically bear in mind that people have objections. They want to buy, but there's like one small thing that's holding them back. And so we just want to address all of these within all of our emails, right? So, if shipping is an issue, we could go with free shipping. If price is the issue, we could try going with a discount for these people, especially if they've bought before as well. So let's say they've placed orders 0 times in the last 30 days, but they've bought before. We might be okay with giving those people a discount just to try and get them back over the line. I mean, it could, we've paid money on ads to get them into the list, so it could make sense, viewing that, 5% or something as part of our customer acquisition cost. If they needed to know more, build trust, we could go through, send them reviews. We've done this even before by sending lab reports for one of our clients who's in the CBD space. Things like that. You can get quite detailed with this. So yeah, same thing with checkout abandoners. Just think, what are their objections? Is it price, trust, quality? Will I regret this? Kind of buyer's remorse sort of thing, and tackle all of them, right? Product viewers, kind of same thing. So view product at least twice in the last 7 days. It's not as high intent as adding to cart or initiating checkout, so we make sure they've done this multiple times and haven't placed order with product in the last 30 days. So great segment. You can do a lot with this. And then yeah, like I kind of touched on there with one of our CPG clients, particularly recently, we've been doing this with a number of their main products. People have viewed it at least once in the last 180 days but haven't ordered. It does work. It does absolutely incredible work for them. So yeah, these couple of little micro segments are super, super powerful. We come in here to persistent cart abandoners, right? So started checkout at least 2 times in the last 14 days, placed order 0 times the last 14 days. Similar deal here. Same thing with price sensitive abandoners. We can hit these people with a discount code if they haven't used a discount code. So it kind of looks like they're, like a little bit price conscious here. We can kind of do this as well with a couple of different, this would be really impactful if you had a big list. But if you're kind of still like just past the 100K mark in terms of active profiles, going with this kind of a definition will suit you well. Purchase patterns. Has someone placed a big order where it's more than 3 times AOV? That's a little bit different. They're a little bit of a different consumer to the rest of our list. So yeah, for these people who've placed over 3x AOV, we could give them special offers. We could give them some other things that are going to be of real value to them. If you can look after this segment, they'll generally come back quite often. And then similar thing here, people who are in that segment but are likely to churn. We want to prevent that from happening if we can. Category affinity, I was going to say, try and cross-sell these people, but generally speaking, upselling is far easier to do than cross-selling. There's no better indication that someone wants something than the fact that they're willing to spend their hard-earned money on it. So it's actually kind of hard sometimes to get people to buy across categories. It's something that I think every brand is going to struggle with. I think go with the tide and try and sell people more of what they clearly like, but you can definitely try and cross-sell people here, but I would kind of try and sell people more of the same. Or let's say if you sell tubs of, we use collagen, again, we're using that example a lot today, but let's say we use collagen powder as an example. Maybe if we have sachets of collagen, maybe we can use those too, right? Like we can try and push them into more convenient kind of products that we have. Then engagement, you can actually do this where you can see if someone's opened at least 80% of emails in the last 30 days and placed orders 0 times over all time. Then we have our predictive segments. We can do kind of predictive analytics, super, super easy to build. We can do predicted gender, we can do so on and so forth. So yeah. We then have kind of our dynamic value scoring, which is kind of the last one. This is, kind of very specific, but it's just predictive lifetime value is high, and then they've opened email at least once in the last 30 days. These are our highest value people. These are the people we definitely want to look after. All you have to do, so come into Klaviyo account here, we'll blur out all of the sensitive information. Come in here, let's go lists and segments. And you can just come in here, you just go create new, create segment, and you'll see all of your parameters here, right? So you can go someone cannot receive marketing, whether it's email or SMS, what someone has done or has not done. We can go in here, we can go for our, start the beginning of an engaged segment, and we can kind of come in here and do this for whatever parameter that we want. Someone has not done, someone's proximity to a location, getting into profile properties here. If they're in a certain list, properties about someone, and then you're going to see your predictive analytics. We can go in here and be like, predicted customer lifetime value, is greater than, whatever, or kind of is greater than, and then we can put this in as quite a high number, right? So yeah, that's how we do it. Now, like I've spoken about, we have a bonus section which is going to be using segmentation to repair your sending reputation. This is something that I don't think many people know a lot about because it kind of is a frightening topic. This can be something where, whether it's for your brand or it's for your clients, this is something really pay attention here, because this can really upskill your email marketing abilities, whether it's for your own brand or if you're delivering the service to clients of your own. This is going to really, really help you. So I'll give you this example. We'll go through the exact account, what we did for one of our clients, where they've around 460K-ish active profiles. When they came to us in summer, it was their deliverability really that was kind of throttling their email marketing channel. I mean, even to the point where their welcome series was getting a 20% open rate on email one, which, if you guys know that, that is critical. You know, your welcome series email one is actually, it's the best kind of indicator of your deliverability out of any email, because it's the first email people ever get from you. So it's just, where do you inbox, do you not inbox, and so on. So we'll go through this and we'll just kind of go through how we brought that up to 50% on welcome email one, and how we kind of changed their campaigns around and made it so we were actually getting more openers while also doubling their open rate. So we're actually like mailing nearly as many people with double the open rate as we were over summer. And this is through a very considered, careful approach, which looks kind of funny and it kind of doesn't seem so official. It's not something you put into an SOP, so to speak, but it's a method that we've kind of used on a number of big lists. And it's just, you have to reassure the client when you're doing this process, because you kind of take one step back to take a load of steps forward. And it's just kind of something you have to be very much on top of in terms of communication with the client, to let them know, look, this is all part of the plan, right? So fixing deliverability with segmentation. So deliverability, just quick primer, we have a full deliverability guide on the channel, go and check that out. But the main thing you need to realize is that deliverability hinges on your sending reputation above literally everything. Your sending reputation is number one, it's king. So what we need to do to fix our sending reputation is we need to manipulate it quickly, because we're on the clock here. We need to fix this nice and quickly, because, you know, it's a big list. It was leading up to Black Friday. We didn't have all the time in the world. So what we did, you know, or what we would normally do, is send exclusively to our 7-day engaged segment for a couple of cents. Now, in this case, we had years of abusing the list and just sending to the full list. So we actually had to just send to 7-day engaged for the guts of a month, which is pretty insane. It's probably the most we've ever had to do that for. But naturally, you know, this sounds very simple, but it creates a problem. It creates a very, very clear problem, which is that if you're just sending to 7-day engaged, your 90, your 180, your other engaged segments they're going to atrophy. They're going to get smaller, because these people aren't receiving emails and they're not receiving opportunities to open emails from you as a result. So we need to sort of, you know, walk the tightrope of fixing the sending reputation while also keeping everyone else engaged, which, as you can see, these two live in direct opposition to one another. So we have to have a very specific method to do so. So what I'll show you here, I'll just go back to this period. I will go back to this period. Let's go all time here. We will go down and we will show you all of the campaigns. So comment here, and I'll go for status sent as well, so we can just see all of those. And then we can come down here. So essentially what you'll see is this clear takeover from, you know, the summertime, where we're seeing, you know, these kind of open rates in the 20s, down to sometimes even below 20. As you can see here, we're just sending to all people. So this is pretty dangerous. You know, this is kind of at a point where, you know, we're still generating a lot of revenue, but it is quite dangerous now. So what we began to do, we were like, okay, well, we want to get up and we want to be mailing all, and we want to be hitting 40% open rates, not 25% open rates. We want to be getting a ton more people there. And so what we did, so you can see here, we see 7-day engaged, all the way up for a while. And you can see here, these open rates shoot up. So we're manipulating our sending reputation, and we're sending a signal to Google and all of these other inbox providers that we're a reputable sender and that they should send us to the inbox. But then something happens here. What you'll actually see, look at this, look at the number of openers. It starts to kind of trail off, because this segment will actually get smaller over time. So it's actually sending to fewer people. So then as we go, we send to a 30-day engaged, and we did this for a couple of sends. But what we realized was this wasn't having the effect that we wanted it to have. We were hoping that the sending reputation would shoot right up. But what we realized was that we still had more work to do of manipulating the reputation, because, well, been mailing to the whole list for so long, and, you know, the sending reputation, you're not going to fix a problem that's been, you know, built up for years in just a couple of sends in, you know, a week or two, right? So we went back and we kind of went on with more of our 7-day engaged sends. We did one 180-day engaged send just to test, and you can see here we get up to the 55,000 opens mark again. But as you can see here, we're getting these really good open rates, and it's pulling us up, but this number of openers is going down so quickly here. You know, this segment is atrophying. Our 90-day engaged is atrophying. Our 30-day, 60-day, all of these, they're all atrophying, and we need to fix this. So we need to kind of come out of this at just the right time, okay? So then we come back here, and then we're going to do something quite clever. So we come back, and what we start to do is we start to test some of these bigger segments minus the smaller segments. So we do our main send, in this case to a 14-day engaged, and then we send the same email later that day to the 60-day engaged minus the 14-day engaged. And what you'll see is we get 4,600 openers. These are just added back to our 14-day engaged and 7-day engaged. So now these segments are starting to come back up again, right? They're starting to grow again, and you can kind of see, you know, we kind of get this big hockey stick where, you know, eventually we start to see this big jump. And I'm going to show you exactly how we do the big jump here in just a sec. We come back here, we do 7-day engaged, and then we do 60-day engaged minus the 7-day engaged We get 10,400 extra people to come back into our engaged segments. Huge win, huge win here. We've just added 15,000 people over 2 days. Absolutely stellar. And so as we go on then, we do a 14-day engaged segment, and now we're starting to see, look at this. We go from 45K opens, we're starting to hit 53 now. We go to the 60-day engaged, we're starting to see better engagement. Now we're up, we've probably added 22K people over the course of 3 cents here, because this is our 60 minus our 14. These people are now going into our main engaged segments. Brilliant. We're starting to see some real wins here, but the main win is yet to come. We do a 14, then we do 90 minus the 14. You can see here we get nearly 5,000 extra people into the segment. Another win. Just keep the wins coming. You can see here the open rates here are not very good, but it's all for the greater good. And we space these sends out so we weren't harming our reputation with these super low open rates. Too much. We come back here, and then we do something very, very interesting. So we do a send to our 14-day engaged. Then we do it to our 90 minus our 14. We add 5,000 more people to our engaged segments because they've now opened, so they're going into our 7 and 14. And then the big win comes where we go to can receive marketing, and these people haven't received an email from us in ages. I was nervous before this send because I was like, is anyone going to open this? Like, really? They haven't received an email from us in so long. And it got a stellar 26% open rate. Bear in mind, this is the unengaged portion of our list, of our entire database. And we get 38,000 opens. And then you can kind of see here, that's when the segments just goes parabolic. And now we've fixed our reputation, and we're after pulling this segment up to be bigger than it ever has been. So we fixed ourselves, we're out of the mire. And now what happens? As we go, watch this. Our opens just start to go up. We start going up past 60,000, 62,000, 69,000, 68, 67, 66, 62. We dip a little bit here. But watch this. We get some big wins as we come back up. We're back in the 60s. And then as we come up here, we start hitting the 70s. We hit 79,000 here on this send. And then we come back here, we see 60,000, 65,000, 83,700 here. And now you can just see in our last few sends, we're rarely going under the 60s mark. So we're actually mailing and getting more openers overall with basically double the open rate. And this is basically all through segmentation, through manipulating our reputation through segmentation, right? So this is something that you can do if you're struggling with deliverability. Take inspiration from that. Like I said, it's all about kind of know-how. That's all about experience. We've done that over years on many big lists. So I know what I'm doing. And kind of, you have to be very reassuring and just know, hey, right, like in this period when when the segment growth is going down, you have to just know what you're doing it for. So then when you increase the size of the segment, or when you go and mail more people, you know what you're doing, right? Like that's the main thing. Reminder, get the basics right first. You want to be sending quality emails to your main engaged segments multiple times per week before you go into advanced segmentation tips or anything like that, right? So that's it. Join our free newsletter. You get far more free guides like this, free stuff, better than anyone else's paid stuff. We can promise you that. You'll get daily emails from here. Really, really good stuff. We put our heart and soul into these as well. Where to connect, you can check us out here, YouTube, which you're currently on, LinkedIn, X, well, Twitter, I suppose. Here's me speaking, lovely stuff. And yeah, if you need help and you're above 100K a month in D2C revenue, we can see if we have places for you at the agency as well if you need more help. So this is part of a wider series that we're going to be doing here as well. We have some big guides on our channel as well. We have a full course video which I would recommend you watch next. In fact, you can actually watch that if you click up here. And other than that, I'll see you in the next video.
One of the least understood aspects in all of lifecycle marketing is A/B testing. Most people don't know what to test, they don't know how to test it, and as a result, they're in the dark, they're just guessing what works instead of knowing for certain what actually works for their brand. So in this video, we're going to clear that up. We're going to show you exactly how to test variables, we're going to show you exactly what variables are worth testing. We're also going to show you a ton of examples within this video of example tests that we've run and successful tests that we've run. So without further ado, let's get into the video. So as you can see here, this is going to be an A/B testing masterclass. We're going to take you from Drake in this picture to Drake in this picture, where you know exactly what works for your brand, you know it's worth testing, and so on. So these are the two Connors from Kensington Media House. I'm one of the two Connors, and you can see some of our best videos here. You can connect with us on other platforms and just check out all of our stuff here. This doc is in the description as always, as well as you can get this free guide here. Join our newsletter as well. Amazing guides that you're going to get there, better than anyone else's paid guides. So what is A/B testing? Well, A/B testing, we're testing one variable, right? We're testing basically something side by side, just one variable in a controlled environment to see which one is more effective. Key here is that we want to be just testing one variable. We don't want to be testing subject line and send time, because we're not exactly going to know which send time is better there, because we're testing two variables at the one time. It's not a pure test. We need to be testing just one variable, testing this side by side to get clean data, right? So if we're testing 9 a.m. versus 5 p.m. for
our send time, we don't also want to be testing a short subject line versus a long subject line, because it's going to muddy the data. We don't know which variable actually led to the superior performance. So we need to isolate things here. The variables, by the way, can be many things, really as many as your heart desires. So subject lines, design style, copy length, time delay, sending times, pop-ups, a lot of tests you can do in your pop-up, by the way. That's a very broad category. Discounts, having them or not having them, or maybe trying to wean your list off of offers if you're doing a lot of offers, seeing does 20% really convert more than 15%? If the answer is no, then let's bring things down to 15% whenever we're running a sale. Email content such as social proof, so putting in, Trustpilot, or putting in, your best reviews. Even button color. There's a key concept I'm going to chat about in just a second here related to button color. But the key, you isolate and test one variable. That's the only way you get a true reading of things. You need that proper side-by-side comparison. So you can see an example here, an example A/B test here, which is that of testing a subject line. This is how we name this at our agency. I wouldn't say this is necessarily conclusive. Once again, you're not going to just get perfect data from one send. You're going to need to do this over a number of sends, even if the list is decently sized, such as this. But we can see here, this subject line here, variation B, won out slightly over variation A. So sending at the same time, and we got a slightly better performance here. So one variable, control conditions, clear outcome. That's what we're looking for. Why do we actually test? Well, the main reason is, so going back to Drake in that main image, is so we can get actual insights. We're not just guessing, right? So you would actually be shocked as well. I'm going to show you just an example here of something being right under one of our clients' noses. You actually never notice them, right? So this is a really successful brand. And I never tested email design before, but I was kind of noticing, this is back before the kind of branded sending domain. This is back when email content mattered a lot more for deliverability. So this was kind of a big concern back at the time. But we decided to get out of sending these really massive image-based emails and, try to go with a little bit more text, because we actually noticed some of the longer emails that they had sent a long time ago performed really well. And we were like, I wonder, does the list prefer that kind of content? I wonder, do they prefer kind of more text-based emails, which also happen to deliver better to the inbox? They, that used to make a far bigger difference than it does now. Back in 2022, we're still working with this client. And, we found that style has worked really well for us, even now in the kind of 2.5, 3 years that we've been working together, but we kind of found that the lists were readers. This is like a meta sort of concept here. Obviously, we found some angles that really worked. We fixed their back end kind of profitability and stuff. They were able to spend a lot more on ads. And you can see the brand grew a lot in that kind of 2.5 years. But we began to see we were getting far superior deliverability to the inbox when we went for these longer text style emails, still with design, but just kind of longer text body within there. And we also found that the click rates were getting really strong, even as we were kind of mailing colder audiences. This is really a 30-day engaged audience here. And this is up at, 180. Sometimes these are people who are, even outside of that, could be like a 270-day engaged list. And you can see we're still getting really strong click-through rates, because we found out that the lists were readers over a long period of time. That's a tougher test to get clean data on, because you're testing that over months really to really figure out those things about the list. But it's a really valuable thing to understand what kind of content that people want. So big concept to understand is that we need to kind of test the big levers. We do not want to be the guy in the middle here. We want to be one of these two. We want to know our best send times, our best subject lines, and our best content style. The rest is a bonus. We do want to find out the other things as well, but we don't want to just be testing these banal, tiny things that aren't going to give us any lift in performance. We want to be testing the big levers where we're finding out essential truths about our list, which inform the way that we market to them over time. They're readers. Okay, well, that's going to affect our flows. Your campaigns can be almost like your testing sandbox. You figure out what works in your campaigns, and then you start to drag that across to the flows. You could even drag it across to your ad angles. We found for some clients recently, actually one of the clients I was showing an A/B test for there, we found some angles that were working really well on the email list that we're marketing to for essentially free. And they're now starting to put it into some ad creative. So we'll see how those perform. So you can see here your campaigns where you can just send something one off. It's a nice sandbox to actually just test things, to put into even other marketing channels, not just other parts of the email channel. So what makes something worthwhile testing? Well, something's worthwhile testing if we can get statistical significance very quickly, right? So subject lines, we can get statistical significance very quickly. We can test a really short subject line where the subject and preview amount to like 7 words versus, a longer one, spoiler, shorter generally always wins. We could test, 9 a.m. versus 5 p.m. That's a big difference. That's an 8-hour difference in the send time. We don't want to necessarily test 9 a.m. versus 10 a.m., for example, right? We want to test 9 a.m. versus 5 p.m. Okay, 5 p.m. wins. Let's bring that 9 a.m. up to midday, 12 p.m. 5 p.m. still wins. Let's bring it to 2 p.m. 5 p.m. still wins. And then we might find over this time of bringing the times closer together that 4 p.m. is our best send time, right? That's how we kind of do things. But for these, in
under 15 cents, you can figure out certainly what works best for big levers. And once again, just like I kind of explained, test big differences within big levers to start, and then kind of make the differences smaller over time once you get more data, right? 9 a.m. versus 5 p.m. Then go, and bring the gap closer, and you'll start to realize where your best send time is. So once again, the button color, like I mentioned above, you are like this guy. If you are just testing button color without getting the big levers right first, do test button color, everything adds up. But yeah, you're not going to get true statistical significance for that for a long time. It's a lot of effort to kind of understand that. So don't go down the rabbit hole unless you have the biggest levers optimized. Having said all that, what is worth testing? I'm going to show you some examples of all these tests here as well. Offer. So sometimes things phrased in a different way, kind of psychologically, they feel different to people. Some people prefer kind of more dollar amount off offers. There is kind of some concern here as well. If you're kind of more a high AOV, low LTV brand, this dollar amount, you can make this way less than 10% if your AOV is a lot higher. So just from margin here as well, generally the dollar amount will work. 10% could sound a bit different to people. Discount, free shipping, what do people actually want in terms of an offer? This is on the sign up form side of things. Timing, sequence of events, design elements, call to action text, and social proof. So some of these, right here, this is just testing a coupon versus no coupon, but you can see here, we can test this, just put it onto an automatic just leave Klaviyo determine when statistical significance has been reached. You could test here smaller discounts. So you could see it's 10% on our offer. If you want to take down your welcome offer from 15%, if it's there, to 10%, you could test, well, it's 10%. Is it actually going to make performance worse? Oftentimes the answer is no. So it's just 5% of extra margin that you saved yourself there. You can test here, different send times and so on as well. But, here, I think the offer is a really, really high leverage one to do here. Sequence of events, adding on like a micro commit like this, just like a yes, no question, super, super good test to do as well. Sometimes, this will vastly outperform things. Sometimes it'll slightly underperform. Most of the times I would say like 80% plus it'll outperform. So just definitely a really, really good thing to test here. But on your pop-ups, these are all very, very good tests to have. What about the flows? What should we be testing? Flows, there's so many things you can test, like the kind of the length. I just put these in for like what would kind of make sense for different flows themselves, and I have tons of examples here below. But really, the length of the flow, the timing between emails, more urgency, like kind of splitting up the flow based on their cart value, requesting reviews, adding discounts, not adding discounts, testing subject lines here as well, like in flows. I would recommend figuring out what works in your campaigns first. The campaigns, I would use it as your sort of sandbox to test, and then you can kind of bring those insights across to the flows. But here, for example, testing here, splitting it up based on cart value, getting rid of a discount in email one and seeing what happens here. So you can see here, these people's cart value is greater than $50. You can see they've like half of the deliveries, yet basically double the revenue. So it's nearly 4x the revenue per recipient here on this side, just from letting these people know who are above the free shipping threshold that they have free shipping. So you can test that versus a 10% offer. So as you can actually find the free shipping will work better. And because their cart is saved, if they go back to the website, they already have free shipping. So you're just giving them something they already had. So a really, really good test to do here. So, these sorts of things, doing kind of tests within your flows here of kind of what content to send to people, actually really, really high leverage. This is one I definitely do for anyone. If you have a free shipping threshold in your abandoned cart, definitely do that, right? Subject line tests. This is for a client who's kind of more tongue in cheek, like they have a really satirical kind of tone of voice. So you can see here, we just kind of test like a normal sort of subject line here. And we tested your order number 69420, and you can see number 69420 is certainly winning out here by quite some margin, almost double the click rate on that. Wow. Yeah, almost double the click rate. So we can see there the open rate is a lot stronger. Still not so many deliveries to the point where I'd be like, oh, it's definitely a lot better. I'll probably let that run for a while more. I just took that screenshot today, going through some client accounts looking for tests that we're running. And yeah, I would still, once again, leave that run for a little bit more here, just because, we're not talking about a ton of deliveries here at kind of 479, 476 a piece there. But yeah, those are good things to test. Campaigns, I've way more examples here, because campaigns, like I said, should be your sandbox. So subject line, short and direct, will generally always work, by the way, just to let you know, short generally will be better. Send times morning versus evening. Once again, once you find out kind of broadly which one's working there, try and bring the gaps close together to find out what is that like optimal send time. For most brands, it'll generally either be around the kind of 9 a.m. sort of period. This is what we found, or around kind of the 6, 7 p.m. kind of period. I think it's kind of 9 a.m. people maybe sit down at the desk who are working and they check their emails, and then kind of at 6, 7 p.m. they're at home, and kind of, yeah, I think it's kind of when they sort of catch up on things like that. That's my theory anyway, but spoiler alert again, it'll probably be one of those times for your brand too. Email design, heavy design versus plain text.
just having one CTA versus multiple content type and CTA placements. So some of these, right? So testing subject line, as we kind of saw earlier there, right? So we see like a little increase in performance here. Send times, this client, their account time is in GMT, and they're based in Australia for this one, right? So this is sending in morning Australian time, and then this is sending in GMT, right? So sorry, this is sending morning Australian time. This is sending in the evening, and you can see they're on different days. Here you can see the send time here. I don't think that's significant. This would take far more testing to see, but it's crazy how close those are, right? So we can see here we actually have two very good send times, so it's kind of tough to pick between those two. But those are really good tests to run, right? So these tests, definitely try these in the campaigns first. Go broad, go with big differences, and then get it closer and closer together, right? So how should you approach kind of testing for your store? If you're below 30K active profiles, all the way with the bread and butters: pop-up offers, subject lines, send times. If you're a bit bigger than that, you can go with flow timing tests, some other pop-up tests. Your flows will be getting enough volume to actually figure these things out. You can start to get statistical significance on smaller things when you're in kind of like a bigger kind of bracket here. Not button color. Button color, you need a bigger list now exactly to kind of do that. 100K isn't really a very big list. You definitely go into a little bit of a different category when you go past 100K active. Still not massive, but it's a respectable size. You can get statistical significance on email content styles here for certain, over a longer period of time. Your list is big enough to do that. So those are the things that are worth testing. This guide is in the description below. You can go and check out our newsletter as well in the description here for more guides like this, and get a ton of free resources sent to your email as well. We're also going to be releasing a couple of digital products soon, so definitely hop on to the email list for those. Connect with us here. And yeah, if you need more help with your emails, you do at least 100K a month in revenue, you can book time with us in the description as well. So if you enjoyed that video, you learned a lot, you can still bolster your email and SMS marketing knowledge even more with our full course video, which you can find on the channel right here. I'll see you in the next video.
If you run a D2C brand, it is probable that 20% or even more of your emails wind up in spam every single send that you do. And especially since updates from providers like Google, Yahoo, and Apple Mail in the beginning of 2024, this deliverability discussion is a bigger problem than ever, and is affecting most of the brands that we speak to every single week. Alongside these deliverability updates, we've also seen an increase in bot attacks for most of the e-commerce brands that we speak to, and this can often lead to open rates taking a nosedive, revenue falling off of a cliff, and click-through rates halving in some cases for people just over the last couple of months. In this guide, we'll hold nothing back, and we're going to show you all of the pitfalls that can befall people when it comes to deliverability in 2024 and beyond. By the end, you should have seamless email marketing and not be affected by all of the updates, and should be still driving massive revenue now and going into the future. So without further ado, let's get into the video. So as we start into this document, I do want to approach the elephant in the room, which is what you're thinking. Deliverability sounds kind of boring, and you would be right if we were just talking about the basics of the topic, but we're going to show you why it's extremely important, and also all of the secrets that we actually have, which should enable you to hit the inbox far easier than other brands, particularly your competitors. So if your deliverability is in a very poor spot, you could be wasting over 50% of your effort put into email marketing, because so many of those emails could actually be going into spam or into promotions without you knowing it, not actually hitting people's inbox. And the inbox is of course the only place where people are really going to check, and as a result open your emails. So if deliverability is in a poor spot, you are wasting a lot of effort and a lot of money. So we're going to show you that within this, it can actually be quite interesting, and there are a couple of things that you can do to almost game the system when it comes to deliverability, especially one at the end of the document, so definitely stick around for that. So deliverability has three distinct parts, and we're going to rank these in order of importance, and the gap in terms of importance between these three is all quite large. Number one is far and away the most important, number two is then quite clearly the second most important, and number three is kind of just an add-on, so definitely something that you want to get correct, but it's nowhere near as important as number two, and two is nowhere near as important as number one. It's because of this hierarchy that there are certain brands who seemingly do many things wrong, but then wind up in the primary inbox, and seemingly many people who do things correctly or do many things correctly, but still wind up in spam and promotions. You might be like, I don't know what's going on with my email marketing. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, but if you are not seeing the results that you want to see in terms of your deliverability, I guarantee you that you are doing at least something wrong. So at the end as well, we're going to give away an internal SOP that we use for our 7 and 8 figure clients, and actually a couple of 9 figure clients as well, but you'll only know to access it, if you continue on. So here are our 3 buckets. We have the sending reputation, we have the technical setup in terms of you as a sender, And then we have these sort of hidden keys, within here at the end, the sort of accoutrements to make sure that your deliverability is all going, spick and span. So as you can see, we have reputation, the infrastructure, and email content. Within the email content, there are a couple of keys. Reputation, like I said, far and away the highest point of leverage that you have in the entire guide, far and away the most important thing. It is certainly the 80-20. If you do this correctly, even if you get 2 and 3 somewhat wrong, you won't be that harmed actually, but it's obviously best to get all 3 correctly. So what we need to do is make sure that we have historically high engagement. This is what we're talking about when it comes to reputation. It is, what is our historic engagement like? And as a result, inbox providers will sort of categorize us and see, are we a reputable sender or not? If we look like a reputable sender because people are opening our emails, they're clicking them, they are responding, they're just engaging in any way, shape or form, then the likes of Gmail, Apple Mail, Yahoo Mail, and so on, they will continue to send us the inbox because they can see that we're actually giving a good experience to their users on their platforms, which is what they're trying to do. This is also why if you have poor open rates, you get a lot of spam complaints, your click rates are low, your unsubscribe rates are quite high, and no one responds to the emails, you will suffer over time. Your reputation just will slightly get worse over time. So we want to send good quality emails, and we want to be making sure that we're segmenting properly so we can keep our engagement nice and strong. So like I spoke about there, let's say you are getting poor engagement. You need to break the cycle in some way, shape or form. So here's what we want to do. We want to assess where the poor performance is. Most of the time you'll see this just in your open rates, but you could see it in other places as well, but open rates will kind of be the main thing. Use our short-term strategies first. We have some short-term quick fixes, the sort of band-aids that we can put over this. We have engage in the long-term strategies used in steps 2 and 3, once again in the end of the guide, and we have a high engagement email sending strategy. So this is sort of our longer term thing, right? So we want to like kind of just put a band-aid on this, like we said, quickly. We just want to get ourselves out of the doldrums when it comes to our deliverability, but then longer term we want to make sure that our strategy is sustainable and it's something that's actually going to allow us to continue going to the primary inbox. So here's a rule. If your open rates are sub 30%, you almost definitely have a reputation issue. I'd say now more than ever, 30% even might be generous, but definitely if it's below 30%, you have a reputation issue, to a different degree. I mean, if it's less than, 20 or less than 25, I would kind of be like quite worried at that point. If it's like 29% or 31% on average, I wouldn't be the most worried guy in the world, but I would want to see those pull up into the 40s definitely, because what is happening also when you look at your open rates is that Apple users, because of Apple's privacy laws post iOS 15 in September of 2021, Apple automatically sees these emails and automatically registers them as opened, right? So basically all of your Apple Mail users, you can't actually see the actual open rate of that pool of people. It's just immediately marked as 100%. So if that is 20% of your whole sending database, well, you can take a lot off of your open rates there and actually see how strong those really are. And you can see it's a ton of people there that aren't really opening the emails, but it's just signaling to Klaviyo or whatever tool you're using that they are opening the emails. So you can see a client here of ours, and you can see 1 month apart what we're kind of doing here, and you can see how the click-through rate, even this was a very short-term play. So what we did here was trick the inbox providers. That is a double take there, but we wanted to trick the inbox providers like Tom from Tom and Jerry is doing here. So we have their rules, but we need to trick them first and foremost. Remember we talked about having a high engagement strategy. Remember we talked about the historic engagement that we're seeing on our emails. Well, we can kind of game this in a little way. What we want to do here is make a super, super tight segment. Remember this client that we're talking about? Well, what is the difference here? So with a number of sends that we did, we changed all of their they were mailing all their customers, which was absolutely bonkers. They were mailing their entire list. We went and we changed that for a 30-day engage segment. We've since updated definitions here. We've just included has viewed product, has added to cart, has initiated checkout also at least once in the last 30 days. You might be like, why are you doing that? Because you need to initiate checkout to place an order, but sometimes it doesn't actually pull all the metrics into Klaviyo. You might get 25 or 30 extra people in a big segment there, which obviously isn't many people, but you'd rather have them in there than not have them in there. We made this really tight engaged segment, and we know that there is a higher likelihood of these people actually going to open the email or click the email or just engage with it in some way, because these are clearly people who are engaged with the brand, versus someone who hasn't opened an email for 6 months. Do they even remember who we are at that point? In many cases, the answer to that question is going to be no. So, we have tailored this quite a lot in the past. We've sometimes done 7-day engaged. We've sometimes done 14-day engaged. We've done 21-day engaged. You kind of just want to tailor this depending on how bad things are. If your open rates are really, really in the doldrums, I would not even be against doing a 7-day engaged, because what happens here, you might be thinking, oh, but I'm going to massively cut down the number of people that I'm sending to, and does Google or Apple Mail, do they not know who I'm that I'm sending to this tight segment? And the answer is no. The answer is that there is opacity there between the email service provider, being Klaviyo in this case, and Gmail, Apple Mail, and Yahoo Mail. Apple or Google Mail, Gmail, they do not know that this person is just on your full list send versus on your 7-day engage. There's opacity there. All they know is that there is a recipient who uses their platform. They received an email from the sender, in this case, the name of your brand. Did the person open, click, engage with the email in some way, shape or form? Yes or no? What is the answer to that question? What is the percentage of people who've done that? If we're sending to a super tight engaged segment, we're actually going to bolster our global revenue, or sorry, our global reputation, let's say. So even if we go back after a while and we're starting to widen our parameters again, because we've helped our reputation so much by spiking our open rates up into the 50s and 60%, sometimes 70% range in many cases, well, then what happens is we are signaling to them that we're a reputable sender. And then when we go back and send to those bigger segments, we get placed into the primary inbox more often than not. So that is why that works. You just want to do this for a couple of sends, depending on how bad it is. You know, you can go down from 30 days to 14 days, even 7 days if things are really, really bad. So now with this client, we're seeing 50% plus open rates. You can see here more than double the clickers that they were seeing on average. And you can see the revenue there going from like £1,000 a send to going anywhere between £2,000 to £4,000 a send. So not very bad at all. So yes, you will take a little bit of a hit in the short term because you are going to be mailing less people. But if it means in 6 sends time, so maybe 2-3 weeks, that you're able to double the number of people clicking on your emails and you're then able to double your revenue, is that not worth it? I think so. So this is sort of helping the golden goose that lays the eggs to continue laying the eggs. So that is reputation. That is far and away the most important thing that we want to do. We just want to make sure that our historic engagement is very good. And then when we go into a high engagement email sending strategy, we just want to make sure that we're sending quality campaigns to people over time that people are actually going to want to open. And that's the thing that's going to lead us to have better outcomes over time. We now move on to step number 2, which is our sending infrastructure. And I do have something to confess, which is that this is the boring part. This is definitely the boring part. But fortunately, it is something that you only have to do once. You bite the bullet, you make sure your infrastructure is really strong and set up correctly. And then after that, you're good. So it is quite complex. This is something where we'll be going deep into our processes on how we set up the infrastructure for our clients. If you haven't got this set up already in terms of a branded sending domain on Klaviyo or on whatever platform you're using, you definitely want to go into this section. If you have that set up already and you're sure that everything Klaviyo is giving you the green lights, you can 3-4 minutes maybe into the video, the email content, where we're going to talk more about engagement email sending strategy, which fits point 1 also because it's showing you how to send great emails to people over time and how you can use that to make sure your engagement's really, really good. So you can see everything here does work together very fluidly. So let's go into the sending infrastructure. Here's what you need. You need a branded sending domain. They have changed the name of this. So it's no longer a dedicated sending domain. Klaviyo call it a branded sending domain. We have a guide here, and obviously this guide will be in the video notes below in the YouTube description. And then we want to make sure that we're sending from our new branded sending domain. So this is what we're looking to do first. We need to be sending from our own domain here. Previously, what happened with the email service providers was that you would send from a shared domain and you would be basically borrowing the reputation of that domain. Here's what I mean. You would be sending from your brand name. Let's say it's Nike. It would be info@Nike via ksd.1.klaviomail.com. So you're sending through one of Klaviyo's servers. Now what happens though is that 30, 40, 50, 150 brands could be sending through that same server, and the reputation of the server is the blended reputation of all of those senders. So if you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's, you might have a way better reputation than the average of that group of senders, because some people may not be crossing their T's and dotting their I's, but you get kind of hard done by because you are getting the shared reputation of that server when your reputation standalone is actually a lot better than the reputation of the server. Similarly, someone who's not crossing their T's and dotting their I's, they're getting a great deal out of this because you are dragging up the overall reputation of the pool of senders. Meanwhile, they are benefiting from that. Nowadays, you just send from your own server. It is only you that sends through it. So you are the ultimate arbiter for its reputation, which is great if you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's, like I've said, but it is definitely something that is more fragile and something that you need to look after a lot more. So that is what a branded sending domain is. It is your own server. So it could be info@nike.com via email.nike.com. It will be a subdomain like that. We need to set up a DMARC record and make sure P is set to none. This is so we do not discard unauthenticated emails. So DMARC basically gives instructions to your email provider based off of emails that you receive. If there is not an SPF or DKIM check that it passes, if they don't check those other two DNS records, if they do not pass those checks, then DMARC becomes the arbiter of it. It sort of just verifies your email and verifies that you can receive email, and it is a secure connection between your email and someone else's email. That is basically what it does. But you're probably not too interested in that. You probably just want to copy our homework and put this into your DNS settings. So just take this string of text here and put this into your DNS record. So you will have a TXT record. I should change that. So it will be a TXT record and the name will be _DMARC, and then you can just take this. What you want to do then is just put this in for your brand. Just take an email that you can actually receive the reports to, and then you will be good to go. These are just examples here, and you can see here P equals none. So that is what we want to do for the DMARC to verify our email. We then have SPF records, and here we just want to go and input these. This will also be a TXT record, so that is what you want to do for the SPF. You can just copy our homework here again. And then the DKIM, depending on whatever platform you are using for your email. If you use Google, you can just go into Google admin, go into the search bar and search DKIM, and then you will get a Google domain verification kind of string. Like they will actually kind of generate the string of text themselves. Then you can just put that in as well, also as a TXT record. So you can put that in the value section. You will just put in the long string of text that they give you, and then there will be a shorter string of text that they give you, which will be the host. So you have everything there. TXT record, you have the host, and you will have the value from Google there. If you are using a different mail provider, you can go in there and still go into your admin panel there and just search up DKIM, and you should be good to go, and you can just follow those instructions there. There are some bonus points as well, which we can pull in here, which are obtaining a BIMI record and a Google blue check. I will say with the BIMI, this can be a little bit difficult to set up and you really don't need it. I'm just saying that this is a bonus point. And then with the Google blue check, that costs over $1,000. If you want to do that, you can definitely do that. But really, this is just kind of the accoutrements for your sending infrastructure. So I will leave the instructions here because this guide will be in the description. Also, if you pop your email into the domain, the description, thewizardsofemail.com, you will get a ton of free goodies sent directly to your email. So be ready for that too. I have some good news for everyone, which is that the boring part is over. So we are now into step 3 of the 3 steps, which go into having good deliverability, which is of course email content. And this is actually a lot more fun to speak about because if you remember in the beginning when we were speaking about our reputation, well, the short-term strategies were to sort of trick inbox providers and put a band-aid over things. But long-term, it is about sending really good emails and making sure that people actually want to receive the emails that you're sending them. We can go into that a little bit more now, plus some of the things that we want to be putting inside our emails just to help them hit the inbox from a technical perspective also. Some of the things that we want to discuss here are subject lines, image and text content ratios, alt text, links, spam words, and then also the final spell that we will be putting in at the end to ensure 100% inbox placement. So let's get into this. Before thinking of our emails, we want to think about the precursor to the email, which is our subject line. So want to avoid spam words in the subject line. We want to reduce emoji usage. If you have kind of an informal kind of tone of voice, don't be too afraid of using emojis, but just try and reduce them maybe a little bit. We have seen on average for our clients that having more emojis in there has probably hurt open rates on average. So we've kind of pulled them out quite a lot on the whole, except for people who have kind of a tone of voice which requires a few emojis. Make them short so they can be read fully. There's nothing worse than having a super long subject or preview line because no one can read it, and it just does not make use of the short amount of space that you have, especially on mobile devices. Use curiosity without using spam words. Also, we want to be kind of using that subject line and the preview line in tandem together to sort of generate that curiosity, so then people want to open the emails. But we also want to do this without using spam words, so it's kind of a tender balance there too. What you can do is go to this link, mailmeteor.com/email-subject-line-tester, and you can put in your subject line, and you will see, like, check this with new product, all caps, buy now. So you can see this kind of as a spam word, and then you see I did this for very deliberate effect, is kind of having a money bag emoji there as well. So you can kind of see this is setting off alarm bells really for any email provider, because it looks like a Nigerian prince is trying to lure some money out of you. Your long lost cousin in Nigeria is trying to do that for you. So here, if you were to compare this to like these other ones, like exclusive launch, don't miss out. So I would take out on our latest product, but you could just have exclusive launch now live in the subject line, then you could have don't miss out in the preview line. So you can see how this uses the two of them in tandem to sort of generate curiosity and higher open rates. That's what you want to do. Use a tool like this, it'll really help you. Something else that we want to talk about here is actually the mechanics of subject lines and preview lines on desktop versus mobile. So on desktop, these are going to be on the same line. On mobile, they're on two separate lines. And so on a desktop, you have roughly 107 characters that someone can see. This will also depend on the size of their screen, but let's call that between 100 and 115. On average, you'll see maybe 107 characters that they'll have. And on mobile, they'll have two separate lines. On most iPhones, this will be sort of 38 characters per line, giving us 76 characters to work with. So if we want to keep our performance strong, the closer we keep things to 55 characters and below, the better off we'll be. So we almost want to imagine that someone could have a super small screen on their desktop, or they could have a smaller phone, or whatever it is. We want them to get the full content of what it is that we're actually saying. So we can keep that below 55 characters. We are going to be in a really, really good spot. Even if we just keep that in mind, even if it's 65 or it gets up to that length, that should be okay. But if we're doing things at 55 characters, we're gonna be in a super, super strong spot. How do we leverage curiosity? This is the biggest thing that you wanna do in your subject lines. Lead with something interesting, then use the preview line to fully win their click. So an example here would be, you might want to see this preview, check it out. And you have, here's what they're saying about us. Have you seen this? You have best products of 2024, drum roll please. We're kind of using these two in tandem, and you'll see with the preview is just sort of adding a little bit of spice onto the subject line, and it's generally a bit shorter on average. So that's what we want to do with our subject lines, is add that little bit of curiosity there. There are a ton of examples of doing this, and actually when you use something like Mail Meteor, you'll get some of these suggestions that you also get their sort of score as well. You can just edit these down like I just did previously, of like exclusive launch, exclamation mark, and don't miss out. Exclusive launch now live, preview line, don't miss out. Something like that would work super, super well. So it doesn't have to be super complex, but you can just put in the subject that you're thinking of putting into the email, and do that in something like Mail Meteor, and then you can just edit down from there if you get something with a high score that you also like. It leverages curiosity quite a lot. So that's really going to help our open rates in terms of email content. So now that we've gotten through the subject line, there are a couple of things that we want to be bearing in mind for the actual email content itself. So images and text blocks, alt text on the images that we're putting in there, we want to think about that too. Links, this is mostly the number of links that we have in our email. And then spam words. So as well as a bit of a meta announcement, there are a number of brands I speak to every month where there is basically a heart to heart where I say to them, please, no matter what you do, please stop just putting all of your emails as images in the email editor, as in even their text blocks, even their buttons, even other elements that really we want to put in like actual live HTML or text blocks. This will really harm our deliverability. I mean, just think about it. What would look more like a human message? One that has live text in there, or one that's just images? So it's really, that's something that can really get us put into promotions quite easily if our emails are just images. So the simple ratio here: use less than 4 images per email. Just have a hero image, maybe 1 to 2 extra images at max in the body, and then go for maybe 1 to 3 real text blocks in the email software, at least 1 per email. This is going to really help your deliverability, and you can see that different mail providers are going to prefer you for doing that. They're going to prioritize you and put you into the primary inbox a lot easier. This also has the benefit of making a lot of your edits a lot easier too, so kind of reduces your workload there in some capacity. The final few things on email content are really best practices. So using alt text on images, you can just see here putting in hero for the hero banner, really, really helpful. You can just put it as like one word. If let's say there's some text overlaid on the image, you can just write that into the alt text box, or just let's say it says welcome to brand name, you can just put that as welcome, and that will really help things. We also want to use less than 12 links per email overall, ideally less than 8. But if you have some images in there down the bottom, sometimes it might be good to just not put a link on those. If we're putting more than 12 links in there, it's just looks a bit spammy to these inbox providers, and it can sometimes put us into spam as well. We normally shoot to have less than 8 per email, but if you have less than 12, you'll be absolutely fine. We just want things to be spick and span for our clients. Ideally as well, for your content, you can just run things through Mail Meteor spam checker on this link right here for 100% coverage. If you have a couple of spam words in there, don't be worrying too much. Like I said, number 1 is the most important, number 2 is the second most important by a long shot, and then number 3 is very much in place number 3. But this is just to have 100% coverage on literally everything. Mail Meteor looks like this, so you can kind of see what words actually get you in trouble here. So anything that has kind of financial claims and things like that can get you in trouble. You can see privately owned funds, you have things like guaranteed and things like that, which are going to be getting people into into the spam box, and then, you know, ASAP. So you kind of have these things like urgency, shady, overpromise. But you can see shady generally will fall into sort of financial claims in many respects. So those are things that we want to kind of factor in. If you run ads on Facebook, it's kind of a similar enough thing in terms of Meta's policies. So just want to keep that in mind. So let us recap. We've made it through the end of our guide, and we have 3 buckets that we need to understand when it comes to deliverability: our reputation, our sending infrastructure, and our email content. They're ordered in terms of importance, and there are big gaps between these 3 in terms of their actual importance. We went through each one in depth, we broke them down to simple terms, and now we have the secret that we've been promising, which is the anti-spam spell. So this code must be modified to actually make sense for the brand in question. So you have to adjust, add or subtract words. You also want to put this into a really tiny font, even like beneath where the unsubscribe section is. So if you want to make it the same color background as the background kind of block that you have it on, that can be really, really strong as well. So it makes it fully invisible, but we have this here, and I will open this up. So we have our code example here, and you can just see that we have 2 templates basically to work off of. And I will show you 2 examples here as well in terms of how this sort of tends to play out. So you can see, you can just input these fields here on the template that we have. And then you go here, I have an example as well, just blurring out our client's information. So you can kind of see how this works. And then we can kind of see here as well, we go out to another one here. We have, just like pretty simple policy there, which is really, really helpful to help us go into the inbox. So you can basically, take a look through that. You should be fine. And that is the last kind of thing that you can put in there. It comes kind of way down the order of importance, but it is a nice little thing that can definitely add a little bit of insurance onto you and maybe make you feel a little bit more confident that you're going to be hitting that inbox every single time. We have our deliverability glossary here as well, which I will not bore you with, but will be in the guide in the description. Once again, pop your email in. We'll be sure to send everything over to your email there. So we have our definitions of SPF, of DKIM, of DMARC, and of our PIMI records. All of these sort of like, why would P be set to none or set to reject or set to quarantine? Like, why would you do that? When would each one apply? And then all of these different things in terms of the actual specifics of all of your DNS records that you want to be putting in there. So you can read through these in your own time if you are that way inclined. So that is the entire deliverability guide. We've gone through the 3 biggest levers in terms of ensuring that you have strong deliverability and are going to the primary inbox, being making sure that you have a really strong sending reputation, making sure your sending infrastructure is set up the correct way, and then finally making sure that your email content is set up to help place you into the inbox. Tons of people are seeing a lot of difficulty with deliverability at the moment, so I know that this will help you guys out a lot, especially if you're a brand that has been affected a lot by all of the recent updates when it comes to deliverability. You can subscribe to our channel below to get more email marketing guides like these. We release new videos every single week. You can also book a free consultation with us if you run a brand doing over $100,000 a month and would like to chat a bit more about outsourcing the email marketing capability within your company. Finally, we actually created an entire email marketing course for free on our YouTube channel. It's around 80 minutes of super high quality content, which gives you a high level rundown of everything within email marketing and how to make sure that you set up the channel to be as profitable as humanly possible. You can check that video out here, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, so in this video, we're going to be giving you a full e-commerce SMS marketing guide from end to end. This is a guide that we've used to generate over $9 million for our clients just from SMS marketing. It's a channel that a lot of people sleep on quite a lot, and it's a channel that used to have some hype around it, but now people don't talk about, despite it being pretty much as effective as ever. SMS is a really unique channel that has characteristics that basically no other channel has, such as the fact that everyone is going to see your messages definitely, even if they haven't clicked into them or clicked on the link. We know that they've seen them, just as if you receive texts from your friends where you maybe don't reply to it right then, but you make a mental note to reply to it later, and then you do. Everyone will see your messages in SMS. It's a super strong channel, and it also shows a huge sort of liking for your brand from all of these subscribers that they're actually willing for you to text them. So we're going to be going through SMS marketing from end to end. We're going to be showing you how to pick the right software to use. We're going to be showing you how to grow an SMS list really, really effectively. We're going to be showing you how to use SMS flows to automate a ton of your revenue here. Make sure you have the right touch points for people at all stages of the customer journey. We're also going to show you how to
to segment your list and keep your ROI as high as humanly possible through that segmentation. We're going to show you our campaign strategy then in the finish to show you how to generate the maximum amount of revenue from the channel once your list is growing and your flows are in a strong position. So SMS is a super unique channel. It's one that's not very well understood. That's why I want to go really deep with you guys in this video and show you exactly how to manage the platform from end to end. So without further ado, let's begin. So like we said, SMS is quite a specialist channel. You won't have anywhere near as many subscribers as an email, but it has those key distinctions that we spoke about in the beginning of this video. We're going to be using it a little bit differently to email, but it will be a really strong revenue channel if executed correctly. So let's start at the very beginning and show you which software that you should be using for your SMS marketing. The first thing I want to say in this section is that there's no real one correct answer here in SMS. There are a ton of really good platforms out there, and it can often be hard to distinguish between which is the absolute best carrier for you. We use all kinds of different softwares for our clients. We use Klaviyo, we use SendLane, we use PostScript, we use SMS Bump, we use Attentive, Emotive, OneText, and even Recart. We have used that platform before also. It's not listed here, it should be, but you can just see that we use a ton of platforms and a lot of them are really, really good. What you're going to pick will depend on what your carrier offers you. You could be with one of these carriers here and they could be offering you a really good rate because you've been with them for years. So that can be something to keep in mind, but we use Klaviyo and SendLane for most of our clients. And I'm going to show you the exact reasons why in just a second. The reason that we like to keep the SMS marketing function within the email marketing software also is for a number of reasons. So it gives you a really good visibility of performance beside email to see how well the two channels are faring against one another. It gives you really good attribution because you can actually see everything alongside one another. You won't have this double attribution thing that you may have if you're using two separate platforms. That can often happen. And also I think that email platforms often give a bit more of that preference to email. So you can kind of see that the SMS revenue doesn't look ridiculous, which I think is a little bit more fair in terms of attribution on the whole compared to some platforms we've used. You also have the ease of sending alongside campaigns. So you can put in an email campaign and an SMS campaign to go out at the exact same time, or you could vary up the timing there a little bit, but you can send those alongside one another, which is a really nice benefit to just have everything in one place. And the final thing is that you can put SMS messages directly into your email flows, which is obviously a massive benefit just from a usability perspective. So you can actually map out that journey the exact way that you want to do it in your mind. So what I want to do now is go a little bit deeper on what we spoke about in the beginning of this video and show you why SMS is different and a number of unique things that we've noticed from using it for the last number of years. One thing that SMS has that literally no other platform has is that every single person sees your message even if they don't click it. With email marketing, someone has to check their inbox at roughly the right time. They have to see your subject line and then open the email to see your message. But in SMS, this isn't the case. Just think how many times you've seen a message come up from a family member or a friend and you were busy at that moment, but you made a mental note to respond to it later. That has still made an impression on you, just like an email from an e-commerce brand would make an impression on you. And no other platform really has that effect. So at the very least, you'll see really that 95% of people will at least sort of have an impression of that message. And maybe they then see an ad later, or they open an email, or they just search your brand up, and that could lead them to making a purchase. So no other marketing channel has this characteristic. And I think that's a really cool factor with SMS. I also want to say that recipients are generally higher intent than email subscribers. If someone signs up to your SMS list, it's way different than really signing up to an email list because it can often feel a little bit more invasive. You know, you can ignore emails slightly, but you really can't with text messages. So it's quite a different undertaking on the whole. If someone is on your SMS list, they're far more likely to be super into your brand. And as a result, they're far more likely to buy, both in terms of higher quantity of orders and also to actually spend more with your brand. As you can see here, you can see how many times that these people have clicked text messages and actually gone and placed orders. You can see that this is super high level of engagement from these customers. You can see that they click quite often, they go onto the website quite often, and they place orders quite often. You would not see this really with email subscribers. This is generally mostly reserved for your SMS subscribers, your regulars, your highest value customers. They are really, really active on SMS for the most part. I do want to note one thing as well here that not a lot of people talk about, which is that some people actually prefer SMS marketing to email marketing. Now, this is not most people, I would not say, but it can be better from a user experience perspective because a lot of people just want to get short and to the point updates. As you can see here with this person who actually unsubscribed from email marketing but remains subscribed to SMS and is still clicking SMSs and still placing orders in this brand's case. So this is a really unique case, like I'm saying, but a lot of people actually prefer SMS marketing, even if it's not most people. Now, like I just touched on, and kind of the caveat to my previous point is that while some people prefer SMS, a lot of people can get annoyed by the channel. You will see far more unsubscribes in SMS than you will in email, normally by quite a bit of margin. You can see here, this is average SMS unsubscribe rates up here, and you can see average email unsubscribe rates here. This is the 25th percentile, as is this. These two are the 50th percentile, so the median, and these two are the 75th percentile. And you can see that we're looking at between 4 and 5x more unsubscribes at each level within SMS. So yes, you can have some people who prefer getting SMS marketing, but I would not say that this is most people. And so you just want to factor that in with your strategy to make sure that you don't annoy people. SMS is also more expensive than email marketing. You'll pay around 1 cent per text in most platforms. That's roughly 10x more expensive than email marketing, if not more. And it gets more expensive if you use MMS, which I'm going to get to in just a second. So you need to be factoring in that ROI % at all times to get the most out of the platform. Please, if you take one thing away from this video, we're going to be fleshing this out a lot later on in the video. Please make it be this: you need to be factoring in your ROI at all stages of SMS. I also wanted to put in how MMS doesn't necessarily outperform SMS, and it's usually around 10x more expensive. So MMS is basically the message that you're seeing here on the left. It is a multimedia message send, meaning it has an image, versus a short message send, which is what SMS stands for. Basically, when you have an image versus not having an image. And you can see here an MMS alongside an SMS. Yes, the left-hand side might be a decent brand play, but it's needlessly expensive in most cases. And we have not really seen MMS to massively outperform SMS. And we have seen cases where MMS has actually noticeably underperformed versus SMS. That can be rare, but just to note that MMS and SMS, not really much of a difference in ROI. Some cases where you would use MMS would be, let's say, a welcome text, maybe an abandoned checkout text that shows them their product dynamically, potentially for a new product release. But other than that, we like to stick to mostly SMS for our clients. Another unique factor with SMS is that flows outperform campaigns by roughly 9 to 1 in our experience from a revenue per recipient perspective. So this is anecdata. I do not know if this would hold for every single brand, but it's just something that we've noticed for ourselves. So those automated SMS flows, because they're quite intent-based, let's say particularly with our abandonment series of flows, you're going to see higher revenue per recipients there than campaigns sent to your general list. So we want to make sure that our flows are strong and that we only send campaigns for the right reason as a result here when we know we're going to drive revenue. Finally, on these points here that we've noticed, most campaigns revenue will come from 30 to 40% of your subscribers. So make sure to segment correctly. So we talked about how SMS is quite expensive, so we need to be factoring this into our campaign sends also and just be targeted there. And you can see here in a case where we have been targeted, we spent $51.81. We take this as 1 cent per send here to generate 3.7K in return. We want home runs like these as often as possible. We're going to show you how to do this later on in the video. Now, I'm sure you've noticed here that while we have 7 points here, they actually all are quite interconnected and related. And we can boil these down to use a couple of principles thereafter in order to make sure that our SMS strategy is as strong as possible. These are essentially making sure that we send the right messages to the right people, making sure that we prioritize our list growth, and making sure that we keep our expenses in mind at all times. So that is how we can distill things down. You can see here that's actually quite simple, even though we have 7 different things that we needed to factor in there. So let's start with growing the list. There are many ways to do this, but I'm going to show you the 2 ways that will give you 90% plus of the benefit here, which are a strong pop-up form and then pushing your email subscribers over to your SMS list as regularly as you can. Through a well-optimized pop-up form, we can drive a ton of SMS phone numbers. Now, ironically, if you have these on the one form and you require both an email and an SMS to be input for the form to be submitted, you will ironically actually see less SMS numbers overall than if you had split this out to multiple forms and collected email first. So I have some great examples here of quick spin to win offer here from Cozy House, which then goes through to a free shipping offer, which goes email to then SMS. Really nicely designed pop-up. This here from Brew Bike, it's a really strong pop-up, and you can see here this multiple steps thing really starting to be fleshed out. Champ, excellent marketing from this brand on the whole. You can just see how they make this all play out in terms of their email to SMS. And then finally here from Kin, you can see a free shipping offer and just doing it in multiple steps. Now, we will often see around 30 to 40% of an uptake on SMS from people who've submitted their email. This means if we get a 7% conversion rate on email in a multiple step form, we'll often see between 2.1 and 2.8% of overall people will give us their phone number from there. So this can actually drive up the overall number of SMS numbers that you get from having things on separate forms. So I highly recommend this with your pop-up. Make it well designed, put it into multiple steps. Ideally have a yes/no question beforehand, like you can see here with the spin to win. That'll drive up your conversion rates on the whole. That's a really good way to structure your pop-up to get as many phone numbers as possible. We also want to use our email list. And if someone's on our email list and bought, so I'm speaking about post-purchase emails here, these people are super high intent. They like getting our emails, so they will probably like getting our texts as well. So we want to be pushing people post-purchase who are not consented to SMS to sign up for SMS. We'll see really strong uptake there. And then also with just campaigns to our list for people who aren't consented to SMS, we can push them over there, which is a really strong way to just be growing our list. Like I said, people like getting your emails. They're probably going to like getting your texts as well. So it's a great time to sort of drop in and try and push them over to that list. These emails here are really strong. You can kind of just model These emails really themselves on the whole, I don't think they need to be any bit fancy. You would just make a quick landing page in Shopify. You would have an SMS embed form in there. You can just push traffic from the email list over there. It'll be a really, really effective practice. So people have now signed up for your list, and they're now going to go into the main sort of engine room of the account, which is of course going to be your flows. Like we said, flows are going to have the highest ROI of anywhere within the account, so we need to nail them, and we want to make sure that we have these 7 key flows set up that I'm about to show you here. So I'm going to show you all the flows. I'm going to show you example text messages. I'm going to show you when you want to be triggering these. So the welcome series, unsurprisingly, is going to be arguably the most important flow in the entire account. It's going to be immediately post sign up to your list. So we normally like to do an MMS here on text 1. Normally a day later, we'll do another SMS, and then maybe 1 to maybe even 3 days later, we'll do our third SMS here. No images there. So you can see here on the right from Funboy here, I would probably remove this image here just to drive down our overall costs. You would not really see any difference in conversion rate, but just in the beginning, I think from a brand play, it's quite nice to do that on welcome text 1, but that's all it really needs to be here with the welcome series. Just a quick welcome email, a reminder of the offer, and then a final reminder for people also, because we want to be remaining within our 160 character limit there at all times. We then move on to the browse abandon flow, which is when someone views a product, doesn't add to cart, doesn't initiate checkout, and has not purchased just yet. So we could do an MMS here. We generally don't, but we like to just do 2 texts here, normally one day after the other. And it's just a quick reminder, and then we might introduce an incentive on the second day for people who haven't yet bought. That's been the best structure that we followed, and it's one that I would highly recommend following for your browse abandon flow too. Abandoned checkout is when someone starts a checkout and doesn't buy, and this is actually one of the only other places I would put an MMS in. So we'll just put an MMS here for image 1, and then we'll normally just a day later, we might introduce an incentive with the second text, and that will just be it. So in the US, it is better to just stick to 1 text. You can do multiple, but it's generally better to just stay safe and just do 1. Then for most places internationally, you can do up to 3 texts. So you could just do an MMS on day 0 from when they actually do abandon. The next day you can do a quick reminder and with an incentive, and then the final day you can do your final reminder there for text 3. We then move on to a flow that we don't often do. We really kind of keep this for when we're in Black Friday sort of time to get a little bit more aggressive. If you don't want to be getting aggressive, you can forget this flow. We found it to be particularly effective in terms of an upsell in SMS rather than email here. So you can see this great text example here from Dope, and you can see how they're just trying to get people to add more items into their one order that they've already made from the brand. So we would only do this for first time customers typically if we were to do it, and normally most of the time we just do this in Black Friday time because we have some amazing offers on. It's a great time to just increase the value of those customers while we're in that pretty crazy period of the year. We will generally always post purchase though do a thank you flow. It's when someone makes a purchase, and we normally just keep this to 1 text. This here is absolutely perfect, just thanks them for their recent purchase, and that's all that it needs to be. Super nice touch here, just a great flow to do to try and nurture people onto their next purchases. We'll then sometimes do shipping notifications also, which just sends them updates from your shipping software when the status of their order changes, when it's out for delivery, when it's been dispatched, these sorts of things. Just keeps people excited, and it also kind of reduces any customer support burden, because most of your tickets for any brand are going to be those pesky where's my order tickets, and this can serve to kind of cut those down over time. Finally, we have the customer win back flow, which is triggered around anywhere from between 90 to 150 days post purchase. We normally like to do around 3 texts here, maybe a 10 to even 30 day gap here, which I know sounds quite large, but it can still be quite effective. We like to spread that out and just give people a better chance of converting. And then towards the end, what you can do if you were to do 3 texts is you can just do, let's say, a 10%. You can then go out 15 days later to a 20. And then for people who you think are not coming back at all, you can go up to 25 or something like that, just as a last ditch kind of attempt to get them to come back and purchase something from the brand. So those are the flows, and those should be doing the majority of the heavy lifting within your account. They'll be working for you 24/7, 365. They don't get sick or anything like that. They just continue plugging away and driving revenue for you. They're automatically sending people the right message at the right time because of the actions that they've taken to actually trigger those flows. So we just need to nail our campaign sending from here, and then we have a super strong SMS strategy for our brand. So let's talk about campaigns. Campaigns are really the cherry on top within this strategy. They're generally lower ROI than the flows as we discussed. So I'm going to show you a lot of segmentation here to ensure that your ROI remains really high. Within segmentation, a lot of people think it's actually not possible for SMS just because it's not done the same way as an email. You're not going to be doing this based on opened email or open text because you can't see if someone's opened your text. Not only can you segment, but segmentation is basically everything here. We've seen around 70% of your clicks will come from between 30 and 40% of your subscribers. So segmentation segmentation has all the benefits of not annoying people and reducing your costs. So like we talk about, we want to prioritize list growth, we want to not annoy people, and we want to reduce our costs. So we want to make sure we're getting the best ROI possible. And segmentation does this in terms of not annoying people and reducing our costs. Here's how you make segments here. Engaged would just be joined SMS list in the last X days, or clicked SMS in the last X days, or active on site in the last X days, or placed order in the last X days. This is for someone who's consented to SMS. So we know that these people are engaged. We just can't see if they've opened a text. We can see if they've clicked, but not if they've opened. We have our other segments here. We can just split this up based on if they've purchased before or not. That would determine if they're a purchaser or a lead, as we would call them. You would have your last order date. You would have purchased X product to try and cross-sell them. And then you have your VIP segment. This could be for people who've purchased more than 3 times or spent more than 3x AOV with your brand in a certain time period. I do want to touch on here before I go into the exact campaigns that we would use is that you want to use your full list send sparingly. If you send campaigns to more targeted lists, you can send a bit more often. So you could do full list sends for product releases and sales. In fact, we generally do that. But for other campaigns that you're going to be sending, I would recommend not doing that. Only send your campaigns in the US at TCPA waking hours. This is between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Pacific time. Everyone sees their texts, as we've discussed in this video, and no one wants to get a campaign at midnight, and it is also illegal. Like we said, we want to be right user, right message, right time. That's front and center in everything that we do. And you also want to keep an eye on your unsubscribe rate to gauge if you're sending too often. If you're seeing anything under 3% unsubscribe rates on your campaigns, that is generally okay. The lower the better, of course, but if it's below 3%, you're in a pretty healthy range. We would also recommend having smart sending on within your platform because we don't want people to be getting spammed with messages. And then generally speaking, you would remove people who are last 7 days purchasers and people currently in the welcome series from your campaigns, just to make sure that they're not getting bombarded with messages also. And we're just doing things in quite a tasteful way. So when to send campaigns, what are we going to be doing? So we're going to be doing sales and releases for a lot of our campaigns. We know these are going to drive ROI. We know that we can basically send to our whole list here and still see a great return on this. And it's pretty much the best way of generating an ROI. So if we have sales or product releases, these are revenue generating situations. And that means SMS campaigns are always a good idea in this case. So you can see these examples here for Canada Day. You can see a 4th of July sale. We can see here for a new product release here, a series of texts here, and you can just see how these work. Once again, I would generally recommend use SMS here. Try to remove images as much as possible and just drive down the cost of that as best as you can. If it is a new product release, maybe you could show an MMS there just to show off the product, but trust me, you really don't need to. So with product releases and sales, these are going to be ad hoc. These are just going to be slipped into your main marketing calendar depending on the cadence at which you do all of those things. If you release products often, you're going to have a ton of SMSs that are going to be really, really effective and could really help you sell out releases quite quickly also. Same thing with sales. You're going to see a lot of revenue generated there because everyone is seeing that. And same thing with sales because everyone will see the message and they're going to be interested because it is something new going on with the brand. We then have general campaigns. So when should you send these? These are not ad hoc, in your normal calendar in terms of marketing like you would have with sales and product releases. I generally recommend doing these around once per week, maybe a little bit less. I would mainly send this to your engaged segment. Maybe an engaged 180-day segment would kind of be the best here over time, but you can also play around with that. If you're seeing above a 3% unsubscribe rate, you can make that, a narrower segment. If you're seeing that you have very low unsubscribe rates, you could push that out to 240 days, maybe even longer than that, but just kind of make that in line with the engagement that you're seeing. Are you seeing good click rates? Are you seeing less than 3% unsubscribe rate? If so, you can absolutely send to that segment ongoing. So I don't love general campaigns, but they drive a lot of ROI if you have your segmentation done correctly. So some ideas here will be product highlights, direct people to blog posts, product benefit highlights, behind the scenes or educational content. And you can just see some of these texts here. So you can see from her juice bar, you can see a Valentine's Day survival guide. That's a really, really strong text to send. You can see here with some of these kind of collection plug texts here. We can see here an educational text here, which is really, really strong. And then finally here, you can just see kind of plugging that they have low stock left on a certain product. So these are really, really good evergreen campaigns that you can sort of do within your SMS marketing channel. And like I said, once per week, potentially even less. And at this point, with the strong list growth that we've gone through, with having really, really strong flows and segmentation, and now with the campaigns we're actually sending, you're going to have a super, super strong SMS marketing channel here. So let's bring it all together. A good SMS strategy will do all of the following. You'll have strong list growth through a sign-up form and email marketing crossover by pushing people from your email list over to the SMS list. You'll have strong flows. You'll be sending regular campaigns, and you'll have a strong cost reduction strategy within the channel. So you'll be heavily indexed on your flows. You'll be making sure that you're very on the ball with the segmentation, minimal MMS use, and then you'll have campaigns focusing on definite revenue generating opportunities such as product releases like we spoke about. And that wraps up everything on this comprehensive course
for e-commerce email marketing. By now, you've seen the exact strategies that we've used to generate over $200 million for clients, scale brands to 7, 8, and multi-8 figures, and how to transform email into the most profitable channel for your business. The tools, resources, and insights you've gotten here today will help set you up for long-term success with email marketing. But success doesn't come just from learning. It's about how you execute, how you optimize, and how you adapt as the landscape changes. So take what you've learned and start implementing it today and watch your brand transform. Now, if you're ready to take your knowledge even further, we've got something that you'll love. You can check out this video here or subscribe to our channel to update your knowledge even more on everything e-commerce, email, and SMS marketing. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.